We are throwing a lot at you.
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, I feel like I'm being accused of a homicide. Accused of a homicide.
I'm not sure if she was deceased before I moved her from the bed to the box. Part of my job was like helping haul stuff to and from the circus, setting up.
Right.
My dad was a 33rd degree Mason.
Hi,
Hello.
Mr. Muehlberg.
Yes.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm Sergeant Jody Weber. I'm with the O'Fallon Police Department.
Who?
O'Fallon Police Department.
Okay.
I've waited a long time to talk to you, so.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I see. I'm Mike Harveywood, St. Charles County.
Okay.
Yeah. How you doing today?
Okay.
You okay?
What's up? I just woke up.
You did?
Yeah.
I thought you just had lunch. They were talking about chicken patties.
I skipped it.
You
feel
skipped
like
it?
going?
You don't like chicken patties? Yeah. Yeah. I guess you don't get many visitors? No.
No.
No. Okay.
So, get to the chase. What's going on?
All right. Well, we're investigating some cases from back in the early 90s. So we got to do some paperwork for us to be able to talk about that any further.
Okay.
Okay. So I do have to give you your Miranda rights. Just because you're here now, and for us to be able to talk to you and hear what we got to say.
Okay.
Okay.
Back in the 90s. A long time ago.
Yeah. Yeah.
You've been here since '93.
I was arrested in 93. I've been here since, well, I went to Fulton in November of 95, I believe.
Okay.
Reception diagnostics. And I got to sign something?
Yeah. I'm just gonna read these to you real quick, just so that you understand them. Initial. Are you in bad health or anything?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've had cancer surgery. I've had my scrotum operated on because of gangrene at the end of 2020.
Oh, really?
I've got a bad heart. I'm getting old.
Yeah. All right. Well, in order for us to continue talking about this, and you want to hear what we have to say or what we're here for, let's get through this real quick.
Yeah, my curiosity.
Okay. Before we ask any questions, you must understand your rights. So I did a little bit of homework on you. So you have been here since '93, or you got locked up in '93, been here since '95. Okay. Are you from the St. Louis County area?
Yeah, that's where I fell from. Up in Bell Ridge.
Okay. And you lived there from like the late '80s, right, in Bell Ridge?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there's a particular girl that I wanted to talk to you about.
Okay.
Okay. Obviously, you probably watch television and technology changing in this world.
Yeah.
DNA is a big thing right now, and technology, with DNA progressing so much throughout the years, that's kind of what put us here right now. So I can tell you, for back in the early 90s, we had 30 to 40 investigators working on these cases and could never figure these out. Never figure this case out. But here we are in 2022 with technology, and we got a DNA hit.
Okay.
Okay. Does that ring a bell at all? Robin?
No, I don't remember it.
Remember Robin? Did you, happen to pick up any prostitutes at all back in those days, or?
Not that I can recall.
No.
Yeah, I got divorced. Yeah, I don't even remember when that was. Early 90s.
Okay.
I might have.
Okay. So I guess your ex-wife, you got divorced, I want to say it was late 80s maybe? You had two kids
Yeah,
together?
I don't remember that name.
Okay, and you have 2 kids together?
Yep.
Okay.
One's deceased.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. How long ago did, it was your son, is that right?
Yeah.
Has that been a while?
Yeah, a couple good years.
Okay. Was he sick?
Huh?
Was he sick?
Yeah, into drugs and had some mental problems.
Okay. Alright, did you have a good relationship with your kids?
Yeah. Considering I'm here and they're in St. Louis.
Yeah. Best as you can, right?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So early 90s, you're living in Bell Ridge. I guess up until 93 when you got locked up.
Yeah.
Okay. And you said you did kind of maybe pick up a prostitute here and there?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember their names at all?
No.
No.
Where would you have picked them up from?
At bars or taverns.
Any streetwalkers or anything like that?
They may have been, but I don't know. I don't remember where they were when I met them. Mainly bars.
Okay. But they were working girls, they weren't just patrons of the bar? I mean, they were prostitutes?
After I got talking to them, I guess I knew they were. You know.
Because it would cost you some money? It would cost you some money?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
How many girls do you think you picked up over those early 90s?
I have no recollection
No.
or idea of that.
No, I know we're throwing stuff at you from
Yeah.
32 years ago, right?
And my memory is not the best anymore.
Yeah.
What
Yeah.
kind of meds are you on? What kind of medications are you on? What kind of medications are you on?
Blood circulation, blood pressure, heart medicine. I carry nitro.
I see that.
Yeah. Digestive problems.
Nothing mind altering or anything like that?
No.
No,
No meds like that.
no antidepressants or anything like that? So you're pretty clear headed, you just got a lot of physical problems?
Yeah. I mean, what I went through in 2020 and the aftermath of what I'm suffering. I mean, I got arthritis in the knees and the hands.
Right.
Mhm.
Well, believe it or not, I think you're 2 or 3 years younger than I am.
How old are you?
75?
How old?
75?
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm 73.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm, knock on wood, man, things are going well. So, part of my job is that I do a lot of these, like she was talking about, progress and DNA and stuff like that. I work cold cases. I
Okay.
did a pretty long stint with the local police department, but now I'm hired to do pretty much cold cases. And that's why I'm working with Jody here to, work on some of these that are been sitting around for years and years and years. And again, in reference to the cases that she's going to talk about, I was one of the original investigators on that case back in the 90s, in 91.
Okay.
So I have a knowledge of these cases, and she's been devoting almost her entire time in the detective bureau doing the same thing, working on cases like this, especially this case here. So she has a lot of information. She will explain it to you and just lay it out to you.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you're here life without parole, right?
Mhm.
So you're spending your rest of your time here, however
However short, however long.
that might be, right? Okay. Well, I'm just gonna show you. This is,
Do you need glasses to read, or can you read?
Nah, I'm okay. I thought I'd going out for medication. That's why I got my pen with me and I'm not properly dressed.
so Robin Meehan. She was a young lady that was found.
I'm being charged with a homicide.
No, you're not getting charged with anything right now. I'm just showing that's the lab report.
Okay.
Robin was killed, okay, and she was found in between two mattresses, and your DNA came back on two different pieces of evidence from her.
Okay.
So, does that look familiar? And what I want to tell you, Gary,
What is it?
those are mattresses.
Oh.
So what I want to tell you, Gary, is there is a journalist writing a book about these cases,
Okay.
and he's waiting for the final chapter.
Okay.
He apparently his mom covered these stories back in the early 90s,
Okay.
and he's doing this as kind of a legacy to her. So he's writing a book, and he's waiting kind of just to do the final chapter of the book. He doesn't know who you are yet. I haven't released the information of who you are. But there's going to be a lot of people studying these cases. They're very interested in these cases. Obviously, we didn't pick your name out of a hat. I mean, your DNA came back to two pieces of evidence on Robin. So I just kind of want to give closure to these cases and put these cases to rest. I mean, with you being here with life without parole, I don't know that it's going to change much for you. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how I'm tied into this, but a mattress.
How you dry mouth without my teeth in?
Where is?
Cut off your water.
Does that tattoo look familiar at all? Have you been out to Lincoln County at all?
I can't even think where Lincoln County is.
You know where Troy, Missouri is?
Yeah.
If you go down 70 and pick up 79
I've been through it,
or 63.
going up to Iowa to visit family.
Okay. Here, basically what we're trying to do is we've got 3 cases that we're working.
Mm-hmm.
And 3 of them all happened back in that particular time frame. And we got the lab people sending us a copy. Matter of fact, they just texted me not too long ago. They do have a report. And the DNA, I'm not sure if you understand what DNA is and,
Yeah.
and how it's progressed. I mean, you can probably get my DNA off that. So it's a very sophisticated system that they use.
Yeah.
And is there any reason why your DNA would be on 2 items from this particular case?
If that was one of the prostitutes I picked up, I imagine we had a sexual relationship.
Okay. You wouldn't happen to remember a name or anything like that?
No.
Do you know, okay, so you say that you picked up prostitutes and you had sexual relations, and if your DNA was on particular items, that leads us to believe that you were involved, because these items we found were in or around her body
Okay.
when we discovered. So I think you understand where we're going with this.
Yeah.
Correct?
Just thinking I am committed a crime.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And that's why we want to talk to you. We've got a whole lot of stuff that we want to talk to you about. Again, she mentioned that, I don't think any, and I don't know, but none of these should affect the time you're doing right now. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that because I have no power to make the decision one way or the other. But we believe that you're involved in this particular case.
Okay.
And that's what we want to talk to you about.
So I'm being accused of, what did that say, a homicide?
Well, that's just the way the report
That's the title of the report at this point. But like I said, with these mattresses, there's 2 pieces of evidence wrapped up inside there
Okay.
that come back to you. So like we explained it to you, you're in here for whatever time you have left.
Yep.
You're not getting any, I don't know how they can give you anything more, you know what I'm saying? But we would like to,
Yeah, the death penalty.
Well, I mean, that takes 15, 20 years. That takes 15, 20 years typically.
Not since the courts ruled on it a couple of years back is, I'm not gonna cop to something I didn't do or don't remember doing.
Could you have done it, just don't remember?
I think this conversation's over because I don't understand all this.
That's why we're just trying to explain it to you.
Yeah.
That's why I'm laying it out there for you.
Yeah, I
elaborate
appreciate
for it.
that. I mean, I might have been one of many people that had a sexual relation with somebody in one day, if it's a prostitute.
Mhm.
Because common sense tells me that's how they make their living. Have a couple jobs.
Well,
So-
I'll be specific with you. The DNA came back on a condom wrapper.
Okay,
The condom wrapper was wrapped up with her,
Okay.
and then she had tape on her body that comes back to your DNA.
okay.
So, I mean, I'm being honest as I can with you.
I appreciate that,
So-
but I don't, no.
Like I said, there's a lot of people who want to study these cases and study you and,
Mhm.
get in your brain right now on all these cases,
Yeah.
And I know we're laying a lot on you. You haven't probably thought about anything going back to the early 90s. It's a long time,
No.
after 32 years.
No.
But we're being upfront with you when it comes to what we've got.
Okay,
So, we're just trying to find out, exactly how it happened, what happened, because we've already got the, physical evidence that we need, so.
well, if you got the evidence, why are you talking to me, charging or something?
Because that's not what I'm looking to. I want to find out all about it. I want to find out details of get in your head right now and find out how it happened, what happened. Those are the things I'm interested in.
Okay,
It's not all about, charging you with something. I would like details just so I can learn more about you.
why?
Well, this is a case that's gone unsolved for 32 years.
Right.
But not one detective back in the early 90s, 40, 50 detectives working on this were not able to solve it. None of those guys, with all their experience and all their training and everything, they weren't able to solve these cases.
Okay,
So that's why I want to learn as much as I can about you, because you got past all of them.
I got what?
You got past all of them. You know what I mean? You got one over on all of them.
We had no clue. We never even heard of you until the report came down from the DNA. And that's basically why we're trying to wrap these up. Okay? What's the worst thing that you think could happen to you if you talk to us about this? My worst case scenario, what would be the worst thing that could happen? You said death row.
Yeah.
Death penalty. If you're already doing life, I don't know anybody would really want to, what are they going to do, give you double or triple lives or whatever that is? That's not going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not ever getting out of prison.
Right. So we're just we'd like to take the opportunity, again, with me working one of these cases, excuse me, we'd like to kind of wrap this all up. And for you too. I'm sure that, I don't know if you think about this I don't know if you think about it at all, if you think about these possible cases at all. But this is kind of like for your benefit to get it over with and ours, so we can get it over with.
I don't understand, get over what? I mean, I'm in here for murdering a man.
Right. I read the entire report. I read the
Okay.
entire thing.
They say you're not a problem here. They said you've never been a problem here. You haven't had any write-ups since 2008. It sounds like you just
And the write-ups I've had were like minor ones.
stupid stuff, aren't they? Passing jelly beans or something crazy?
Huh?
Passing jelly beans?
Yeah.
You got written up for passing jelly beans.
Yeah.
Did they think they were pills, or what did they? I mean, I guess you just.
They have rules and regulations wherever you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And in a confined environment like this, some are petty, some aren't, but you still got, like on the street, I don't know if you still got laws against jaywalking,
I don't know if anybody's ever got it.
you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I got a citation once for cutting my grass too early in the morning because it was a noise pollution. The neighbors complaining.
Mhm.
You got minor, you know,
Sure.
rules and laws. They got them in here,
Right.
control the environment.
Right. Yeah, so, I mean, if that's what you're worried about, I don't know that they're gonna, I don't know what they'll do, but I'm just saying, I don't know that they'll take their time and go through all the jumping hoops and
Time
stuff.
and money is what
When
it
you're-
is.
Hmm?
It takes time and a lot of money to proceed with any of these.
When you're
actions.
73 years old.
That's what you all are getting paid for, right? That's your job.
Right, and that's why we're here. That's why we're here.
Yeah, I mean, you have kids. I mean, you have a daughter, right? I would like to give answers to this young lady's kids. You know, that they've gone 32 years not knowing.
You can tell her I'm not the one. I mean, so there's traces of DNA on a prostitute. I'm sure I'm not the only one she ever had sex with.
Well, it's
Or
just,
maybe she's the first time, I don't know.
I mean, like I said, it was the tape on her body. So I don't know that she would leave the tape on her body kind of thing. You know what I mean? Well, like I said, I know we're throwing a lot at you.
Yeah.
We are throwing a lot at you.
I'd say so. I mean, I feel like I'm being accused of a homicide. I mean, that's what the questions are.
Well, I mean,
You found a dead prostitute with traces of my DNA on something.
mhm.
Okay.
One of them, you might be able to explain away, maybe the condom wrapper, you know? This young lady happened to be between those two mattresses. She was inside those mattresses.
Those are two mattresses?
Yeah,
Yeah.
top and bottom.
Okay.
She was found in between those, and that's where the condom wrapper was. It has your DNA on it. And do you have pictures of the tape?
Yeah.
This is actually,
Oh,
this is the tape, okay, that's on her, on her
okay.
breast. And if you lift that tape up, there's DNA on
Okay.
the underside of that tape. So if she's even doing 15 guys a day, none of them would be on that tape underneath the underside of that tape.
Okay.
So technically, that's why we're here to see you. All
Okay.
right? Because again, maybe she had the condom wrapper, but she's naked. It's not like she had it in a pocket or anything like that. So she's got this condom wrapper in the mattress and has DNA, your DNA. And then also with the tape, that is very hard to explain how your DNA got on the other side of that tape on her breast. If in fact it wasn't you that was with her and she wound up in those mattresses.
Yeah.
So you said earlier that first you said you didn't do it, then you said you don't remember. Is there a chance you did it and you just watched
No,
it away?
I don't remember the name or specifics on where I met her, where I picked her up, how we met.
Sure.
You know, I've got a lot of friends, or had friends in the past. I can't recall where I met them or how I met them. I'm sure you're the same way. You
Sure.
remember all your friends, everybody you ever talked to or met, or
Correct.
been with?
I understand that.
Okay.
The case you're in here on, we read it. You tried to get somebody to move him out of your basement, and I think that there was a box. You were in construction, right? Weren't you
Yeah, one-
construction worker, carpenter, and
Yeah.
all that? When they were supposed to go down, when they found the body, it looked like you were trying to build a box around him in order to get him out of there, to dispose of the body. Maybe you weren't going to take him out, but I know you would try to get hold of several people to do
I don't
that.
want to talk about it. I still have nightmares on my case.
Okay, all right. The reason I bring that up, do you have a picture of your case? We have another case that it's hard to tell because they're pretty grainy pictures, but we got another case. This is another prostitute, and this is a box, and there's a dresser that's inside the box. She was inside the dresser, and the box looks like it was built around her. Again, that pretty much coincides with the case that, you don't want to talk about it. I won't go further into it. But that's why all these cases seem very similar, because where we found them, we used the word they were packaged. All three of the cases we're talking about, obviously the mattress is a package. This was a box, was a dresser inside of the box. And then we have a third one that actually wasn't as sophisticated as these two were. And she was found in a trash can, one of those plastic trash cans. So, and the girls are connected. They know each other, or knew each other back in the day. So everything that we're putting together and everything that we're doing, again, this wasn't as sophisticated as the other ones, but it's definitely, she was in there, and I think it was in the plastic in there, and quite some time because she had decomposed quite a bit. So what we're doing is I got DNA guys that are working actually on the way up that kept sending us messages and stuff. They're continuing to work on that, and not if, but when they get a DNA hit, then we're going to tie all three of them together. And we're here to give you an opportunity to talk to us about these and make it as easy on yourself as you can possibly make it. And let us know what you
You're
think.
gonna charge me with, what, 3 homicides?
We don't know if we're going to charge anybody. We're up here to try to get the truth out of you and have you tell us what you know.
I don't know anything about those.
So, again, how do you explain your DNA being on
I
the
don't.
tape? On the tape.
I don't.
Now, you don't doubt that we have it, right? I mean,
What I'm thinking right now is kind of like private thoughts, but if you got it, you got it. I also know of how y'all build cases.
Well, I've been doing this almost 50 years, and I've never put anybody in prison that didn't deserve to be there. So I don't build a case.
You don't have to worry about putting me in prison and keeping me here.
You're already here.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
We're just looking for answers. I became interested in these cases about 14 years ago. I was fascinated with them. I like cold cases. I like working cold cases. I started looking into it, and I couldn't believe that all these investigators couldn't solve these.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
You say these all happened when? Back in the,
1990.
around the 90s? Okay.
Yep, all in 1990. And all three girls knew each other. They all came from the same area.
And where would that be?
Cherokee Street down in St. Louis.
Okay.
Used to be called the old, I think they called,
Antique Row?
well, that, and they used to call it the stroll back in the day, I think.
I used to live down on California, off in Chippewa, Cherokee.
Right, and that's close to
Yeah.
where this is.
Yeah.
So you would be familiar with the area, correct?
Well, my in-laws lived down on Compton and Arsenal,
Mm-hmm.
and that's when Karen and I separated. She moved back with her family. Yeah,
So what years did you live down in that? In the Compton area?
oh,
Or California?
I can't remember the exact year I was married.
That was the old 3rd District back then, wasn't it? Down by the Anheuser-Busch? Or close to it?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, because the Anheuser-Busch was on 55 in Arsenal.
Yes,
Yeah,
I believe it is, yeah.
Yeah.
Real close to Sular.
yeah.
Well, this isn't too far from that, and you know the area.
Yeah, I mean, my aunt and uncle and grandparents lived down by Beagle Mill.
Sure.
In fact, I was born down on Gator,
I know where it's at.
Mm-hmm.
right behind, it used to be a grocery store, it came in a lot of different things. Christie Park,
Okay.
yeah.
Had you, any of the prostitutes that you picked up, would you have picked them up off of Cherokee Street? You say you met a lot of them in the bar, but
I didn't meet a lot of them.
or have you picked any prostitutes up from around the Cherokee Street area?
Well, I don't remember. Probably.
Okay. All right. You see where we're trying to put, this whole thing is like a puzzle.
Yeah.
And I'm a very slow puzzle worker. So I have to ask a lot of these. A lot of them make me sound stupid to you, but I gotta ask them because I don't know the answer to all these. What do you think about a guy writing a book about you? I mean, is that a good thing, a bad thing, or what do you think?
I never thought, I'm not thinking about it. I mean,
I wouldn't know how to do that. I wouldn't know how to take it.
He wrote a couple articles about these cases.
Yeah.
I have it here in my stack. I'm going to show you. This is the guy that's writing the book.
Did you write for the paper?
Yeah, he wrote for Riverfront Times.
You remember the Riverfront Times? They probably.
That's the guy writing the book. Ryan Kroll. Yeah, so he bugs me every couple of months because he wants to finish his book.
yeah, okay.
Yeah, like I said,
I'm not interested in reading that kind of book.
Yeah, I'm not interested in.
No.
I don't read that guy.
Who done it? Murder mystery.
Yeah, I don't do that.
Mhm. Do you, you said you're not good with names, but do you remember Butch Albers in your case from St. Louis County? He was talking about how he really liked you.
Huh?
He was talking about how he really liked you.
This is back in the.
Remember Butch came to my office?
Right.
Yeah. He was talking about how much he liked
Where
Gary.
is he from?
St. Louis County Police Department.
I think he might have something to do with the case I'm here on.
Yeah. But he was talking about how much he liked you, and he wanted to come here to talk to you. But
Is he still alive?
he is.
Yeah.
He lives
He's older than us, isn't he?
He didn't look older than. No.
Yeah, he's living, down at the lake somewhere.
Yeah.
Lake Ozarks. Yeah. So he's retired now. So I didn't know.
Aren't we all? I mean, I am, basically.
I did once. I went back. Obviously, we're not giving up on this. Especially, after 32 years of working it. I worked it from scratch, from day one. And we're going to continue working it. There's nothing we can say that will convince you that you're not going to get charged with all three, one or two or whatever. We don't know. That's not our job to do. Our job is to get the truth and lay the truth out and see where we go from that. And that's all we wanted from you was the truth.
Okay.
Do I believe that you're involved in these? Yes, sir, I do. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't lie to people. I do believe that you're involved. Again, we're trying to make, I know this sounds bogus, but we're trying to make it as easy on you as we can because we don't get any feathers in our caps from this. We just get the satisfaction that family members, you talk to one of the woman's son,
Yeah.
who was like 2 years old at
He
the
was 2
time.
years old now.
And for us to be able to go back and say, we went and talked to Gary, here's what he laid out for us. get some closure. So it's not detrimental to you, but it's very, very important for them to know that. Because all these years, we get phone calls all these years ago, you figured out who killed my mom, you figured out who killed my aunt, and stuff like that. And being the dummy I am, it's like, well, we kind of know who didn't, because we have eliminated a lot of people. And we just want to be able to tell these people, say yes. We talked to Gary, he was straight up. He really...
I understand the bit about closure,
with you, I know it's horrible that you lost your son. I know. No matter what, that's a devastating thing.
everybody's had devastating. I lost a brother in Vietnam.
I was there.
Okay?
Yep.
The day he was buried, for me, was closure. Because you'll never know exactly how or who killed him.
See, that statement you just made there pretty much explains why we're here.
Mm-hmm.
I was in Vietnam, 68, 69,
What branch?
Marine Corps, Semper Fi. You Marine Corps?
Semper Fi.
Hey, brother,
Yeah.
to do or die. I hit Vietnam, 68, 69. I didn't lose any relatives over there. I'm the only boy in my family, so I'm the only one that got to go play in the rice paddies over there.
Yeah.
So what I was saying is, your closure was when you buried your brother. Was he killed by enemy fire, or you don't know?
I don't, yeah.
You don't know. So when you say closure, when they throw the dirt on top of him, but you're still in the back of your mind, you're thinking, how did this happen? My job was, if you're in Vietnam and you get shot, my job was to call in a helicopter, come get you, take you back, either dead or alive, take you back to the rear area. That's what I did, okay?
Yeah, Ronnie was missing for 3 days.
Yeah, see?
Yeah.
And again, if you knew in your mind that, not that you'll have a picture of it, but if you knew in your mind that he was walking up top of a hill and enemy shot him and killed him, that's closure. Just throwing him in the ground, putting dirt on him is, I guess that is closure if you don't know. These people put their people in the ground and threw dirt on top of them. They don't have closure. They don't have closure. If you accept the fact that
To them, they don't. Some people, okay. It's one of those things closure means something different to everybody.
Right. Well, would you not like to know exactly what happened to you? Was it Ronnie's his name?
Ron.
Ron?
Yeah.
Wouldn't you want to know exactly what happened? I had to write letters back home to these families of people that I put on helicopters. And it's like,
He died in war. I've accepted it. I've moved on.
yeah. Well, that's good for you. That way you have a clear head and a clear handle on everything.
Mm-hmm.
That's what these people are looking for.
I can understand that, but,
The one son, he came in my office and he's 34 years old now. And he was 2 years old at the time and broke down in tears.
yeah, I can understand that.
Lots and lots of tears. Just not knowing.
I break down in tears when I think of family members. Some things I leave buried. I don't rehash them.
Yeah, trust me, the nightmares are still there.
Yeah.
Were you in the Marine Corps?
That's what I just said.
Yeah, I thought you said, when
Because Semper Fi,
were
you
you?
all kind of catch me up in something now.
No, we're not.
We're done talking.
Okay.
We're done talking.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, well, we have to go get them to come get you, man. Just have a seat, we have to go get them.
Oh, yeah.
We can't just let you
I know the way back.
I'm sure you do.
Yeah.
Did you have anything else?
No, I just gotta give my business card so he knows who we are. So Gary, here's my business card. Okay.
You can keep it. I don't need your business card.
Okay.
You already got your mind made up for investigating this and that, you know.
No, I don't want to leave on bad terms, Gary, because I mean, I was excited
No, we're
to
not,
meet you.
you're all are doing a job, I guess.
I know,
Yeah.
I'm looking to give answers to some people.
Yeah.
That's all. That's all. You know? I was hoping maybe you could help us out with that.
That's for you all to decide. I'll be here if you want to talk to me some more.
Would you have a problem with us coming back and talking to you?
If I had a problem, would it make a difference?
Well, you can refuse to talk to us.
Yeah. No, I have no problem with it.
Okay. So we're gonna leave it kind of open as the fact that if we get more information, we'll come back and talk to you.
If this is your choosing, you want to, you know,
Okay.
I can't
Oh,
stop you from coming down.
right. There is one thing. Did you approach the?
Oh, yeah.
We have we went to the county courthouse, and when our lab people get a DNA hit, we have to confirm that. So we're going to get a buccal swab from you to send to them. And we went to the county courthouse and got a search warrant to do that.
Okay.
You don't have any problem doing that for us, do you? I mean, you've already done it here. That's
I already got my DNA, so.
Yeah, but see, the lab requires confirmation, and that's why we have to get one within a certain date of the case.
No, you might not. I'm not going to give no swab or nothing.
Okay, the only
Judge signed it.
It's on file in the DOC anyway.
Well, it works a little different when it's on file for DOC. They won't let us have it for what we need it for. I know, crazy, isn't it? Other than it gets entered into CODIS, that's how we got the match, but now the lab requires us to get confirmation. So,
I'm not giving it a swab or a blood draw or whatever.
well, we
It's
don't do
just-
blood draws. This
Yeah.
is just like a
This is
Q-tip.
just-
I'm not giving anything.
Well, we really don't, because the judge signed it, we really don't have a choice, and we don't want to do it by force, but we can. We don't want to do it that way.
Force.
Yes.
the judge signed the search warrant, so we have
So
to get
we're
it.
obligated to do it.
We don't want to cause any
We
issues
don't wanna-
for you, Gary.
I think I might want to talk to an attorney.
Well, that's fine,
Okay.
but that doesn't supersede the search warrant. We still have,
Well, this is what you say. I don't know that.
well, that's what the judge says. And we're
I
responsible.
haven't heard it from the judge or seen it in writing or anything.
We'll give a
It's right here. I'm gonna give you a copy.
I think I want an attorney. I mean,
We don't want to cause any undue, we don't want to cause any undue, problems for you, anything like that.
no, I'm not doing this.
Okay, Gary. Okay, we have to get one way or another. So I don't want to cause any problems for you. I didn't expect it to go like this. I expected us to get, have a cordial conversation. So I don't want
This
to
is kind of
fight
like,
with you.
well, I can't think of the proper word, choreograph. Y'all know what you're doing and what you're after.
But we were honest with you. I mean, we didn't have to show you the lab report. We didn't have to show you the pictures. We didn't have to show you any of that. But I felt like, you're a smart guy. I've done my research on you. I've done my homework. I've talked to numerous people that know you, and they said you're a very intelligent guy. They all said you're very intelligent. I talked to Ron.
I'm being pacified or patronized now.
No, I'm just saying that,
I want an attorney.
okay. But in the meantime, we're going to go ahead and get the swabs, all right? And then we'll send you back on your way.
I want an attorney.
Well,
Well, you can. I mean, we just can't bring one in
Research
right now, but
But
we're
we have
done
to
as
get
far
the
as that goes. I will give you a copy of the search warrant.
I don't want any of that.
Did you tell them?
no.
You can get my DNA like you're saying off paper and stuff. I mean, I've touched stuff.
It's just harder. That's all it is. It's harder. They would have to cross that whole piece of paper. That's it. And I think it's ridiculous that we have to get confirmation because we don't get confirmation for somebody's fingerprints. They make us get confirmation for something like this. I think it's silly, but I don't make the rules.
Oh, well.
Gary, we didn't want to do it this way. But these gentlemen are going to do.
You gotta do it.
I know, you are listened to, because you're a correctional officer. I'm in,
I got you.
you
So
know,
just cooperate with them and we'll get it.
I am.
Oh, okay. Then you let her do the buck swing?
Gotta bring everybody for you, man. We hate to get kicked by that cane.
Here, have a cane. I'm too old to raise any cane.
That's it?
Harmless, right?
Did you want a copy of this?
No.
Okay.
I guess you keep it for your file or something?
Did you not give them a copy already?
No.
Okay.
No, we did.
Okay. Do you need this one back?
No,
Is
no,
this- okay.
Nope,
Actually, that's his.
that's his.
Okay.
So that would
We will put it in his file.
That'd be great.
All done with them?
That's it.
All right, man. You going back 5?
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Good luck, Gary.
Huh?
You going to chicken bag?
Oh, no.
Gary, come on in. Hi, Gary. Come on in, have a seat.
Okay.
Hi, Gary, how
Hi,
are you?
Gary, how are you?
I got you what you wanted. Okay. You got your 3 letters here from 3 prosecutors. You want to take a look at that? Saying they won't seek the death penalty. That's, this one is Lincoln County. This one is Wesley Bell from St. Louis County. And then this is Tim Lomar from St. Charles County.
Also, my boss has called the director of Department of Corrections, and also we talked to the warden here. No matter what happens, you will not be out of here. You will not lose any privileges, your iPhone, nothing.
iPad.
iPad.
Yeah.
Everything will remain the same.
Okay.
Because last time we talked to you, I think that was one of your biggest concerns, was because you were pretty much setting your ways here and then the death penalty. So we've answered both those situations, and we would like to talk to you further in reference to the cases we're working.
Okay.
Okay? All right.
Because I can, since we talked to you last time, some more evidence came back with DNA on it. The shirt, the t-shirt, 2 pieces of the t-shirt came back with your DNA
what?
too. The t-shirt that was wrapped around her head. Yeah. So, obviously you can have copies of these if you would like them.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me grab a pen. So we have to go through this again. What time is it? 9:40.
Yes.
So am I leaving here today?
No, sir.
Nope.
No, sir.
I'm not going to change anything right now. Wrong. 9:40. All right, Gary, I'm just going to read these to you. If you understand, just send this right there for me, okay? Before we ask you any questions, you must understand your rights. You do not have to make a statement or answer any questions. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in a court of law. You have a right to talk to a lawyer for advice before you are asked any questions, and have a lawyer present with you during questioning. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, and if you so desire, one will be appointed for you before any questioning. If you decide to answer questions and or make a statement now, you have the right to stop answering questions or remain silent at any time.
Does that change if I request an attorney?
We just can't talk to you right now. And if you do, I don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
I can tell you, I talked to all three of them and said, please. I know they wanted to go all the way. I asked them to please not do that and let us give Gary a chance to do this. So I can't tell you if we don't get cooperation, what they're going to do. I don't know that.
I mean, I'm old enough in my health-wise, even with death penalty, I would pass away before I got there.
That's correct.
That is correct.
Because I don't know if you are aware of my health.
Yes. Actually, you told us basically what your health was.
Yeah.
You have a heart condition and you said
with
you
the heart and the cancer and all that other stuff, yeah.
Okay. Are you good with the cancer now? I mean, or is it?
Yeah, they removed my prostate, and there could be some complications, but the heart slowed down a whole bunch.
Okay.
You know.
Okay. You seem tired.
Yeah, fatigue.
Yeah. Yeah.
My heart rate stays around 140 to 64 or something like that, and they say it's low.
Okay.
It is kind of low. Well, it is.
Yeah.
It is low.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so now what?
So I'd like to start with Robin. I have a picture of Robin.
I don't recognize the name, of course. It's 30 some odd years ago.
So Robin was the young lady that was in between the two mattresses.
You know what?
In between two mattresses.
Okay.
Can you tell me how? Tell me how you met her.
Man, I've been thinking about that. It's like, I don't know. I can't recall the circumstances I met her, but I guess if my DNA and all that stuff tied me to it, I'm good for it. But I don't remember a lot of the details.
Can you tell us some of the details that you remember?
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell me some of the details you remember?
How did she die?
Well, she had maybe like blunt force trauma to the head and strangulation.
And what?
Strangulation.
Okay.
Do you recall the mattresses?
Yeah. So apparently it happened in my house up in Bell Ridge.
Okay.
It's painful as hell.
I know.
Do you recall where the mattresses came from, Gary?
Undoubtedly my house.
Were they something that you were using in your house? Do you
Yeah.
recall?
Yeah.
How long, you don't remember how you met her. Do you remember bringing her back to your house?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't remember the exact. I don't know if I met her in a bar or on the street, picked her up. Because didn't you say she was like a prostitute?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. Sex for hire. And I can't recall the name Robin. I know from myself and other people, a lot of the girls that worked the street had street names.
Sure.
You know.
Sure.
Does she look familiar, though? I know it's been a long time.
Yeah, you said this was back in what, 90?
Yeah.
That's 32 years ago.
So, but you do remember having her at your house?
She vaguely, I mean, she's an attractive looking young lady. Yeah, yeah.
Do you remember how long she was there at your house?
No, ma'am, I sure don't.
Okay.
I sure don't.
So what do you remember about the mattresses and...
I don't, yeah.
How would you have kept the mattresses together? You recall that? I mean, she was in between two mattresses.
Okay.
How would you have kept those together?
String or rope or something?
And how would you secure it though? Do you remember how you secured it?
Not really. They were secured together though? I mean, a rope around them or?
They were secured, but I was hoping that you could tell us how they were secured.
Just tied together.
This is a CrimeCircus presentation.
Yeah, I wish I could recall what was going through my mind to do something like this.
Do you remember doing it?
Vaguely, I mean, I'm thinking I had sex with her
Okay.
and paying her.
I'm sorry.
Now go ahead.
Back in the day, is there any reason that you would be upset with them afterwards? That would,
Yeah, that's what I said. I don't know what would prompt me offhand to kill somebody like that. Well, I wish I could. It might help clear my conscience.
So you've been thinking about these since we left last time?
What do you think?
Non-stop, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
you pretty much were convinced we were coming back, right?
Hmm?
You were pretty much convinced we were coming back, right?
Oh, yeah. Just a matter of time.
Mm-hmm.
5 weeks today.
Is it?
Yeah. Your memory's better than mine.
Yeah. Good memory.
On some things. Like, you know, when you get old, some things you
Sure.
get away.
Sure. Now, do you remember where you disposed of her body?
Hmm?
Do you remember where you disposed of her body?
I'm thinking last time I heard something about along a highway out in St. Charles County or Troy or something.
Okay.
Do you remember how you got there?
I didn't walk.
Did you have a truck?
What
back then?
kind of vehicle was it?
A late 80s Ford conversion van. It was factory custom. Had the captain seats and all that good stuff in it.
Mm-hmm. Do you remember?
Bits and pieces I remember, but not totally.
Well, tell us what you do
Yeah.
remember. Just,
That's about, I don't remember exactly where I picked her up at. I'm assuming it was on the streets of South St. Louis. Going back to my house. Maybe in time I can remember more details, but right now it's foggy at the best.
Did you own a truck back then?
I know at one time when I was arrested for what I'm here on, I had a 4-wheel drive pickup truck. But that would have been like, oh hell. 91, 92.
Was there anything unique about that truck that you recall?
It's just a 4-wheel drive. I'm not even sure of the make. It might have been a GMC or a Chevy. But
What color?
brown. Rusty brown. Yeah.
Would there have been any accessories you put on there? Anything in the back, or do you remember anything?
Let's see. No, 'cause it wasn't really that kind of vehicle to customize. It had big tires on it. They were on there when I bought it. Yeah, I can't even think of the guy's name that I bought it from. I think he hung out at the little diner in Overland too. And then went to find out when I was arrested in Illinois driving it. And then I found out after I was arrested it had been stolen. So I bought a stolen vehicle, but I wasn't aware of it.
Okay.
But I just don't think I would have bought it and been driving it all over the place.
So what kind of vehicle did you have before that one?
Let's see. I had like 3 or 4 different cars at one time. I had the van, the pickup truck. Oh, an older Thunderbird. I think I had a KlLLer. Yeah, when I worked at the Shriners, I had a KlLLer.
Do you ever have a vehicle with a camper on the back?
No.
Do you know of anybody that had a vehicle with a camper on the back? That you
The
might have
camper
been
shell?
running- Camper shell that you might have been running with?
I probably did know a couple people, but not specifics.
So you said it was either St. Charles or Troy. Why that area? Why did you pick her to leave her there?
I don't know. I really don't.
Do you remember doing that?
Yeah, somewhat.
What do you remember about that?
Just driving out the highway and
Do you remember what direction you were going? What direction you were going?
northwest.
Okay. What else do you remember?
Yeah.
Did anybody see you? That you know?
Not that I recall. I mean, I don't remember stopping or anything when I left my house.
Was anybody with you?
No. No, I by myself. Are there others tied into this?
Yes.
Other,
You mean other, oh, people?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Okay.
We were hoping,
Yeah, I don't think anybody was with me when this happened.
are you sure?
Not 100%.
Right. Do you know anybody by the name of Danny?
Who?
Danny Finetti?
Danny Finetti. Oh, that don't ring any bells. Who is he?
He's just another name that came up throughout the years. We thought maybe he was an acquaintance of yours. Once we got your DNA, we've been doing some back checking on a lot of different people. And his name came up because he used to run to the diner. We don't know if he went to the diner or not. We're kind of hoping you could maybe fill in some of the blanks on that. Because that's not a real, Danny Finetti is not a real common name.
No, Danny would be, but not the last name. Yeah.
Did you know any Dannys?
Over years, I probably have, but I can't place them right now. I know some Dannys in here, but
Anybody that you might have run with when you picked up some prostitutes?
no. I believe I was always by myself.
So, when you had Robin at your house, do you have any idea how long she was there? Are we talking long period of time, or?
No, it wouldn't have been over a day or two.
Okay.
So by the time you picked her up, you had her about a day or two, and then
If that long.
you disposed of her.
Hmm?
And then you disposed of her somewhere in St. Charles?
I know it was west of my house, northwest.
Coming out 70?
Huh?
Coming out Highway 70?
Yeah.
Do you remember how far you got into St. Charles? Did you get off, you go from St. Charles, St. Peter's, O'Fallon, then Wentzville, and then make a right to go up to Lincoln County and Troy area? Do you recall if it was, you drove that far
Was
that
that
day?
Highway 79?
There is a Highway 79.
Yeah. Because I travel that occasionally going up to Iowa to visit family.
Is that the only highway you took up to Iowa?
Yeah. Yeah. Because it's mainly a straight shot.
Okay. There's other
I'm
highways.
not positive. Yeah, I'm thinking it was 79. There's a kind of a cloverleaf, semi-cloverleaf interchange at, or was that 64? Did 79 go straight up to Iowa, or did it go up into
Hannibal. in
Hannibal and Louisiana?
Mm-hmm.
Right, that was 79.
That's 79.
Okay, I took 64 then going into Iowa.
That's
61 or 64, the same thing.
Hmm?
61 or 64.
Something
Some
like
people
that.
call it 64, some people call it 61. Yeah.
Yeah, there's so much.
Yeah.
At one time, I know Lindbergh and Gravois had state highway numbers and stuff, and I don't
Yeah.
remember what they were.
So you think you took 64 up north?
Yeah.
Do you remember how far you went up on 64?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Okay. I
I
just
get
didn't know.
Can I get a glass of water or something? I'm
Sure.
going to dry them out. Entrance when I first put them in.
Yeah.
And this.
Sure. Sure. Well, I didn't know because you traveled up to Iowa, if you were very familiar with that highway.
Yeah, I got a sister and her family live up in Atkins, Iowa now.
Okay. So you went up there quite a bit back in the day?
Oh, 2 or 3 times a year probably.
Okay. So do you recall how long you might have been on the highway?
No.
Was it before or after Troy?
Oh, I sure don't remember that. I know it was, I think a gravel country road that I turned on.
Okay.
I mean, it wasn't no main artery or nothing.
They're going to bring you some water.
Do you remember what side off the highway? I know.
The west side, maybe?
Okay. How far did you go down?
Not that
Thank you very
far.
much.
Oh, bottled water, dang.
Nothing but the best.
That's a good old saying down here.
Is it really?
So you,
If you're into finance, you're in Potosi, nothing but the best that the DLC has to offer.
I never heard that.
Well, it's, I mean, I've been down here since beginning of 96. And from what I hear tell is the better of the camps as far as air conditioned, size-wise, things of that nature.
What, did I miss anything?
yeah, we were talking. He said he went west off the highway, but you think it was as soon as you got off the highway. How far do you think you went?
Oh, man, I could guess, but I'm not sure. It'd just be guessing.
Okay. But you said it wasn't far, right? Okay.
I mean, probably under 8 or 9 miles, 10 miles.
Okay. Do you remember what side of the highway that you left the mattresses?
Yeah, would have been on the west side of 64, 61.
Okay. And then what side of the highway? You said you turned like on you thought maybe it was a gravel road.
Yeah.
Do you remember what side of the highway or the gravel road it was on? You left the mattresses?
No. I don't know if I left the mattresses as soon as I can't recall right now if it was on the west side. I had to go up the highway and come back down the other side. You know, headed north on 64 and turn around somewhere. I'm thinking that was all divided highway then, or not.
I think it was.
I know back then some of 64 going up the highway was divided. Some of it wouldn't. I think now it all is, but yeah.
Do you remember, and I know it's going way back, do you remember what kind of weather it was? Rain,
I know
sunny,
at night,
wintertime, nighttime? You say it was nighttime.
yeah. Less traffic out,
Right.
yeah.
Or what time of the year it was?
Man, I sure don't. I sure don't. I mean, I know I'm not being real helpful right now. It's been so long ago.
Trust me, you're doing real well. Because we know
Not,
a lot of this
not
stuff.
inside of me.
Well, I understand that. That's,
And this probably, I don't want to seem morbid or bizarre. It's kind of like I got a load off my shoulders.
Good.
you know, we talked about that on the way home. It's like, you know, after we talked to you last time.
I do have a conscience.
I'm glad.
Obviously.
I'm
Or
glad.
we wouldn't be where we're at right now. Obviously you do. That's why we want to clear these up. That's why we got 3 different letters from 3 different prosecutors.
That's 3, man. There wasn't last time we just talked about maybe 2.
I think we actually did talk about 2. No, we did talk about.
We said there were 3, but I don't think we got into detail
Yeah,
on
we
the
never
third.
got into the details of
On the
that.
third, yeah.
Um,
But I mean, you said you have a conscience. You know, whatever we can get cleared up in one big, package would be better, rather than everybody coming down here to talk to you and disrupting your life down here.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't the most intelligent thing to do in my life. But it'd be stupid with all the evidence that you say you got it. I'm sure you got what you're saying you have to deny it. And putting what family I got left and myself and the victim's family through 2 or 3 years of trial, motions, hearings. Yeah.
Right. So that's why we're trying to get as much information this go around and put this to rest.
Yeah.
So you said the mattresses came from your house. Okay. Do you recall what happened with her after she was at your house? You said you had sex with her, and can you recall what happened after that?
No. I mean, right now, maybe when I'm laying in my bone thinking about it, bits and pieces might come back, but right now it's like.
Mm-hmm. Did something anger you?
Mm-hmm.
Did something anger you that she did, or?
Not that I recall. I mean, some had to pop somewhere to 3 different girls, you say.
Mm-hmm.
Was there, I've studied a lot of these cases, and as she has, there's sometimes after the sexual act, people don't pay, and that's when an argument starts. Do you remember anything like that where you may have paid and they took the money back or just didn't pay and
No, because I'm sure they were paid before they got in the van to go up to my house. Like I said, I can't remember what prompted me to do this.
Do you remember doing it?
Bits of it I do, but not.
Okay, what do you remember doing?
I don't actually remember taking her life.
Do you remember what happened after that happened?
I remember taking the mattresses out of the house and putting them in the van.
Okay.
And then driving out to wherever I left them.
Do you remember putting her in the mattresses?
Not totally.
Do you remember what she was wrapped in between the mattresses?
What she was wrapped in?
Mm-hmm. Was there any clothing, anything like that?
Yeah, I sure don't. I don't. I wish I could give more details to help out, but because it can't hurt me anymore.
Let me show you another picture.
And like she said, we don't want a whole bunch of people coming down and talking to you.
Does she look familiar?
She almost looks like a girl I dated from a little diner. Pam, I can't even think of her last name now.
Well, this is Sandra Little.
Hmm?
This is Sandra Little. It says Sharon. I don't know if the booking officer got that wrong or what, but
Yeah.
it's Sandra Little. And she was found in O'Fallon. And I think we talked about that a little bit last time. About the box.
I remember talking about me being a carpenter at one point.
Mm-hmm. What do you remember about her?
Hmm?
What do you remember about her?
Not much at all. What kind of box?
It was like plywood. It was a box that was built. So when you lived at the house on East Edgar, did you keep any of these girls for a period of time?
Not more than a day or two.
Okay, do you recall other ones?
No, I sure don't. Well, I wish you could hypnotize me, help me remember some of this stuff to get it off.
Yeah. This, and again, this is the O'Fallon case. And they worked it back in the, and I worked this one. This is the one I worked back in the day. Actually, I worked all three of them. This is the one that I worked back in the day as well. And again, she's a prostitute.
Okay. From where? St. Louis?
Around the Cherokee Street area.
Where?
Cherokee Street area.
South St. Louis.
Right, right. Now, we don't know if there's more than three. All we know is that there's, at least we got three of them connected through, all the lab work and everything we're doing. So, and this is one of them that's connected. So, basically, we believe this is another one that you might have done.
Oh, she sure don't look familiar.
Now, this is, I don't know the date on this photograph or how early it is before she was taken. Do you recall?
Well, the date on here says 5/4 of 89. And she was 1990 is when she.
So that could be an old picture.
89?
Less than a year.
Less than a year.
What was this one, 89 too?
I don't know, I'd have to look at it.
This is the late. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it looks like an 89. So the box that Sandra was in is similar to a box that Doc was in.
Well, I sure don't remember making a box.
Did you have any old dressers sitting around that?
I mean, I had furniture.
Do you ever remember removing the bottoms of the drawers that she might have fit in, and then the box built around her?
Oh, I was thinking when you said a box, something that was put together from scratch. But furniture?
This box may not have been built by you. It may have been a box that you had from a work site or something like that you might have stored other things in. But she originally was put into a dresser, small dresser drawer.
Yeah, it really don't look that familiar, but definitely the box, but I can't tell. I mean, maybe it'll come back to me in time.
Yeah, we're like he said, we're just trying to avoid.
Hmm?
We're just trying to avoid a bunch of people coming down here,
Yeah.
Getting you
So.
confused and everything.
Right. And obviously, when we leave here, the prosecutors are going to ask us.
Hmm?
I said, obviously, when we leave here, the prosecutors are going to ask us how it went. So,
Yeah.
you know.
Hopefully they're satisfied with me confessing. But
Let me ask you this. And I think you're being honest with us. Let me ask you this, and I want you to really think about this. Were there more than one prostitute that you might have killed? Now think about it. Because I would know. As old as I am, I would remember if there was more than one.
yeah, I mean, from what you're telling me, it does touch on recall a little bit. Like I said, 30 some odd years ago.
I'm not really talking about details right now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about the fact that was there more than one prostitute that you were involved in, taking their life?
Taking their life?
I mean, this is kind of a important question for you.
Yeah.
That's why we got all three prosecutors wanting to do this all at once. Have you killed more than one prostitute?
These two, for sure. I mean, there's bits and pieces that I remember, but not all the details.
And I understand that. I understand that.
Mm-hmm.
But
Don't patronize me, okay?
I'm not patronizing you. How do you think I'm patronizing you?
I don't know.
I mean,
It's
explain,
just-
because I don't really understand what patronizing. Honestly, I don't. People say that, and I'm like, what have I said to patronize you?
Probably nothing. It's impossible for me to know what's going through your mind, and vice versa. I mean,
All right.
there's things going through my mind right now that
What's,
is clarifying some of this, but it's also foggy. You know, still.
Well, I get it. I mean, we came here after 30 some years to talk to you. But I thought maybe since we were here last time, some of the stuff like you said, you've been thinking a lot about it.
Yeah.
And I thought maybe recalled some of the stuff.
I'm almost sure I've been with more than two young ladies like this, but God, I hope I didn't kill them all.
we don't. We don't. Let's put it this way. At this point, we don't know of any other ones other than these three.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't mean there's.
And like I said earlier, I don't know what prompted me to take their lives. Because I dated some pretty nice young ladies. Why I would go out and do something like this.
Well,
I mean, it was venting frustration, hostilities, anger.
you were obviously a different person then.
Apparently in more than one way.
Right. Because you say you have a conscience now.
I've always had a conscience.
Okay.
Maybe not all the time totally in charge of it.
Did something make you
I wish
lose control?
I really do wish I knew what prompted me to do this, because it was a bunch of mixed emotions: embarrassment, ashamed of myself. What tripped the scale to cause this to happen?
Mm-hmm.
I myself may never know. You know, admitting something to other people is relatively easier than accepting the responsibility to oneself. I don't know if that makes sense, but I mean,
Absolutely, it does.
I've done things I'm damn proud of.
Oh, she had.
Just ain't none of them.
I know it's hard to do, but now's the time to get it out. I mean, like you said, you don't know how much time you have left. when the right thing to do is to get it all out, get it off your conscience, and knowing that you did what you could while you were on this earth. You know?
You're right. Now I feel like I've done a lot just talking to y'all, and I guess confessing to these. Maybe. Go
We
ahead.
just wanted a little bit more detail into what was going, what
I
happened.
can understand it. You all want as much detail to make sure you got the right guy.
No, we got all the evidence as you. And I showed you the lab reports when we were here before.
But you're saying some other name, Danny, somebody that.
That's just a name that had come up throughout the 30 years.
Okay.
We don't have his DNA. We have yours. So we thought maybe because some of the stuff, looked like it linked to Danny. So we thought maybe you were friends with him or knew him at some point.
Boy, that name.
But his DNA didn't come back to anything, and then it hit to you, and then every piece of evidence has come back with your DNA. Yeah. So we already know we're talking to the right person. We're just hoping we can get a little bit more detail as far as how it happened, why it happened.
Yeah, I wish you could get that information because I would enjoy it.
Yeah.
To know, like I said, I come from good family, good people. I've always tried to do maybe not the right thing, but the proper thing. I just, because these dates are similar to each other within months of each other. A couple months here.
And then again, all these happened in 1990. So these booking photos were just the year prior.
They happened in 1990. How come there's 89 dates on it?
Well, these are when they were arrested in 1989.
Oh.
And then the actual incident, the murders happened in 1990. So a year after these pictures.
Those are the
Yeah.
those are the mug shots.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that clarified that. What time of year did you find them?
She was March, and she went missing in fall of 1990, but she wasn't found until February 91. So that's why I asked you how long you might have kept her.
Yeah, she wouldn't have been at my house that long. Because I had custody of my kids on a couple of weekends a month.
Can you remember where you would have taken her?
Hmm?
Do you remember where you took her?
Did you own any property or garages or somebody else's house or
No, I didn't.
in the woods or?
No. I didn't own any property.
Because from the time she was taken until the time they found her was a pretty good amount of time. And she
Sounded like, what, 3 or 4 months? But
she was she was really decomposed when we found her. So we're just trying to figure out the location where she might have been, because the first one you said you didn't see for maybe a day, if that much, or a couple of days. And this one here, and it was dropped off on the day it was found. It wasn't like somebody walking down the woods and find it. It was on a particular area where you could hardly not see it. And then somebody stopped and picked it up.
like they were intentionally left
Yes,
to be found.
yes.
Yeah, I don't. I'm thinking it was along the highway. Probably, yeah, 70.
Okay.
but I can't place how far O'Fallon was out of St. Louis. I know it was west of St. Louis, but
Do you remember what was around there?
I mean, like
Buildings,
restaurants,
Yeah.
shopping centers.
Sure.
I don't think it was isolated.
Do you remember which vehicle you used that time?
Probably the van. Because I don't think I had the pickup truck in early 90s. I think I got that. In like late 91, early 91. Might have been, I mean, I can't remember when I exactly got that.
Do you think it would have been at nighttime? Do you think it would have been at nighttime or daytime? Or?
No, nighttime, early morning, when there's not a lot of traffic out on the highway.
Mm-hmm.
But there's always traffic on the highway.
Do you remember getting that box out? I mean, you're a big guy, so I would imagine it wouldn't be too hard for you.
I'm thinking it might have been. It's not a box I made.
Okay.
It had to be existing, something like a shipping crate, a piece of furniture.
Would that have been something you might have had in your basement?
Yeah, it could have been.
Remember what might have been shipped in it? You say, because you had a lot of furniture.
No, just furniture in a house, like bedroom sets, living room sets, kitchen sets, stuff like that. But I don't think it's something that was just laying around. If it had drawers, like a dresser.
Well, this box was actually around. The dresser was inside the box.
Mm-hmm.
The dresser. Do you have a picture of the dresser, or possible?
And you have to realize that dresser, she was in that dresser for a long period of time, so the dresser doesn't look probably exactly like you were.
Yeah, it looks like dresser front of drawers or something.
Mm-hmm.
Or drawer fronts. And this whole thing was inside a box?
It was inside this.
Yeah, it looks like a dresser.
Anything come back to you looking at that?
It just looked like it was wrapped in some kind of paper or cloth or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So you said you remember bits and pieces about her and about this incident?
I mean, that vaguely looks like a piece of furniture, but don't look like it's in real good shape.
Sure, like I said,
Yeah.
she was in there for a while, so it's not in really good shape.
She looked familiar, but yeah, I know it's not Pam. Had some facial features similar to hair and stuff. It, unfortunate and sad, it's just somebody that I picked up on the streets or in a restaurant or something down in South St. Louis.
Mm-hmm. Is this your dresser, or would you have gotten it from somewhere else?
Looks like something I had in the bedroom.
Was it part of a set? Like the...
Yeah. I bought a bedroom set when I was in undergrad school back in mid to late 70s up in Fayette, Missouri. It's hard to tell because there's not a lot of detail on it.
Sure.
Would that have been in the same bedroom as the mattresses would have been?
Yeah, because the house only had a one bedroom house.
Oh.
It was a small house,
Okay.
like under 900 square feet.
Did you keep the rest of that bedroom set? In that house?
No. I think some of the bedroom set the ex-wife got in a divorce. Like it had a king-size headboard and a big dresser and a smaller, not much bigger than this.
So she would have taken that bedroom set or the one that this belonged to?
I know she got the king-size headboard.
Okay. And which ex-wife would that be?
Hmm?
Which ex-wife would that be?
Which one?
Mm-hmm.
The second one. I only had 2 wives.
Okay. So Karen?
Yeah.
Somebody took the time to take the bottom of the drawers out. You know,
Mm-hmm.
you got the face, but somebody took the time to take the bottom of the drawers out and then inserted her in there.
Okay.
Does that sound familiar?
That would just be, they took all this white stuff
Yeah,
off.
the guts out of it,
Mhm.
yeah.
And then this would be the top of the dresser.
Yeah, that definitely looked like a dresser in a box, but I don't remember that box. I'm not saying I didn't make it, but I don't remember making it.
Do you remember taking the bottoms of those drawers out?
Apparently to make room to put her in.
Do you remember that, or are you just saying?
Somewhat, yeah.
You remember doing that?
Yeah.
Do you remember where you kept her?
Hmm?
Do you remember where you kept her?
No, I sure don't.
Because Doc was kept for a while in the basement. Not a whole lot. Could you have kept her in the basement and then just decided now it's time to get rid of her?
That's possible. How did she die?
That's what I was hoping you would tell us. Because she was nothing, not much left of her.
Oh, I sure don't remember. It's something I guess I blocked out.
Do you remember bringing her to the house?
Yeah, I don't know if I brought her. I'm not real positive I brought either one or they came up there like with an escort service or something. But I'm thinking I picked them up somewhere in South St. Louis.
Because wouldn't an escort service come back and check on them after a period? Wouldn't an escort service come back and check on them after a period of time?
You would think.
I mean, they wouldn't just drop them off and, from South St. Louis and have them,
Yeah.
walk back.
I don't think they'd walk back.
So somebody,
No,
I think you picked them up off of.
I know I've had a few dates through an escort service. I think these I picked up, I met on the streets or something, or in like a White Castle or Steak and Shake or some kind of restaurant.
So the ones you picked up at the escort service, did they come to your house or did you pick them up from the...
No, they came to the house.
Okay.
Did you ever frequent any hotels around South St. Louis if you would pick somebody up off the street and take them to a hotel or anything like that? Or would you more likely bring them back to your house?
More than likely bring her back to the house.
Okay. When you lived on California, did you ever bring anybody to the house you lived in on California?
I was married then.
So there would be nobody. Okay.
And you lived on Humphreys too, right? Is that right?
Yeah.
Would you ever bring anybody to Humphreys?
Nah, Karen and I were still married on house because we got married and we moved into an apartment building on Keokuk in California. And then we moved to Humphreys, which was just a block or two south of Tire Grove Park. And then we moved closer to her family on Arsenal. And then we bought the house up in Bell Ridge.
Oh, so did she live at the house on Bell Ridge?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
What was the reason you got divorced? If you don't mind me asking.
We weren't compatible. We knew each other like less than a month when we got married.
Okay.
So we really didn't know her that well, and she didn't know me for any length of time.
Was that hard on you, the divorce?
Yeah, with kids. But it was what they call a no-fault divorce with it's just one of the things that happened.
Mm-hmm. So how long did she live at the house in Bell Ridge?
Couple years probably before we separated.
Because I noticed you were doing some construction on the house, right?
Mhm.
You were doing some construction on the house.
Yeah.
So were you rehabbing it after she moved out, or how'd that?
Rebuilding it, had a faulty wiring in the basement, had a sizable fire.
How did you lose a lot of stuff in the fire?
Yeah.
You did. What year was the fire?
91, 92.
Okay.
Let's see, Doc died early part of 93. It might have been the early 92 I had the fire.
And that was because of the wiring?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Was it a total loss?
The inside was pretty well gutted.
Like all your personal belongings and all that?
Huh?
All your personal belongings?
The big majority of them, I had salvaged a lot of stuff and put it in storage while the house was being rebuilt.
Hmm.
Would you have had a storage? Would you have had a storage that you might have kept her in for a while? Did you have a storage room back then?
No.
Excuse me.
Like I said, this was what, early 91, late 90s?
All of them went missing in 1990, and then
Okay.
Sharon wasn't found until February 91.
Yeah, see, that was
So,
more than a year before I had trouble at the house with the fire.
okay.
So I wouldn't have had any storage.
Or you would have had a storage shed then? That was after the fire. Okay.
So you thought maybe this was a crate. You don't recall what you would have.
Yeah, the outside of it looks like it could have been a crate, but the inside was looks like a piece of furniture.
Mm-hmm. You don't remember what came in that crate? Or where you got it from?
No.
Or what this stuff is? Because this is all like white paper and there's some duct tape.
Maybe like a drop cloth for painting.
Okay. Do you remember anything inside that dresser with Sandra?
Anything inside the dresser?
Yeah, did you put anything in there?
No.
Because obviously if she's sitting around for a while, it's going to start to smell.
Yeah.
Anything to cover up the smell?
No. Boy, I wish I could remember more right now. Mainly to help me.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what I can recall and remember right now is I'm good for it, but I don't remember all the details of what was going on mentally or physically at the time. It'd be easy to say I did drugs and I don't remember all this, but I might have smoked a little pot, but I was never into the drug culture. No.
What about alcohol?
I used to enjoy going out even when I was married or single and going into a nightclub or a restaurant or a bar and drinking seltzer with a lime twist. I mean, I didn't have to drink alcohol to feel good. I did enough of that in college. I acquired a taste for scotch.
Oh, that was my choice before I quit.
Chivas
KlLLer, I mean,
or Glenfiddich. Yeah.
we do have another one that we'd like to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
The third one we talked about a little bit.
Why do you keep coming and coming?
Well, we told you there's 3, so this is Brenda Pruitt. Same thing. What's the year of that? 1994, 9, and 90.
Well, she looked like a rough one. Shouldn't say that. You look like somebody who definitely would work the streets.
Mm-hmm.
This one looked like she had more class. I mean, she took care of herself.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, mugshots don't always do a person justice.
Sure. Yeah.
That's at the lowest point.
Mm-hmm.
Pruitt.
So
I knew a Pruitt, but he worked for the Shriners at Muehlberg Temple on the night crew. I don't think they were related.
do you remember what his first name was?
Hmm?
Do you remember what his first name was?
Boy, I sure don't. I sure don't.
Okay, so she was found in Maryland Heights.
That's,
I know.
we try to turn it off. It'll go away. There you go.
What was it? A phone?
It's a phone. It's
Phone
a
over
phone.
there
We
in
tried
the
to turn
corner.
it off earlier. It didn't work.
Unplug it.
But they say if you unplug it, it sets off an alarm.
Gee, there for a second, I forgot where I was. Yeah, yeah, you're right. In Maryland Heights.
Yeah, so you said you worked at the Shriners. That's also in Maryland Heights, is that right?
Yeah, the new Muehlberg Temple moved from, what was that, Lindell?
Yeah.
Down to Parkway Junior High School. They bought it and remodeled it.
So you're kind of familiar with Maryland Heights then?
Yeah, Chuck, my old boss, the one that I got involved with Doc and all this, lived in Maryland Heights.
How long did you know Chuck?
See, I was still married. We just bought the home in Bell Ridge. And I met Chuck within months of moving into the house, looking for employment.
And where'd
He
you meet?
owned a construction company. We did a lot of remodeling of rent-a-center stores.
So how did you meet him?
I can't remember who introduced us or where I met him. I don't know if I answered an ad in the paper or went out and bid on a job. Or maybe, no, I don't really remember how or where or who introduced us. It was, the name of his company slips my mind right now.
So you bought the house in Bell Ridge.
Yeah.
What year was that?
Oh, late 80s,
Okay.
87, 88, 89, somewhere around there.
Okay. So shortly after you bought the house, you said you met
Met Chuck.
Chuck. So Brenda, does she look familiar to you?
None of them that I couldn't pick out of a lineup. I mean,
Okay.
no.
So same kind of thing, alongside a highway. In a container.
Okay.
The same year. Do you know where you might have taken her in Maryland Heights?
Off the highway somewhere. I mean, it wasn't directly on the highway. I think this one was like on the shoulder of Interstate 70.
You're talking about Sandra Little, correct? Is that Sandra Little?
Yeah, that's Sandra.
Okay, yeah.
Mm-hmm. But you don't remember what was around that area?
Malls, stores, car lots, car dealerships.
Or
That
what?
would have been on the outer road, not right on the highway.
Oh, that the businesses would have been on the outer road. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you remember near what exit?
Oh, I sure don't. I sure don't.
This is a CrimeCircus presentation.
And were you by yourself on that one?
Yeah. Yeah, I would have remembered if I had an accomplice, and I don't think I did. I'm almost sure I did.
Hypothetically, if you did, who would you have been close enough to that would do this to assist you in any way?
Boy, that's a toughie. I sitting here now, and prior to, I didn't think I was what's the word, capable of doing this. I can't think of any of the people that I had as friends or associates or work with that be involved doing this.
Would you have told anybody about this?
No. This ain't anything that I would brag about.
You know, there's always conversations going in where you're at right now. Anybody in here that you talked to that you would have told that you're good for these?
No.
Did you tell anybody about our visit last time?
Yeah. Yeah, 'cause just like now, well, last time, let's see, they called me out and the officer escorted me over here directly.
Mm-hmm.
This morning, they paged me. I went out and they said, Officer Hale said, you went into custody complex. I said, okay, so I went back and got dressed.
Mm.
I see your spit shining boots.
Yeah. Some things you,
It's just hard to. I wish I had done that.
Wow.
believe it or not, that's liquid polish. They do have 2 inmates that have regular shoe polish for doing the officers.
Ah, that's liquid?
Yeah. And now they don't sell it in the canteen because of shortages and stuff. That I try to take care of them, but there's no more polish.
They're looking good.
And I sure ain't gonna buy the paste wax because that's get a whole bunch of trouble for that.
I bet.
And like you know from the Corps, first thing you do when you open kiwis, you light it. So you rub it in.
A lot of spit in it.
And it's a security risk in a place like this, similar to napalm.
Yeah. So true.
Yep. Anyway.
So would you share who you told that we came to visit you last time?
I think maybe my cellie, and it wasn't nothing in detail because they asked because they know some of my family's not doing real good, and I've had phone calls before down here, but I just told you, yeah, they're trying to tie me into something that happened, a cold case file, but nothing even close to being detailed about it.
Right.
Yeah. There's nothing that I would brag about.
Did your cellmate give you any advice?
Hmm?
Did your cellmate give you any advice if we decide to come back?
So they told me who he was, and I guess he was on a TV show. Did you know your cellmate was on a TV show?
There's been a couple of them in the past, yeah. Like, I just think, you read my mind. You all know the name Charlie Armitrott.
Yeah. Well, I watched the show because I was curious. I watched the show he was on.
Yeah, and after a while, you learn not to judge people down here. You just accept them for who they are at that moment. But when you think about their crimes, like, there's people in my wing that, Emery Futo,
I don't know.
he killed his mother and father and 2 brothers in South St. Louis. Armitrott.
So, like, Armitrott said he went to some, like, I guess Armitrott said he went to some, like, counseling they have here at the prison or something.
Yeah.
And he said...
I think he killed his grandmother with a baseball bat.
All right.
Yes.
Because there was an old joke before I got down here. They were out there playing softball and something about somebody yelled at him that, "Hey Trout, you know how to use a baseball bat properly?" And when I heard it, I didn't realize what they were talking about. I was like, whoa, okay.
That was low.
Yeah, all over drugs, or so he says, or whatever.
She wouldn't give him money, right?
Hmm?
She wouldn't give him money for drugs. I think
That's what the TV show led
Yeah.
to believe.
This ain't gonna be on TV, is it?
I have no idea.
Not that. Well, I don't do TV.
Yeah, I don't either. I hide from cameras.
I do too.
Hmm?
I hide from cameras. I'm not the type of person that you want.
Yeah, I don't. I watch some crime drama like NCIS and stuff like that, but as far as cold case files and all that, no.
You have no interest in that, huh?
It's not my ball of wax or cup of tea.
Mm-hmm.
See if we can't get more information on this. The one that was in Maryland Heights.
This one. Well, I wish I could.
Do you remember what you put her in?
You read my mind. Just going to ask you how she was found.
It was a trash can.
Okay. I'm thinking a plastic trash can.
Okay. What else do you remember?
Not that much.
She had clothes on?
That I don't remember right now. I can't recall if she was clothed or not, or partially clothed.
Did you secure the trash can at all?
Hmm?
Did you secure the trash can at all?
Secured how?
Did you, so she wouldn't fall out?
I would imagine as long as the trash can stayed upright, she wouldn't fall out. I don't remember securing it though.
Do you remember where you took her? Where you dropped her off?
I'm thinking it was somewhere off of Page and 270. What was it, an apartment complex?
What time of day was that?
Probably at night.
Okay. Do you remember what vehicle you used?
Probably the van. No, probably was a van. Cause I know I didn't have the pickup truck then.
Okay.
Cause I don't think I got the pickup truck till well after my house had that fire. Yeah, it was a van.
Do you remember how long you kept her?
Not long. I don't remember keeping any of them more than a day or two.
Okay. You don't remember where you would have kept them, maybe not at the house at East Edgar, but you might have kept them somewhere else?
No, you mean double moving? No.
Yeah, because she was, like we said, she was pretty decomposed before she was found on the highway. So she evidently had to be somewhere.
And when you talk about time to decompose, you're looking at a week, a month, 6 months?
Yeah, more like months.
A month?
Or more than. Obviously, she went missing in 1990 and was found in February 91. So.
No, I sure don't.
And same for her. She wasn't as bad as Sandra, but she evidently.
I'm almost sure they were all taken from my house and left somewhere within a day of their demise.
Any idea where that would have been?
Hmm?
Any idea where that would have been?
Where? What would have been?
Or after you had them for a day in your house and after their demise, where would they have gone? Because these were relatively found right after the morning of.
Yeah, I can't. They had to be left at my house because I didn't have a storage locker or anything. Maybe they were left outside the house somewhere.
Did you have a big backyard at that house? No.
At one time before we bought the house, it was, but the interbelt went through. It wasn't that big of a backyard.
Now, you had a dog. Is that right?
I've fed dogs all my life, yeah.
What kind of dog did you have during that time? In the 1990?
Let's see. When we first got married, Karen had pure white. I think it had some wolf and shepherd in it. And Dad passed away, and we got a German shepherd.
What was that dog's name?
Duke. Dap. No, Dap was the white dog. Oh boy. I don't remember offhand. Chief.
Chief.
Yeah, I think, I'm almost sure it was Chief.
And you said that's when you were married to Karen? You had Chief?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, we
Who
got,
got the dog in the divorce?
I did.
Okay.
She got the cat and I got the dog.
Well, lucky you. I'd take the German Shepherd too.
Mm-hmm.
I would take the German Shepherd too.
I don't hate cats, but I don't like them.
Mm-hmm.
Me neither.
I mean,
So how long did Chief live with you?
till I had to put him down after the problem with the house burning. Because my mom kept him while the house was being rebuilt. I'm thinking he wasn't feeling real well, and I took him to a vet down in Kirkwood. And he had a sizable tumor that wasn't no hope for, so he was euthanized.
Shortly after the fire? Shortly after the fire?
Oh, I'd say probably within 6 to 8 months.
Okay.
And then when the house was over half rebuilt, I got a Siberian Husky. Some kind of Husky. I think it's Siberian. Got him through a friend who was a police officer.
What was his name? What was that dog's name?
Nemo?
Okay. Was that the one that Doc was supposed to... Or, did you have a friend come over and let the dog out or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Ron, some
Yeah.
brother.
Yeah,
Yeah.
gotcha.
But you had the shepherd during these period of times.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I was just thinking if they were out in the backyard, that dog wouldn't leave those. Leave them alone, probably.
The house, the front yard and backyard were fenced in, but not completely closed off. So anytime the dogs went out, they were on a leash with a collar.
So they wouldn't have
Yeah.
sniffed out.
The front yard was mainly fenced off, except for part of a section on one side where if the family was out, the dog would stay around. But as far as letting him out by himself, no, I had to chase him one time. And he caught himself. Ran into a neighbor's yard that had a fence. He went in the gate. Oh, okay, close the gate. Yeah.
Makes them easier to corral.
Yeah. most dogs, Superman would play hell chasing. They can run.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So do you remember, I know you said you can't really remember why or how you took their life, but that goes for Brenda?
How did she die?
Same as Robin.
Strangled?
Mm-hmm.
Damn. Definitely some bad memories coming up.
Are you reliving that?
Hmm?
Are you reliving it?
Trying to, bits and pieces.
What are the bits and pieces you remembered about Brenda?
I mean, I don't recall where I met her or how.
Okay. How about after taking her life?
Just off of Page Avenue, off of 270. Some kind of apartment complex.
Do you remember putting her in the trash can?
Hmm?
Do you remember putting her in the trash can?
Yeah.
Do you remember if she had any clothes on?
I can't recall if she was fully clothed or partially clothed. That detail I don't.
And I don't know if we talked about it with Robin, but I know we said a little bit whether she had clothes on or not. Do you remember any of your clothes being in there?
Mm-mm.
Or you used your clothes for any reason?
Nah. If I had any of my clothes in there, then it must have been subconsciously asking for help or something, or to be caught.
Well, back then, that's probably the last thing on your mind was DNA, you know?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, at this day and age, that's how it's all coming about.
Yeah, I don't remember any clothes of mine with any of them. I'm not saying it wasn't, but I don't remember it.
Okay. There was a stocking cap that was in with Sandra. Do you remember? It had a business name on it. Do you remember any stocking caps you had back then or any companies you worked for?
No, because I was never really into hats. Still not.
Not in the wintertime?
No. I always had a full head of hair, and maybe working outdoors in construction, some kind of hat, but I don't remember.
Anything you would have kept in that dresser?
Clothes, but if the drawer bottoms and everything were missing, there wouldn't have been anything in there to hold them.
Mm-hmm.
Was there clothes in there?
There was a stocking cap.
Yeah, I don't. That's strange that I would have put anything in there.
Where did you work before you got into construction?
Oh, let's see. When we first got married, I worked for KlLLer, making bank runs out of St. Louis all the way down to Ironton and in places around in St. Louis. When I first came back from grad school, I taught school for a while, had a tractor trailer.
Where'd you teach school?
Hubert Wheeler and State School 70 in Kirkwood. Wheeler's on Hampton and 44 is like 3 or 4 square pods for gifted kids, gifted people, severely handicapped.
Did you like that job?
Yeah. Yeah.
What made you stop working there?
A friend and I bought a tractor trailer, or the tractor, not the trailer.
Mm-hmm.
We leased out to some company over in Illinois. Can't remember the name of it. They owned all the trailers, and independent truckers delivered and used their trailers.
And then where'd you work after that?
Mainly, let's see, when we lived out in California, it was for KlLLer. And I know at one point when we lived on Humphreys, I worked for myself. Minor construction rehab. Contracted out a lot of jobs. Yeah, a bunch of guys had a investment company that they were slumlords.
Mm.
A lot of Section 8 housing. We moved up north, and I went to work for Chuck. On and on. And I worked for Hussman Refrigeration. I was married then, still. Where's the old saying, a jack of all trades, a master of none?
Did you ever work for an insurance company?
No. An insurance company? No. That was like too confining an office job.
Yeah.
I like the freedom of working outdoors, or not the same isolated area every day of the week.
Did you know anybody that worked for an insurance company?
Probably. Maybe my ex-wife's cousin. Let's see. I think Robert worked for an insurance company.
Do you remember what it was called? Do you remember what it was called?
No, I sure don't.
And that was Karen's cousin,
Yeah,
Robert.
yeah.
Were you good friends with him? Were you good friends with him?
Just family. They weren't, they were gay. Robert and Jean. I accepted them only as people that had a choice to live their own life, but didn't really socialize a lot with them as a couple. More like family gatherings.
Did you ever have them over at the house? Or did your wife ever have them over?
I'm sure they came over. Or we go over to their house. Do they enter into this?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Talking of things trying to loosen me up more and get my mind working.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. It's not bringing any more detail to any of this.
No. Sometimes things come to you just by talking it out,
yeah.
you know?
Instant recall, things you never expect.
Now, you had said that if she was in a trash can, if it was sitting upright, that it wouldn't fall over or anything like that. But if you put her in a van, and she has a tendency to fall over, would there have been any kind of a lid you put on that, or?
I'm sure there was a lid. It was a trash can. Yeah, there's undoubtedly a lid to it.
Did you ever have anybody over at the house? Like, you were worried about them finding out about any of this?
Mm-hmm. I saw this, the one that you said was badly decomposed.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember having her at my house that long. That's why I thought mainly a day or two. Yeah.
So in the last 5 weeks that you said you've been thinking about these, you know, anything else come to mind that we haven't asked you about?
Mm-mm. No, ma'am. No.
Is it safe to say that we presented three cases? Is there a possibility there's more?
No.
You know, because when this comes to light, there's going to be people probably calling me wanting to know.
Yeah, they're 10 minutes of fame getting involved and stuff if they had any. Yeah.
Or they want to clear their case.
Yeah.
And they're going to ask, you know, for your DNA to compare to their DNA. So if there is anything that we can clear up for you to avoid
No.
more visitors.
No, I can't.
Excuse me.
You need anything?
Hmm?
You need anything?
No.
You still good
No.
on water?
Hmm?
You still good on water
Oh,
there?
yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Or you-
Something tells me that when I get back in population, in the privacy of my cell, I should take notes or start jogging things down, which might help remember some more details of all this. But
Can I give you my business card?
hmm?
Can I give you my business card?
You can. You did last time, but I didn't take it.
Okay.
I'll take it this time.
Because my email address and my phone number and everything's on there, so.
And now that we have our iPads, we can make phone calls anywhere in the housing unit. We don't have.
Really? So
Right
from
now-
your cell, you can make a phone call?
Oh yeah, we sit out in the wing.
So like any time of the night?
No, they shut the phones off at count time between 10 and I think 7 in the morning. They're shut off,
Okay.
and also during count times where they lock us down for lunchtime at like 11:15. They come around and count everybody at 11. Count clears. We're out by 11:30, 11:20. Sometimes count don't clear, but majority of the daytime, yeah, we can take the iPads anywhere in the camp except for medical. Take them out to the yard. 'Cause there are people who have like very many songs on their iPads. I mean,
Really?
like 3,000 and 4,000 songs. Yeah.
How do they get the songs?
Through the company, Circus,
Do they have to pay for that?
oh yeah.
Okay.
It varies from $1.50 for a single to
Okay.
$5 or $6 for an album. Now, the only mail we get is legal mail magazines and newspapers who cannot keep any envelopes. If I get legal mail, it's always open in front of a caseworker to check it for contraband.
Okay.
They keep the envelopes. When I get letters or cards, they all get sent to Florida. They get scanned and put on the tablet. Cuts down on contraband.
Oh.
We just had
So you don't get to keep it in your cell, like a picture of somebody or a card from somebody.
we used to. They haven't done anything. I think it's grandfathered in because we got photo albums, pictures. But now everything's on a tablet.
Interesting.
We've had a whole bunch of fentanyl overdoses.
That's what the investigator was saying, or how it's getting in. I guess there's ways.
Well, you're kind of intelligent. Stop and think. It's like
All kinds of different ways.
right off the bat, people think, oh, they're coming in with visits through inmates. It could be an unexpected delivery driver bringing canteen items down from a warehouse. Did somebody put a stash in? It could be staff.
Yeah, I was thinking that. Guards.
They have caught staff members bringing certain things in the past, like when tobacco was taboo.
Yeah.
They bring in a pack of cigarettes or something. You know, there's
What would the guards get in exchange for that? Why would they do that?
Wouldn't hurt them.
probably money.
The protection?
Yeah, probably. Stop and think again. When this camp first opened up, it was in rural Missouri. Unemployment was really high. Prison guards don't make a lot of money.
Correct.
And go to somebody and offer them $1,000 to take in a matchbook of something. People are greedy.
Yeah.
You know, what would you all do if you didn't have a job, no income, and had a family to feed? Would you take some illegal money? Would you transport something?
I was desperate enough.
Thinking it might be a one-time deal? Hoping it's a one-time deal? And find out you got hooked because everything's on film. And then they blackmail you. Now is it worth going to prison over?
Right. No.
But you don't. Case in point. Don't always look down the road at the end product.
Let me ask you a question. Back when these all happened, there was a whole lot of press. I mean, it was in every newspaper. Did you follow any of those? Do you recall? Did you keep it?
I probably
articles?
read articles in a newspaper, but I didn't go out of my way searching for it. It's like I subscribed to the Post paper, even down here for a long time, but it wasn't getting a paper or looking at a paper for a specific item, unless it was coupons.
Would this have been something you would have cut out any articles on to kind of keep track of where the
A
cops are?
scrapbook? No.
Not a scrapbook, but just kind of find out the progress of the police
No.
so they wouldn't be come knocking on your door?
Were you worried about that?
Oh, I'm sure subconsciously in the back of my mind there's always thoughts of getting caught.
Did you do things differently to avoid getting caught?
Change my routine? No. No.
Or
It's not like people go out and rob a bank and then go out and buy a brand new Cadillac and drive around town. No.
you didn't change anything?
No, my habits, my lifestyle, on the most part, was all the same. I mean,
So you never thought one day the police are going to come
I'm
knocking
sure
on my door,
I'm
want to
sure.
talk to me?
There was that thought in the mind and said, maybe they won't.
You know, these all happened relatively in a close time frame, and all of a sudden they stopped. Could that have been because you came to prison in '93?
No, I didn't get arrested on this charge until early '93. When did they stop?
Well, the last one that we know, the body was found in '91.
February 91.
Yeah. I don't know.
If you were to think back, prior to anything happening, why would all of a sudden, because you said you picked up quite a few young ladies from that.
Well, not as far as picking up to go out and paying, yeah, but dating around. I mean, it's going through my mind for many years of what transpired to kick off this behavior.
That's basically.
And likewise, what happened to stop it.
Correct.
It wasn't going to prison. Because if this was like 91, that's 2 years before I got this case with Doc. Yeah. I mean, what opened the faucet? What shut the faucet?
Correct. You did.
Right now, for my own sake, I hope I can come up with some kind of answer. But and if like I said, if I've dated for different reasons, relationships, friendships, camaraderie, why would I revert to picking up a prostitute for a one-night stand? I mean, you pick them up, pay them, go about your business. What caused these three not to continue on with their life?
Did you ever pick up a prostitute and have any trouble over payment, where either you didn't pay them or you took the money back when they weren't looking?
No.
Because that happens a lot. I've actually, this is probably the third case similar to this that I've worked, and that seems to be a lot of the reason that somebody would actually take their money back from them, and then the fight would start.
Yeah. I mean, I've never been poor. I've never been extremely wealthy. I've always had money. And back then, $30, $35, which wasn't a lot of money.
Right. Do you recall of, and again, it's been a long time ago, do you recall if any of these young ladies put up a big fight where you might have gotten hurt, or you might have gotten scratched, or you might have, they picked up something to try to hit you, or
Something to provoke
right?
this?
Mm-hmm.
No. Might be easier on me if I did.
Right.
You
And
know,
it might come back. You think?
anything's possible,
Yeah.
but I can't.
When I remember things, it's in the middle of the night. I wake up at
Excuse me a second.
3 o'clock in the morning and remember things.
Yeah, what now?
I said, things come to me in the middle of the night. I wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning and I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot to do that. Or something clicks.
Wait till you get older. You probably know. Yeah.
3 o'clock. If I sleep till 3 o'clock, it's a long night. And I go to bed at 10:30, 11 o'clock.
Yeah. Oh, there's things here that,
It doesn't get any better either.
no. It's like sitting there watching TV and going to fix a cup of coffee, put your stinger in the cup, and walk out of the cell. And you remember the stingers in the cup when you smell the plastic burning.
The stinger's what heats it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Is that
An
something,
immersible heater.
is that something they sell here? I
Yeah.
mean, that's something you're allowed to have?
Oh, yeah. At one time, we had crock pots. I still got mine. They're grandfathered in. You'd be surprised what some of the conveniences we were allowed.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
I've seen, they had a show on TV where people in your situation would make a whole meal just out of what they got out of the,
Oh, yeah.
using your crock pot and the pizzas they make. And
I know you all probably won't do it, but have them take you on a tour of the place, like at the canteen, the items we can buy.
I would be
If there's
fascinated.
not a supply crisis, but saltine crackers, snack crackers, potted meats, salami, sausages, pizzas, soda, soups.
and you're allowed to heat that up?
Oh yeah, we got microwaves in 5 and 6 house. We have microwaves in the wing.
Damn, I didn't know that.
But you can only use them at certain times, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are you allowed to use it any time of the day, or?
Yeah, 5 house is the honor house, and unless there's a reason to be locked down, we can go in and out of our cells into the wing. Got jobs. I don't. I'm disabled, they say, but it's a different lifestyle. But we don't do without everything, you know. Soda, all kinds of soda, all kind of food.
So how do you get your money? Does somebody help you out? If you don't have a job here,
Family,
family helps you out.
yeah. I get.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Have you talked to any of your family about any of this? That we came to visit you?
No, this is this is nothing to brag about, talk about. This is something for me, and I'm sure I'm not the only one that you try to suppress this kind of stuff. That pretend it never happened,
Yeah.
accepting it as it did, but no, it's nothing I talk about in here.
And this is something you accept that happened, right?
Yeah, I guess it's called a reality check. Even with Doc, the case I'm here on, people don't talk a lot about why they're here. There's an old saying, everybody in prison have one or two things in common. We either pled guilty or got found guilty. After that, we're all different individuals. You know.
And even in the counseling thing, like Armitrot went to?
I did for a period. There was different mental health classes
Okay.
on dealing with incarceration, with stress, loss of family, things like that. But nothing that would overly talk about this.
Well, I understand I was just watching the TV show that Armitrot was in, and he led to believe that it was one of these counseling sessions where he finally admitted to what he did. So I didn't know if you had that type of thing here where
Oh yeah, there's
you
training.
could talk about why you're in here type thing.
Yeah. But I'm the type of individual is why talk about it when I know why I'm here. I mean, some of the things at my trial I don't totally agree with, but I got convicted of it, and I was involved in it to a certain degree.
What do you mean by that?
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean by that? If you don't mind me asking. You were involved?
Well, you said you read the case with Doc.
Yes.
Do not answer this. This ain't a question, but in
Okay.
your mind, was there any degree of doubt because of where the murder weapon was found, where Doc's car was found, with my alibi where I was when Doc was killed? There was no 100% evidence that I pulled the trigger of any pistol. I may have had knowledge prior to and after, and I'm not saying I did or didn't,
Right.
but there was no smoking gun. The man was found in my house. That doesn't mean I killed him.
Did you take the stand on that?
Couldn't. I wanted to, but my attorney advised against it for a bunch of reasons.
Do you have a lot of priors to?
Yeah, I'd done time in Kansas.
Okay.
And like, you know, sometimes one little thing on, it's kind of like on, and I experienced this and I've seen and heard it in other cases. Either the defense or prosecutor says something at trial. The other side objects and the judge tells the jury to disregard it. To me, that's like, it's chiseled in concrete now. You know,
Now you really concentrate on it.
yeah, why don't they want this to be known? It's already said you can't take it back.
Right.
There were things at the trial the jury wanted to see. See, how can I explain this? If you read a book of an incident, you see a movie based on the incident, or you actually see it, there's 3 different story versions.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I wasn't there when the Titanic sank. I've read books, I've seen movies. That doesn't make it all true. The jury, in the case with Doc, wanted to actually hold and see certain bits of evidence. They were denied. So they based their findings, opinions on other things than fact. You know.
Mm-hmm.
But that's really getting off the beaten path. Isn't it?
Yeah, I was gonna say, but here we are, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know about you all, but I ain't going nowhere. Or rather, I ain't going outside the perimeter.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So what else can you tell us about these cases that we can go back and let these folks know?
Right now, like, I'm pretty much divulged what I can recall right now. Other things might come to mind in time. I think I gave up quite a bit, though. I mean, y'all knew I did it from the evidence. Now you're convinced.
Well, I mean, we can't deny the physical evidence. We
Yeah.
knew that even before we came and talked to you, but
And there's always, I mean, I'm not doing it, but there's always a chance if this was to go to trial because of technicalities, due process, you know, I'm not me, but I'm sure there may be 1 or 2 innocent people in prison, just like there's guilty people still on the street, you know. There's people like Armitrot. He originally, I believe, got the death penalty through technicalities or something. It got overturned and he got life without. There's other cases in here. This is really off the beaten path, but years ago there were 2 brothers. They were twins. And they called them a twin. I worked as a cook with one of them. And they had so much family, brotherly love. The actual perpetrator of the murder would not confess. They both took the fall. They both got life without. Okay?
mm-hmm.
One knew nothing about it. The other one did the crime. But they stuck together because they didn't want to tell on each other. It may not make sense to y'all, but people cover things up for various reasons. An accomplice doesn't necessarily mean they were actually there at the time of the crime. Prior knowledge, an associate.
Sure.
You know, I can go walk the track with somebody and I have absolutely no drugs or contraband on me. The other person does. We can get busted. I get just as much time. You know, not saying it is or isn't, but with Doc, the man was found in my house. At the least, I was an accomplice. You know, we had one member of the jury, months after I was convicted, Bob Adler talked to some of the juries, and there's one lady, and it is not really an appealable point, but she admitted that she had some doubt, whether it's reasonable or not, in her mind, and was torn in the jury chambers. She would rather send an innocent man to prison than a guilty man on the street. Here I sit. I accept it. I can't change. I can't fault her for why she thought or her decision making. That's an individual. You can't appeal somebody's thought. Facts, misrepresentation, due process, yeah. Just like me saying about some of the things in that case and in this, doesn't make it true, doesn't make it false. A lot of things are true. There were things in my case that I'm here on that I'll take to my grave.
Is there anything that we touched on that's not true? I mean, I know you can't remember a lot of stuff.
Yes, it's helping to recall some of the stuff with you mentioning different things, but
you're not making anything up as to what you remember to this point.
Oh, you mean all this is real? Don't patronize me. Yeah. Don't patronize or pacify. The facts are the facts. I mean, just because I do not remember every little infinite detail doesn't mean I'm innocent or guilty. I mean, I remember enough of it that, yeah, I'm good for it. And I'm sure you all taking my word on it. It's kind of obvious I'm talking to y'all. It's like some of these people, when they'll know rumors, scuttlebutt, something going on. You know, why'd you talk to him? It's like, why the hell are you worried about what I do with my time in my life? Mm-hmm. You know.
I'm surprised they would even ask you. You know, if they don't ask you what you're in here for, that they would even care.
They do ask. Some don't ask. Some through newspapers, TVs, like Armitrot. Mm-hmm. Jeff Ferguson was on TV.
God, that was my case. I interviewed him. Jeff Ferguson?
Yeah.
He's here?
No, he's executed.
Yeah. I was in a county jail when he came back for a retrial. And if I remember right, he got a reversal on the wrong usage of a word "or."
That's true.
The jury instruction.
There was error in jury instructions.
I'm not sure which way it should have been, but instead of O-R, It was A-R-E. So he got a reversal and went back.
Wow.
And I think his second trial, the jury was out 45 minutes.
They were out less the second time than they were the first time.
Yeah.
I testified at both trials.
Yeah, because all the facts were there.
Actually, I went to his execution.
Yeah.
I met his daughters, and they were babies. They were babies when this happened.
Yeah.
and I met his daughter. Actually, they did a TV program, What You See. It was God on Death Row in Potosi. Is that what it was? They did a TV program, and the lady who did that interviewed me at length, and they never used it because I wouldn't agree that, to a lot of different things. I said, you're not putting words in my mouth. This is what happened. You want the facts, then put me on TV. If you don't want the facts, leave me out. They left me out. But
Can't like what's going on nowadays with politics.
Oh my gosh, yes. Oh my. Do you have to follow? I mean, I watch news 24/7. Do you follow that? I mean, are you allowed to do that?
What's that?
Watch TV?
Oh yeah, we got our own little TVs, 13-inch, flat screen.
That's got to drive you crazy watching politics.
And there's no easy solution to what's going on in the world right now. Did Nancy Pelosi do the right thing or the wrong thing? It's a personal feeling.
Yeah.
Is Biden a weak president or a strong president? Man ain't got a backbone. And once you slip like that, back in Afghanistan, it all started, for me, the way I see it, an honorable withdrawal.
There's no such thing.
He tucked his tail and ran.
I can't get into a lot of that. I don't disagree with that.
And now I hear tell last night that AOC is going to run for president. Oh, good Lord, this country's shot to hell. Nothing against the feminine side of society. But AOC, how did she even get elected? And anyway, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could be here for days talking about that stuff.
Yeah.
Right.
So I guess we have to do a game plan.
Have to do a what?
We're going to go back with this information, give it to our prosecutors, and we're not sure what's going to happen from there. I mean, you've got the letters, that's a definite. And again, my boss talked to the director of Department of Corrections and the warden here.
Yeah.
And your situation is going to remain exactly the same.
Yeah. Because this is the maximum secure. I mean, the other level 5 camps, but they know me here.
Yeah.
I know them,
Right. And they know you don't cause any problems here. I think that's what it all boils down to.
Yeah.
Except for them damn
How you are here. Huh?
Except for them damn
Jelly beans? Yeah.
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 So are you able to, have you emailed people with your iPad? Is it fairly easy?
I don't use my iPad for that. It's like I check the email every day for things that administration put on it. Mm-hmm. But and a telephone is more convenient, more private in a cell. But I have no songs, no pictures, no games, no nothing on my tablet. Because the money I get is to support me, not somebody else. And
Mm-hmm. So if you wanted to reach out to me, a phone call would be the best instead of email?
yeah.
Okay.
Will your phone accept it? A lot of times mine won't. I have to. Well, I take that back. I got somebody calling me now that I just have
So
to.
the voicemail will pick up?
Yes.
I don't have to be there to answer it?
No. You have to be. It has to be live. If he calls you, it has to be.
Right.
You got to accept the call.
Right.
Yeah.
So
It won't go.
my voicemail won't pick up.
All it'll pick up is just a phone call from an institution.
Right. And
That's it.
I know calling family, sometimes the phone call won't go through because third-party calls, and I pay for the phone call down here. I mean, it's $0.05 a minute. But there's no collect. I don't make collect calls,
But you could always write a letter, right? And mail it to me?
Yep.
Okay.
And I don't think it would be legal mail, so the mailroom would read it, which is no big thing. And yeah. Weber.
So I obviously work daytime hours.
Yeah.
I won't be in town next week, but other than that, I should be there.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
You think anything else?
not offhand. But obviously, if you think of something, I mean, because like I said, they're going to ask us as soon as we get back how much information we have. So,
A confession? What more do they? I mean,
we're just looking for, specifics on what you remember and how their lives were taken and what happened after their lives were taken.
I'm sure I'll think of other things, or you'll have more questions. But isn't this enough to close the case, basically?
For me, I mean, obviously with all the physical evidence and then what we've talked about here today,
Yeah.
yes.
Now, is this going to aid? Which one had the son?
She has a
Is
son.
this going to help him get closure?
I hope.
Yeah, so do I.
I hope. Is there anything you would like me to tell him?
Yeah, a whole bunch, but I don't know if he'd want to hear it. It's not going to. Putting myself in his shoes for a moment. There's nothing said or done now or in the future that'll bring his mother back.
Mm-hmm.
Not a thing.
Right.
Maybe knowing his mother's murder been caught and is paying the price. Hopefully it'll help him.
What about remorse?
Yeah. But I mean, as far as he's concerned, I don't know if any of this is really going to give him closure. I mean, no matter what, his mother is deceased.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very sorry for what happened. That's what I was saying earlier. Not to share it, well, I probably would, but I would like to step outside the arena for a second and come to a tight-ass alibi or excuse or reason. What prompted me to do this?
This is a CrimeCircus presentation.
Where was my mindset at the time? I'd like to get closure on it.
Looking back at, what these ladies did for a living, I mean, did you think of them differently because of what they did?
I don't think so. Now, because I had, just like Karen's cousin, I mean, Robert and Jean lived together. I didn't condemn or condone them. That's what they did behind closed doors is their own business.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not to judge them.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, they supplied a need that I momentarily needed, and so do a lot of other people. A prostitute,
Mm-hmm.
a high-class hooker, an escort. I just hope someday I can figure out why. There'll be a lot of soul searching. There have been over the last 30 some odd years.
I bet.
Yeah.
Did you think about these at all over the last 30 years?
What do you think?
Yes.
I'm not a complete animal. I have a conscience.
So you thought about them?
I have remorse. I have guilt. I wouldn't be sitting here talking to y'all if I didn't.
Mm-hmm.
You'd be like
Mm-hmm.
clamming up.
Mm-hmm.
What good would it do?
Mm-hmm.
Go to a trial and have all this brought up and refreshed a lot of people's minds. Now, to people directly involved, it's over. I'm owning up to it. Her son can have some kind of peace of mind knowing the perpetrator's still ain't out there.
That's a big thing. That's a big thing.
Yeah. As far as the why, where, the reason behind it, like I said, I'm not sure right now. I can't clarify in my outline what prompted me to do this. On the surface, there's a lot of reasons a person could come with this kind of behavior. But why did it start when it did, and why did it end when it did? It didn't go on for a long period of time, apparently. Thinking back where my mind was, mentally and physically at this time period, I can't honestly say I know where I was. Something set something off. Thank God it didn't last very long. For what it's worth, I'm sorry.
It means a lot.
I don't. Sorry don't make it right.
I didn't say it made it right, but it means something.
Yeah.
I mean, I appreciate you saying that. I appreciate you saying that. Those are the words I wanted to hear. And not the total opposite, you know, like you said. You know, just, you're not the monster.
And I hope this don't sound wrong, but maybe I can do some easier time now. It's over. I don't have to worry about y'all coming down. You've been here twice, you'll be back again.
Yeah, but you cleared the air.
Yeah.
You know?
Got a load off my chest. Gee, now go back and think of what I'm going to have for supper tonight.
Chicken patty?
No, what is
Thursday night?
Nah, I think something like a chef salad, a lettuce salad.
Is it the same thing every week? Like the same day?
Okay, they change by the season. We're in the spring mode right now, and it's a repetition menu every 6 weeks. Lettuce salad right now we have them twice a week. And we'll go a week or two, but it always recycles. Like, you know what day of the week you're having pancakes or French toast sticks or chicken patties. But it's not guaranteed because sometimes they run out of things, like on the street. I go into the canteen, we have to have our order in by 7 o'clock Monday morning. They fill the order and we pick it up on Tuesday. But just because, and a lot of times when they're out of something, you key it in on the kiosk, it'll tell you out of stock for whatever reason. Then you order something else. But there's fundraising items like banquet chicken that's not a reserved item. First come, first serve. Well, I might order it today, but they may fill your order before mine and you get the last box.
Oh, okay.
Now, I planned a meal out of chicken fajitas. Ain't got no chicken in it. And there's also reserved items that, for one reason or the other, you might order, but you don't get. Miscount on inventory, whatever, you know. But, you know, you can pretty well plan ahead on a lot of things.
Is the food fairly decent for prison?
You mean in mainline? The chow? Ain't nobody dying from it.
It's edible.
Yeah, and after a couple of years, your taste buds readjust to stuff. Not supposed to, but you can buy little packs of mayonnaise and ranch dressing in the canteen, and you're not supposed to take it to the chow hall. But somehow a little pack of mayonnaise finds its way up there for chicken patties and other thing. Add something to it, you know. It's all edible. Not every restaurant's a 5-star restaurant,
For sure.
but you still eat at White Castle, don't you?
Yep.
Right. All right, Gary. Anything else you want to add?
Yeah, a whole bunch, but I think most of it's already been said.
Could you write me a letter? Could you write me a letter?
I'll try. May take a day or two.
Oh, take your time.
Yeah, and
Like I said, I'll be out of town next week, so I
Probably.
wouldn't get it.
sounds foolish right now, but tell all 3 victims' family that there's remorse. I can't go back and change it. I can only accept what it is. Because I'm sure maybe not siblings or they all had family somewhere at some time. Might help them out.
So if I have other detectives call me, are you open to visitors? Or would you prefer not?
Yeah, I mean, I ain't got nothing to hide anymore. It's on the table.
Okay.
Why would other people are going to be curious? I hope not. This is not a made-for-movie story or a book or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm sure there's some investigative reporters that would love to talk to me. I'll refer them to you all.
That'd be good.
Okay.
That'd be good.
Okay.
Because we know how not to talk to people.
Oh, not like me. Yeah. You can deny a lot and stick with it, but what good does it do? I could lie to you all. I can't lie to myself.
That's what we were counting on.
I might have lied to myself over the past, but fully knowing the truth would come out. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not bragging or boasting or anything along those lines. This is definitely one of the saddest days in my life, but also one of the best. I've lived with for this long. Now I don't have to run inside me anymore from it because the truth is out here.
Mm-hmm.
No more pretending. I don't think, is there?
No. Not on my end.
Nope.
Okay.
All
All right.
Now, these are mine.
Yep, you can have them.
Oh, I gotta fold these. I don't want these people. These people, not the staff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mhm.
You too.
Thanks. Luck to you, Gary. You got visitors again.
Okie dokie.
Okay. Hi, Gary.
Hey, Gary.
Morning.
How's it going?
Oh, it's going.
What's your own pad?
Yeah. Yeah. When you have certain surgeries, you have more padding.
Oh, yeah.
2 years ago, I had a biopsy done on my prostate. They didn't get the antibiotics to me in time, and I developed gangrene.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
So they had to do emergency surgery on the scrotum.
Ugh.
And it helps to have padding when you sit.
oh, I imagine.
So how are we doing?
For sure.
Doing well, and you?
Been better.
Been better.
Ain't we all?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you get my letter?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay.
I think I got it like Thursday
I didn't know if it would get here in
or
time.
Wednesday.
Yeah. Okay. Are you hungry?
I had breakfast this
We
morning.
brought you Hardee's. You don't want it? Okay. We'll give it to one of the guards then, I guess.
Yeah,
Got some water.
You want water?
I might need some of that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So obviously we came back down to talk, about the ones that you mentioned in your letter. So, we brought a friend with us this time. Detective McNamara with Maryland Heights. Because I'm O'Fallon, there's Lincoln County, and then Maryland Heights. Do you mind if he comes in here, sits in here while we talk?
No.
Okay. He's a nice guy, so I think you'll like him. Can't believe you pass up fast food after all these years and not having fast food.
Well, my teeth aren't glued in and they don't fit tight enough. And I had breakfast and I, appreciate it, but that's okay.
Okay.
There'll be somebody.
Yeah.
You throw it out in the zone,
Yeah.
the vultures will call.
KlLLer. Yeah.
Are you recording this?
Yeah, it's recording.
Have you done the others too?
Mm-hmm. We have to, by law.
Okay.
So, and that way you don't have to write anything down.
Yeah. Somebody has to transcribe it.
I know, that's me.
Oh, okay.
That is me. So it helps me so I don't have to take all these notes.
Yeah. Save time
Yeah.
one way and use up time another way.
Right. Because that would be a lot of note taking. So, and I don't want to have any miscommunication,
Yeah.
with note taking. That kind of happens. So,
Gary, this is Chris McNamara.
Hi, Gary. How are you?
No.
Chris. How are you doing? I might get past you there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Brought his own water.
I did.
he's a smart guy. All right, well, obviously we're here again, so we got to go over the paperwork first real quick, and then we'll get into, what we're here for, so. All right, there we go. All right, before we ask any questions, you must understand your rights. You do not have to make a statement or answer any questions. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to your lawyer for advice before you are asked any questions, and to have the lawyer present with you during questioning. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, and if you so desire, one will be appointed for you for any questioning. If you decide to answer questions and or make a statement now, you will have the right to stop answering questions and remain silent at any time. If you'd like to talk to us, sign the waiver.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So have you thought any more about, I put a couple questions in there.
Yeah, some of
Okay.
us, yeah.
A couple things come to mind or anything?
Not really. I mean, I don't remember. I know I didn't put anything in with any of the deceased. It might be it sat outside my house for a week or two in the
Okay.
winter time. So I don't know if that would account for a low odor or no odor or whatever.
Okay, so they sat outside your house?
One or two of them did, yeah. Yeah.
Okay. And when we say one or two, are they the ones that we've already talked about? So we talked to one with the mattresses, and then we talked about the one.
No, the one that I wrote in the letter, the car wash. She sat outside the house for a while.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit more about that? Do you remember where you first came in contact with her?
Probably down in South St. Louis somewhere.
Okay. All
I
right.
mean, some of the things are vague. I don't know if have a mental block on it, or I just don't remember, or
Sure.
What
do you remember about that one?
Not really that much, except for a metal barrel. Kind of like, I don't know if it was an oil drum, or it had a split rim on it to
Okay.
keep the lid on.
Do you remember where you got the oil drum
Oh, I
from?
sure don't.
Okay.
And we're talking about the one in the car wash, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So do you remember bringing her back to the house?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you remember anything after that?
Not really.
Okay.
I mean,
Okay. Do you remember what you did to her to be able to put her in that drum?
besides take her life,
Mm-hmm. Can you tell us about taking her life?
mm-hmm.
Can you tell us about taking her life?
Just that for some odd reason, I took her life. And I've been racking my brain trying to think of what I call, whether it makes sense or not, a really dark part of my life.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I've been racking my brain trying to figure out what would make me do that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, what snapped, what popped, what caused it, where the intent was.
You say taking her life. Do you remember how you did it?
No. I know there was one, maybe two, that was like with twine or a shoelace or some kind of apparatus.
And what did you do with that twine or shoelace?
Left it with him. I'm not real sure. It's like, I don't know what happened with their clothes or
Okay.
any of that. I mean, not to make feeble excuses, but 30 some odd years ago, I can't remember all the specific details.
Sure.
You know,
Mm-hmm.
the basic stuff is, I'm good for, I did it.
When you say twine or shoelaces, what was the cause of death would have been? I mean, what would you have done with the...
Do what now?
What would you have done with the shoelaces or the twine that you're talking about?
Strangled him.
Okay, do you remember doing that?
With one of them, I do believe, yeah. I'm not real positive which one.
Which one do you remember doing it to?
Hmm?
Which one do you remember doing it to?
I said, I don't.
You said one of them.
Yeah, I'm not sure in what order, which was the first and which was the last. I'm thinking of one along the highway with probably the last one.
Which, there was a few on the highway. Do you know which one specifically?
Okay, what was that, Highway 61 going up through Troy?
Uh-huh.
Okay, because at first I thought it was 64, but it's watching the news and weather,
Mm-hmm.
61. And then one of them along, I believe, Interstate 70.
Mm-hmm.
And those are the only two that I can recall where I left the remains on the highway or in close proximity. Because the one in Maryland Heights, that was on it wasn't a service road, but it wasn't on page, it wasn't on highway. It was off like an apartment complex.
It feels like a service road. That road does. I don't know if you remember back then how Page End right there. And then they had some pretty popular apartments there on the right.
Yeah, it ended right at Bennington.
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that area is like Baston and those.
It probably changed a little bit in 30 years.
It has, that Page goes all the way out to the river and crosses the river.
Yeah.
Which was always the plan, I think. But yeah, and then if you took a left, you went over to the Moolah, Fifi,
Mhm.
the old Fifi.
At Fifi and Ross Road.
Yeah.
And you worked there, right?
What did you do there, Shriners?
Building maintenance, kind of like
Oh.
I had a crew to keep it clean, organized. Worked a lot during Circus week.
Okay.
Every group or function or unit had monthly meetings, and they'd call me, and I'd make sure they had the supplies in a room. Once a month, they had a business meeting and a dinner, and supplies were ordered and delivered across my desk.
Mm-hmm. So you mentioned one alongside the highway, so either the one on 61 or the one on 70, you said?
Why not?
You mentioned you were talking about the one alongside the highway.
Yeah, I'm thinking there's only two of them that I left along the highway, and that was one on 61. I think that was probably the mattresses.
Mm-hmm.
And then the piece of furniture or the wooden box was on 70 westbound.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So
The one in Maryland Heights, the one at the car wash, a young lady down in some park in South St. Louis, I believe it was off Broadway,
mm-hmm.
Near a VFW or American Legion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you said you remember taking the life or strangling one of them, the one that you dumped alongside the highway.
Mm-hmm.
Which one would that be? So out of the two.
Well, apparently I took the life of all of them. Or you
Sure.
tied everything together.
Right. But what you said you remember one specifically of doing that.
Not specific.
Okay.
I know there was one. I'm not real certain how they all died, except for did I strangle with my hands with a rope, smother them?
Do you remember smothering any of them?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay.
These were young ladies, and from just looking at their pictures, they look like they might have been a little feisty. Did you have to fight any of them? Do you remember any retaliating or trying to fight you back or hitting you or anything like that?
No, because I'm almost sure it started out with sex for pay.
And was it just easier not to pay them? I mean, it was free sex, so to speak.
I'm thinking they got their money before they got in, or right after they got in the vehicle, before we went anywhere. And I'm almost sure there were probably a few that we stayed in the South St. Louis area, pay them, they do their thing, and I go on home about my business. And then a couple of them that I took out to my house.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Seems like the 5 we've talked about were all at your house. The ones that
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
so there was 5 actually. Their lives were taken,
Mm-hmm.
and I think you said all 5 of them were at your house at one time.
Yeah. I'm almost positive that's where the homicides took place. In my house.
Would there have been any other place that you could think of where you would feel safe enough to do that, other than your house?
No. And even having a pay-as-you-go relationship, I felt more comfortable in my home. And there were others, I'm not sure how many, 1 or 2, that went to my house, and I took them back to where they were when I met them. Nothing happened to them. That's why I'm racking my brain of...
With the ones that you said that nothing happened to them, were they, I'm trying to figure out the progression, would they have been before the other 5 that were strangled?
Oh, I sure don't remember.
I'm just kind of curious as to why one and not the other, or not all of them.
So am I. I mean, what snapped, or I don't know what the proper word usage is, to make me do these deplorable acts to a couple of them and not others? I mean, I don't have any answers to that. Maybe in time it'll come to me, but I can't guarantee it.
So you mentioned, so the one on 61 with the mattresses, you had written in your letter about the coat hangers.
It was some kind of wire that held the 2 mattresses together. And I'm not 100% sure if it was a coat hanger or some kind of wire,
Mm-hmm.
like
And do you remember what you did to her? I mean, other than kind of what we've already talked about, but
No.
she put up a fight at all.
I think part of my problem is, to be honest about it, is I'm admitting and facing reality that I committed these crimes
Mm-hmm.
and blocked out the reasons why. You know, I don't know if that makes sense or not.
Mm-hmm.
When you say, and again, I read the letter about the coat hangers, how would you secure those together? Do you remember?
Well, if it's used to hold the mattresses together, open them up, push them through the mattress, and then retie them. You know, keep like a clamp or something to hold them on.
And you said those mattresses came from your house,
Yeah.
right? Do you remember what size mattresses they were? Where they would have been in your house?
Yeah, I believe they were 2 twin size, because when I was in undergrad school, I had a king size bed, but twin mattresses and box springs.
Oh, gotcha.
Because if memory serves me right, king size mattresses are big. And a lot of times you have twin mattresses that are
Right.
put together, yeah. And I'm thinking they were different shades of green stripes. I mean, it wasn't a solid color. There were some kind of lines to them.
Okay.
What can you tell us about, and this again, this going back to Maryland Heights. You said that you put her off on Page. And I think you said where'd you put her in?
Some kind of trash can.
Okay.
Maybe a plastic like Tupperware. A dark brown. And it wasn't actually on Page. It was, I'm thinking the apartment complex sat off of Page.
It did, yeah.
Well, that's what I
Yeah.
meant.
Yeah.
The general. Do you recall if there was a lid on that can or not?
I'm sure there was. Yeah, I'm almost sure there was a lid. Whether it was still intact when she was discovered, I don't know.
Chris, this is your case.
You know, on something like this, Gary, I know you had interactions plenty of times, sexual contact with these individuals, right? And others as well. And some you just took back home. But when it comes to someone losing their life at that moment, I think you could easily remember the first one because it would be such a new experience. Do you remember which one was first? And you must have realized what had just happened the first time.
Yes, I'm thinking the one in the metal drum was the last one I disposed of.
She was the last. That was the car wash.
Yes, sir.
Now, in regards to that one, do you remember her description?
No.
Her race?
Hmm?
Her race?
I believe it was white. They were all white. Well, you got me there. I'm not positive now.
So she was the last one. What year would you say that would have been? So kind of put some references in the 3 that we've already talked about. That was 1990. Then the current offense, 1992, right? Or 93 was a conviction. So that time frame. What was the first one?
I think the first one might have been the one in South St. Louis.
What was she left in?
Hmm?
What type of container was she left in?
I think that was a plastic trash can too.
You remember anything about the trash cans? Where did you get those?
I don't know if they're ones I had at my house that was used for trash,
Yeah.
or if they were bought like a hardware store.
What hardware store did you use back then?
Numerous ones.
Yeah. I
Uh,
grew up on Bataan over there in Woodson Terrace. And there were some hardware stores down on the Rock Road, which would have been close to your place at the time.
mm-hmm.
Do you remember which one?
Oh, I can't think of the names of them right now. Down towards, what was that big shopping center down in Lindbergh and the Rock Road? I think they tore it down. There was an Ozark Hardware on Natural Bridge, not far from a mortuary. I can't think of the names. All right. I know there's a lot of them, and being in construction for a while,
Yeah.
not only bought supplies at close to the job site.
Oh, okay. So the first one was the one at the car wash. Where did that?
I'm not sure she was the first one. Like I said, I don't remember the sequence or order of them. I know the one at the car wash was probably the last one I disposed of or moved from my house that she sat
Okay.
behind my house for a while.
So you were thinking the one left down by that little park was the first one.
Yeah. But don't hold me to that.
Do you remember what she was doing when you first saw her or met her? The one by the park?
Walking the streets looking for customers or jams. Yeah.
Who was living with you at the time over there on?
Nobody. I was divorced at the time.
And you had Chief, the German Shepherd, right?
Yeah.
I got a history of German Shepherds myself. How long do you think from the sexual contact to their death did they hang around the house?
Hmm?
How long of a time between the sexual contact and then their death would they have been in the house? Is it a party situation? You know what I'm saying? Are they hanging out?
Probably an evening.
So not days, not like shacking up situation.
No. At least not while they were alive. Like I said, the one in the box and the one in the barrel, they were up there for well over a week because they were decomposed.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Jody and I have visited the property. The house is not there, but we visited the property. The Interbell was there at the time, right?
Yeah.
Where did you store them on the property?
Behind the house. There wasn't really, I don't know what's there now, if there's still a house or not.
No, it's just a field, an open lot.
Mm-hmm.
It's grass, but it's an open lot, yeah.
Okay.
But I have seen the house because during the current offense, they made a videotape, which is not uncommon, during the processing. So I actually got to visually see what the house used to be. You know, a lot of construction going on.
Yeah.
Where would you have kept those remains once they passed? How long and then where would you keep them? That's the back.
Yeah, this is the front. Is that the
Now,
front?
this is the side. The back is here.
Interbell this way then?
Yeah.
And Gary, this is it the front of the house?
Front.
Okay.
So would you
Probably
Like in this area.
Could you smell them? Could you smell them? Or do you know?
No. Boy, there was a lot of debris around there.
Yeah.
Of course, how long, when were these pictures taken?
That's from the doc case.
The most
The docs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And of course, that would have been what year?
93, right?
92, 93.
We're referring to 1990.
Mm-hmm.
Did it change much in those 2 years? Or was it?
Except for the debris and stuff like that.
It would change up a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you were living alone, but you'd have visitors, right? You had friends and associates here and there, right?
Yeah, but not that many while the house was the inside was under construction.
So when I watched the video, it didn't appear anyone was actually living there. Or were you sleeping there at the time?
No.
Because like the floors, they needed carpet to be.
Yeah, they were just subfloors, yeah.
And then there was beds, but there was no sheets or anything on the beds. Were you not actually laying your head there at the time?
I think the females were before this construction started.
Oh, okay. 2 years, yeah.
Yeah.
2.5.
I'm trying to think of when this all started with my house. Yeah.
Would that be after the fire? Would that be after the fire?
What, the girls?
No, the construction of the house.
Yeah, just definitely after
That's the replay.
the fire. And I can't even remember what, 92 the fire was?
So if it was 1990, these three show up along the highways and the little roadways. The first one, you were possibly thinking it was the one down by the little park in the trash can. What year would that have been?
Latter part of 80, 88, 89.
Okay.
I don't think there was a long, multiple year
Yeah, that's my next
between.
Mm-hmm.
No. Like I was saying earlier, it's like a short time period that this happened. I mean,
Did
and
you
it
ever-
stopped.
Did you ever discuss these behaviors with anyone at the time? Do you remember ever sharing it? You kept it to yourself?
Nothing to brag about or talk about or boast about. But as far as talking to anybody, I don't believe there was.
Yeah, confide in anybody. No.
No, something of this magnitude,
Yeah.
it's nothing that I'd want to talk to anybody about,
I don't know, in the 30 years being in here and people talk about stuff, but you said they don't normally talk about what they're in here for, so.
No, not about this. I mean, I don't even talk that much about the case I'm here on,
Right.
just what was public knowledge,
Right.
There's people down here I was in a county jail with. I knew from the streets that knew cases and general knowledge of a lot of different cases and different people. Like Jeff Ferguson, I didn't know him before I went to jail.
Mm-hmm.
Emery Fudo, I didn't know him till I got down here. Same as Charlie Armitrout. It's just, I don't know what, you try to put stuff in the past. I mean, like with Doc, I'm here doing Life Without. Ain't no boasting about it.
Mm-hmm.
It's something you wish you could just take an eraser. Get rid of it. Or go back and don't let it happen. But that's not being realistic, is it?
No. But as humans, we want to do that. In some ways that we can at least try to get to that is talking like this.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not just saying this to satisfy anybody, but I wish I could talk to the proper trained people to relive every little friggin' detail.
Yeah, you mentioned last time in the last one I watched all the interviews, you would like to be hypnotized to try to help you recollect. You think that would work?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's like asking this one guy that was, recently in the paper where his parachute didn't open?
Yeah.
You would ask him before he jumped if he'd lived to tell about it if it didn't?
Right.
Freakish things.
One time during the interview, Jody asked you the question, have you thought about these things before we got to talk to you? And boy, your reaction was like, of course. Of course that was part of your thoughts over the years. Although the little that you talked to us about, the little bit that you told us, that can't be the same thing that you played over and over in your mind. There's got to be other details. Logically, there's got to be other details that you recall. And that's what we're kind of looking for, is those little details.
Yeah.
That maybe we don't even know about.
And maybe there's some little details I overlooked.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't go back with any event, whether it's this. I can't give you every detail of Marine boot camp.
Okay, I get your point.
And I lived it.
Right, yeah. Oh, I'm saying.
You know, it's like,
Yeah.
if you have total recall on every minute detail, then you're not creating any more things to remember.
Yeah.
Because all your time is occupied. I mean,
What are some details we may have not asked you about, or you just not shared yet? What are some details you've not shared yet?
probably some details I can't recall.
So you said you were going to jot some stuff down. Did you jot anything down?
Not yet, no. See, this a question, and y'all don't have to answer this, but I cannot truthfully say, I mean, why? I know what closure is all about with the family and friends, myself and you all, everybody involved, whether it's directly or indirectly, or on the outside parameter of it. But I'm confessing to 5 murders. Doesn't that satisfy some people?
Well,
I understand if it was to go to a jury trial.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
This ain't going to no jury trial.
Right.
At least I don't think so.
No.
Because
I can just tell you.
My due process.
Yeah, I can just tell you, talking to the 3 prosecutors, we gave you the letters saying they wouldn't seek the death penalty. Talking to them, they want a little bit more information. They said full cooperation. And I think you're being cooperative, and I think you're struggling to remember stuff.
Yeah.
But they would just like those little details to corroborate everything.
Okay. I can accept that, but
Yeah. So it's not like we're expecting you to remember every last detail. We're just asking questions, and maybe it sparks that little detail that you remember.
Yeah.
But we're not expecting you to remember
okay.
step by step, but just it might spark something in you.
Yeah.
When we were here last, we were talking about 3 of them. And after we left, and you realized that there was 2 more. Did you not think about that when we were talking the first go around, or actually the second interview? Did you not remember them then?
Over the years, I've thought about the 5.
But I mean, when we were talking to you about the 3, how did you all of a sudden?
If you were like asking more specific questions about the 3 cases in front of you at that time. See, I don't know if the other 2 were still there, and you were gonna bring them up, ran out or whatever. But I mean, they were.
Yeah.
I was trying to answer the questions you were asking.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm glad it does to you, because to me.
Mm-hmm. So talking a little bit more about the car wash one. So you said You're trying to give the location exactly of which car wash it was?
I don't know the name of it. It was near my home on Natural Bridge.
Okay.
Because Natural Bridge from, I think it's North and South Street, west to the highway, you got that medium all the way.
Mm-hmm.
And the car wash was in the medium, not far from a mortuary. I can't think of the name of the mortuary. Ozark Hardware was a little hardware store, a little shopping center, and all kind of restaurants. You know, I remember taking her there in my van and leaving her there after I would wash my truck, or my van rather. You know.
And that was the one in the barrel, you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which was kind of like knowing they'd all be found. I mean, I'm not the most intelligent person, but I'm not the most stupid either. I mean, if I was trying to really hide these crimes, I'm sure I could have done a lot better.
You put them right next to the road.
Right.
For, I'm not sure if you knew at the time, to be found. It was no secret.
Oh, subconsciously?
Yeah. Now, looking back.
Yep.
Yeah. They were easily found. So, for instance, we should probably, let's try to discuss in detail each one. So, the one in Maryland Heights by the apartments. Yeah, she was in a plastic type of trash can. Let's try to think out some details so we can go back to our prosecutors and say, he's really trying to try in here. And we'd like to get some details. So, for instance, what time of day did you drop her off?
Night, early morning.
Okay. What time frame you think? Like before dawn or midnight? Night.
Midnight.
Okay. It was very well broadcast in the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, news channels. In one particular, you told me about that, right? They did a newscast. And then she was found. You must have followed that stuff. Because you had firsthand knowledge, it would pique the interest. Even if you're not following it in some sort of, in a way that you're obsessed with it, but it would spark your interest. Do you remember it being broadcast and paying attention to the news? And were you concerned?
Yeah. Undoubtedly was concerned, but as far as making an exerted effort to watch everything or read the paper all the time, you knew that they're going to be found eventually. Waiting for that knock on the door after they were found. Because like you said, there were DNA, there's probably fingerprints, whatever. That would trace it back to me.
Did you do anything to disguise those pieces of evidence you just mentioned? So fingerprints, DNA. Did you take any effort to, wipe off the trash can or anything like that? Or was it a concern?
Not really. I mean, if I would have really planned it out, wouldn't have been any dog hair. Wouldn't have been any traceable furniture. Like I said, for the life of me, I can't say why this all happened.
Did it happen additionally other than 5 times?
No.
You're sure of that?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's get back to the one in Maryland Heights. Did you ever pay her for sex before that incident? Was she a regular?
I don't believe so.
Were any of them a repeat?
I can't say yes, I can't say no, with all honesty. It might have been, you know, we felt comfortable around each other.
Yeah. Because
Well, they came up to my house.
Exactly, yeah. So to go from the city out to the county at the time,
Yeah,
that was a
'cause-
big deal for them.
yeah, for them, time is money.
Time is money. Yeah. And it's always the thing, if you get in a car with somebody, that's the danger part in that profession, right? If you stay around where your neighborhood is, a little more comfortable. So was there any attempt to restrain them or get them high, incapacitate them in some fashion to get them out to the county? If they were willing. It was a business transaction.
Yeah, I understand, but no, there was
Nothing.
no drugs involved on my part, you know.
Where did the sexual contact occur once inside the house?
Bedroom.
And where did the act that took their life, would that occur?
Probably in the bedroom.
Same time? Same time as the sex?
Yeah.
In regards to that.
Yeah, there was no sex after death.
Okay, good.
No.
But it wasn't during a moment before the sex. There wasn't a fight or anything like that. Do you remember any?
No.
And actually during intercourse or during sexual contact, did the death occur?
Probably afterwards.
After.
But don't hold me to that on all five, because like I said, it's just one of them things. I don't know if I'll ever remember everything to satisfy y'all curiosity, you know.
And some questions we ask you, it's not necessarily we expect you to have the answer, but it's an effort to try to help the recollect.
And yes, I realize that the 3 letters I got, that's not a guarantee that it won't be a death penalty case.
Well, I think from those 3 prosecutors, it sure is.
Yeah.
They're not going to write that letter. No way.
Exactly.
They would never write that letter.
They wouldn't come back off that at all.
No.
That's another question that came up to mind a while back is, since all the crimes happened in my home, is it going to be like one court I go to, or I got to go to each little municipality?
We are not for sure on that. The prosecutors work out those details.
Yeah.
But they're all the state of Missouri. It's all the same circuit courts.
Oh, yeah.
So I don't know if that's...
I mean, it's like, am I going to have to go before a magistrate each time to be sentenced individually, or?
It's down the road, yeah. That's down the road. I can tell you the 3 prosecutors are working together and communicating together, and they're going to do this together, so.
I'm sure that they'll probably want to do them all at the same time.
Yeah.
That
would make a whole lot of sense financially.
Oh, yeah.
As well as emotionally for everybody involved.
Yeah, including the staff down here, the DOC.
Right.
You know.
Yeah, they certainly don't want you transported back and forth.
It's yeah.
So I know we touched a little bit on it. This came to mind when you were talking. After you had sex with them and took their life, we talked a little bit about whether they fought at all. Would you do anything to prevent them from fighting? Would you restrain them at all? I know you're a big guy yourself.
Yeah, I'm not sure why I would restrain them. But like you said, one of them that was tied up or something? Or it had the ligature around her neck?
Was bondage part of the sexual contact?
No.
Never into that?
No.
Because the thought was maybe it occurred during that type of sexual contact.
That was an accidental death?
Not accidental, but the bondage occurred and then there was sex and then death.
I don't believe so.
So when would their bondage be applied to their bodies? At what point? It doesn't make sense to put it on once they're passed.
This is a CrimeCircus presentation.
I don't know. To keep them from trying to run off
Yeah.
or fight back or
Well, yeah. So that's prior to their death. So we got a little bit established there. But was it prior to the sexual contact?
I don't believe so.
Okay. So in between, somewhere.
Mhm.
In between the sex acts and then
Yeah.
the death. You mentioned during other interviews you weren't much of a drug user or an alcohol user. I think you said you even when you went to clubs or bars, you'd have a
Seltzer with a lime twist.
seltzer.
I learned how to drink scotch in undergrad school.
And that was enough.
Well, I drank, but it's kind of like I would not drink beer that much when I was out at a bar or tavern because to me it's like renting it. You drink 2 or 3 and you got to go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
So I drink it.
And pay for it.
Yeah.
So that wasn't necessarily a factor in these behaviors, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's certainly not a factor in loss of memory.
No.
Sometimes when we talk to people, victims, suspects, whoever they may be, the mind is really kind of tricky, okay? And try to help people recollect things. There's certain things that occur on the outside that helps us remember things.
Mm-hmm.
Colors can be something. Where you were at the time. What was the other person doing at the time? But another one is smells. It's directly connected to our memory. It's the same place in the brain. Do you remember any smells during the time of their passing?
No. You mean like odors and stuff like that?
Yeah. They go together many times.
Yeah.
Not sure why, but do you remember anything like that?
Maybe that's why a couple of them sat outside my house for a while. Because knowing there would be odors coming from
I agree. Yeah.
it's like leaving spoiled meat out. It's gonna stink up the house after a while.
Eventually, but
Yeah.
right after death, sometimes there's odors as well.
Yeah.
Do you remember those odors?
No, sir, I don't.
The days or moments after them passing. Just pick any one of them in your memory. What were your thought processes?
Oh, undoubtedly a whole bunch of different fear, nervousness, restlessness. What kind of emotions does a person have when they realize what they've done is totally wrong? It's not content. It's not euphoria.
Although the behavior was revisited at least 5 times, right?
Yeah.
So was there a sense of satisfaction in there?
Not that I was consciously aware of.
And it was, go ahead.
Part of the problem I'm having dealing with this and other things in my past is part of my education.
What do you mean?
It's difficult to talk to a therapist if you've been trained how to be a therapist. I have an undergraduate degree in psychology. Okay, so
you know what I mean then. You're trying to get these memories back.
oh yeah. Wish you had a magic key.
Where'd you go to school? Where did you go to school?
Central Methodist in Fayette and Warrensburg.
Oh, I went to Warrensburg.
Probably after I did.
Is that where you went for your graduate degree? Is
I didn't get
Central Missouri State?
Yeah, I didn't get my master's, but I started there.
Okay.
Yeah, I graduated from Central in '77.
What rank were you when you got out of the Marine Corps?
Lance Corporal.
Did you get an honorable discharge?
Hmm?
Did you get an honorable discharge?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Mainly due to being a sole surviving son. I was in like right at a year.
So there was no chance of going to Vietnam.
No, I was under 21 and being a sole surviving son, they could not send me overseas unless I wasn't old enough, I guess, to sign my own waiver. And the parents, after bearing one son, they weren't going to let me go.
Right. You know, there's a common denominator in some of these things, and it just came to me. Were you into any kind of candle wax? Did you ever burn any kind of candles or anything that might be connected to any of these cases?
Not that I can recall. I mean, during the holidays, yeah, there's candles, but in reference to this, I can't remember. Can't recall.
Did you burn candles quite a bit in the house?
No.
Okay.
No. Not with little kids or animals running around.
Yeah.
Would you have burnt any candles to kind of set a mood or anything like that if you brought somebody to the house?
No. No.
So going back to all these years that you've given thought to these things, what are some details you haven't told us yet that you had thought memories of?
I've pretty well talked about things I've remembered. I mean, I'm sure there's things that might come up or suppressed, you know.
Maybe the passing of each female could be something that you may not recall right now. Although, as a male, the sex is something we remember. Do you remember the sexual contact?
Just having sex with them, you know, it's like.
All right, was it rough? Was it kinky? Was it?
I don't think I wasn't kidding.
Were they into that?
Physically satisfaction, emotional satisfaction during the sex act,
Any force?
but not a meaningful relationship.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
Was there ever a time when there was force, sexual contact?
No.
Did you keep anything from those individuals? That's not uncommon. That's a, I don't know if you recall.
Mementos? No.
Well, sometimes, yeah. Clothing.
No. Like you were asking the first time, like pictures or a scrapbook, or it says no. No, nothing like that. Nothing physical.
Would they leave anything behind after you disposed of their body? They leave anything behind, and what would you do with that stuff?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, it's like, like I can't recall what happened to all the clothes. I mean, were they thrown out with the trash? Were they disposed of with them? Were they redressed or? I mean, this ain't gonna make sense, but I wish there was just one that everything could focus on just one thing. Just that there's so many different individuals that things cross over.
So things could be confused with another incident because they're similar, right? Same location, same scenario, female, prostitute. Yeah. Do you still have their pictures with us? Mm-hmm. Maybe we can start focusing on one and then stick with her until we have exhausted those possibilities and then move on to the next. Because not only do we analyze and go over these interviews, but the prosecutors look at it.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah. So are they gonna be satisfied on the information provided? I think it's fallen short. Although, all right, yeah.
Now, you showed me this picture before, yeah.
Yeah.
She's pretty.
Yeah, she looks sad as hell in the picture, of course.
Well,
A mugshot
Yeah.
is not the best of times.
And we kind of, we discussed it's hard to remember those details on every specific case. But if you remember a detail of any of them, that we can't maybe pick out which girl that was with, but
Like, I don't know, choose 1 through 5, but which specific number?
well, I'm not asking you to pick which girl it was, but what would be that one detail that you're thinking of? But we're not going to ask, if you can't say it was which one of the 5, we understand that, but is there a detail you can remember of any of the 5?
Do you recall having conversation with her?
Not in detail of what we talked about. I mean, she does look familiar.
Yeah.
But that's kind of obvious. I mean, if
Was
she...
there anything particular about her body you recall?
No. No, you were saying at one time that one of them had a tattoo or something.
Mm-hmm.
I think you showed me a picture of it.
Mm-hmm.
But now I still can't remember which one it was.
Mm-hmm.
It was an autopsy, I think.
So do you remember how you took her life?
No, ma'am.
And she's the one in the box.
Okay.
And you mentioned here when we got here, when we first walked in, you mentioned the box being behind your house.
Yeah, that's the one you showed me the picture of.
Mm-hmm.
It was in the back of a pickup truck.
Do you remember that box behind your house?
No, I really haven't thought that much about that. I mean, it looked like a piece of furniture in a makeshift plywood box, wrapped in something.
You said something about a pickup truck. It was kept in the back of a pickup truck?
The picture you showed me when they found
When it was recovered.
when it was recovered, yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's the picture we showed.
Yeah.
Where did that piece of furniture come from?
Probably my bedroom or living room.
Was it part of the set?
Probably part of the bedroom set.
Because when I'm watching that video I described earlier, there's furniture in there.
The bedroom wasn't that big to hold all the furniture that came with the set. I know that.
So was one of the pieces separate?
It might have been sitting in the living room or in the basement or something.
Now, where did that idea come from? You know what I'm saying? You got a cabinet, and you almost have to hollow out the drawer, insides of the drawers, right? Where did that idea come from to put her in that? Instead of just making a box.
I don't know. Maybe after the drawers were taken apart, it was still flimsy and wouldn't hold together.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, once you take out those supports, cross beams, it starts to get flimsy.
Yeah.
So if you put her in there, where was she before she was in there?
Hmm?
If you had to put her in there to get rid of her,
Yeah.
where was she before she went in there?
Probably in bed.
So how much time goes between her passing and she goes in the cabinetry?
Well, I have no idea. Can't be that long.
No decomposition going on though? That much time? Okay.
I don't know how long it takes for a body to start decomposing.
A lot of factors there.
Yeah.
Temperature. Temperature, yeah.
And rigor mortis.
Having those bodies decomposing inside these packages, was that a concern about visitors that came over, associates that came over?
I'm sure that entered into it. Maybe that's why this victim and the one in the barrel were outside the house, and the others were taken out of the house probably that night, that morning. So in case family, friends, whatever came over.
Was there ever a time regarding her or somebody else that you had two bodies at one time? And was that a concern? You know, it's like, geez.
I don't believe so. I mean, I wasn't collecting them.
Right. I mean, not purposely, but sometimes just timing wise, was there one time that there was two people there?
Oh, probably the one in the barrel. 'Cause she sat behind my house for a couple months, maybe.
A long time. Was it possible that they stayed alive a lot longer after the sexual contact, before their death? Was there ever a time they stayed?
No.
Not in bondage or anything?
Yeah, I guess maybe in bondage, but after sexual contact, I don't think they stayed on their own.
What do you mean?
I think they lost their lives probably pretty soon afterwards.
Okay.
Not like 2 or 3 or 4 days.
And bondage was not part of the sexual contact. It was just straight sex. Is that what you mean?
Mm-hmm. So why didn't I take them back where I found them or picked them up?
Well, I think you did on a couple times, right?
Yeah.
It was just straight sex, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It was just straight sex and like normal.
Yeah.
Do you recall her right before she died?
No.
Did she say anything to you?
Not that I can recall. Not that I can recall.
Did you give any more thought to the box? Because we talked a little bit about that last time.
Just made out of, from what I remember, the photograph I remember from it is like the exterior box, which is a plywood built around a piece of furniture.
Do you remember making the box or where you got the box?
No. I would have to guess, I probably made it because it looked like it pretty well fit the piece of furniture. I mean, it wasn't like a lot of extra room in it.
Good point.
And it couldn't have been that big or wouldn't have fit in my van.
Because after you take the life of any one of these ladies, you would have to think of something or how you're going to dispose of the body.
Yeah.
So
I didn't plan all this out before I picked them up. It's something that transpired during or right after the sex.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't like, well, I'm going to go find somebody so I can kill them and dump their body.
No.
You know, it's like.
But after you would take their life, you'd be like, I have to find something to put the body in after you would.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm sure that after I took their life, it was like expedite getting rid of them somehow. Or getting them out of my house, sitting in a container that, being in construction, I always had construction material sitting around,
Okay.
you know.
The process of moving them after they pass to wherever container, for instance, hers was the dresser in the box, that process of moving the body, pretty hard to do. It's dead weight, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's dead weight. Do you remember that process? You got to get them out of the bed or from wherever they're at, the floor.
Yeah. Lifting them up, putting them in a container.
Do you remember putting her in physically?
Somewhat, but not totally. I mean, I remember placing her in the piece of furniture, but she didn't seem that heavy.
It didn't seem like, was she still limber at that time?
Yeah.
No rigor?
No.
Okay, so that's,
I don't think any of them had any rigor.
so it was soon after death, yeah.
Yeah.
Was it difficult to get her in the container?
I'm thinking she might have still been breathing.
Anything said?
Not that I can recall.
If she was still breathing, at what point did she stop breathing? What did you do to stop the breathing?
Choked her out. I said, I don't remember if I strangled her or choked her. Or
What's the difference between those two for you?
Choking is more or less like with your hands.
Yeah.
Strangling is with some kind of material. And suffocating is covering your breathing up.
Was she struggling during that time?
No.
Why?
I don't know.
Was there anything restraining her from
If
struggling?
she was tied up, she wouldn't have been struggling much.
Was she tied up?
I'm thinking she was.
With what? With what?
Some kind of shoelace or twine or rope or something.
Why couldn't she talk? Was there something preventing her from talking?
With you asking that question, it makes me think there might have been.
I know. Careful about the wording. But
Yeah.
you'll have to be specific about that.
No, I mean, with you asking that question, was she? Oh, you can't, okay.
Yeah.
You're here to ask, I'm here to answer. Okay. I don't remember if she was or not.
But you do recall.
If she had something around her neck, would she be able to talk? Whether it's a hand or a rope or...
So we've gone through some details about that. At what point in the house were you at that moment during all of these events?
Yeah, what now?
Where were you inside the house during all of these events? Which room?
Probably in the living room right outside the bedroom. You said you've seen the floor plan of the house.
I did see it.
The bedroom wasn't that big.
No. Right. What brought you from the bedroom where, I'm assuming, well, did the sexual contact occur in the bedroom?
Yeah.
Okay. So why the move from where sex occurred to where death occurs? What happened?
I don't know. Or I don't remember what.
But it
Yeah,
was not.
I'm not sure if she was deceased before I moved her from the bed to the box, or she passed away somewhere in between.
Was the box prepared before she got there?
No. It's like, I'm almost sure none of these were planned out prior to. It's just some pop snapped, fizzled.
I only ask it for on this one because there's some preparation that you have to do to the cabinet, to the dresser, to get a human in there. To the guts, you got to get the interior of the drawers out of it.
Mm-hmm.
So, was that prepared before she got there?
No.
After? So it was not
Apparently, yeah, if it wasn't before, it had to be after, or while she was there.
while she was there.
Yeah.
And was she breathing when she first went in there?
Went in with the box.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really recall if she was or not. She might have been.
And do you remember where the box was in the house when you put her in the box?
Yeah, right outside the bedroom door.
And what about moving that box?
You mean after she was in it?
Mm-hmm.
Moved it to either the basement or the back of the house. It was a walkout basement, flat backyard kind of.
How long did she stay out there then?
I'm not real sure.
After
A week or
being,
two.
after being moved to the backyard, where you're saying,
Mm-hmm.
and then she winds up on the side of the highway.
Okay.
Does she go anywhere, any other storage or places?
No.
Only those two. But in the vehicle. That's it.
Yeah.
Was she hard to move in the box?
Now with the two-wheel hand truck.
What do you mean by that?
I think it was in the one picture you showed me of the house with Doc.
I showed you.
You like a moving dolly, warehouse cart. The one on the side of the house.
Oh.
Yeah, right there.
Well, that's a two-wheel dolly. Is that the two-wheel dolly that you moved her with?
Yeah.
Okay.
Two-wheel hand truck, two-wheel dolly.
Yeah. But it's the same dolly, not similar. It's the one. It was yours.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
Boy, the neighbors must have really thought something when they saw me building the outside of that. I got disaster.
so you say the living room was upstairs in the house, right?
Yeah, it was a one floor.
Okay, and then it was a walkout basement.
Right.
So how'd you get the box from
Steps.
upstairs?
From the kitchen down to the basement.
So you would use the dolly
Yeah.
down the steps?
Either that or I drug the box down Because it's not really a moving dolly it's more like just a
Right.
warehouse type.
But yeah, it's not like it has a strap on or nothing. What name do you remember for her? Even if it was a street name.
I don't.
Did you have sexual contact with her before the day she died? Other days? Did you see her on the streets up there? Cherokee?
No, not that I can recall.
Not her. She's kind of easily remembered, very young. She's pretty. She doesn't necessarily, that's pretty good proximity of the time frame. She doesn't have the appearance of those that working on the street,
When you,
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, which vehicle would you use when you went and picked up
The
girls?
van.
Okay. And what color was the van?
Not really brown, like I don't know what color they call it. Not like a chocolate brown or the bag color there's like a bronze type.
Bronze?
Yeah.
Okay. What was the interior color? What was the interior?
It was a conversion van.
What color was the interior?
Tan.
Okay.
It had 4 captain seats and a rear bench seat. Carpeted throughout. It was a factory conversion van.
What make was that
It was a Ford.
one?
Yeah. 6 to repair daily.
Anything we haven't asked you that you think is important with her? Anything we haven't asked you that you can remember?
No. No, ma'am. Wish there was. Yes, there is, but
And we talked a little bit about smell and that she had been around for a while, you said.
But if it was like, wintertime and she's sitting outside, I don't know if there was an odor coming from the box or not. I didn't smell anything. The neighbors didn't. There wasn't an odor when she was transported in the van.
When I'm out walking my German Shepherd, if there's any carcass in the area, that dog's on top of it. Did you ever have any issues with dogs being all sniffy and around it and all that? Tell them to get away or whatever?
No.
Was that separate area than where the dog would be running?
Dog only went out. I don't think I had a dog that wasn't taken out on a leash because there was the fenced yard, but it wasn't completely 100% fenced.
Oh, okay.
And then normally I took them out the front door.
When you picked her up that night or that day, what was she wearing?
I have no idea.
Any colors?
I have no idea.
I know that's quite a detail to remember, but sometimes that's what catches our eye.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Would, after you took their life and you said put them in a container, would you do anything to the body before you put it in the container?
Do anything like what?
Would you just, how would you transport the body into the container?
I mean, moving them from like the bed
Uh-huh.
to the container, lifting them up or sliding them off the mattress into the box. But nothing more than that, I mean.
I noticed, like in the picture, there was no did you normally have sheets on your bed?
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe the sheets were green striped. Now the mattresses were striped too. And there were different colors and textures of sheets. I mean, solid ones, flowered ones.
So you had all different kinds of sheets?
Don't most people?
No. I have like one set.
Huh?
I have like one set. I wash, put back on, wash, put back on. Sorry.
Okay.
So you had several different. You mentioned green stripe.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have sheets like that too, or?
Yep, with matching pillowcases.
Okay.
But I think they were bolder, wider stripes. The mattress is more thinner stripes.
Okay. That's when he mentions color, something that you recall.
Yeah.
Do you remember any other sets of sheets that would have been with the girls?
I don't know if the sheets were with them or they were left behind and I got rid of them or washed them or threw them away or whatever.
So did you usually had a pattern? I mean, did you pick out your sheets? You said you had floral, stripe.
They were probably left over from previous marriage or college days or
Okay.
a gift from family.
Okay. Gotcha.
You know. Yeah, I've had family working at different kind of stores that things were on sale, so they pick up a set of this or a set of that. Mom and my aunt and one girlfriend, they couldn't pass the sale up. Typical female.
I understand.
Yes.
I understand.
Drive clear across town to save 7 cents on a bottle of ketchup.
Uh-huh.
And it costs 25 cents in gas.
Right.
Yeah.
You okay?
Yeah. And so anything else you remember about her?
Other than her going into that package, what else went into the package with her?
Maybe her clothes. I'm not really that speculating. I'm not sure.
You said you would use rope.
Rope or twine or
Okay.
shoelace, you know.
Okay, you want to talk about?
Where was she left?
Mm-hmm.
Where was she left at?
I don't know if this is the one from Maryland Heights or the one up in the Troy area.
Were they similar?
Mm-hmm.
Were they similar in appearance?
Like I said, I don't remember which was first, second, third, last. I don't remember what she was Well, since one of them was in a box along the highway, this one had to be the mattress or the trash can in Maryland Heights. I think.
Do you remember her at least street name? I mean, you didn't say, hey, you, when you're in the house with her, or was there any type of reference name for her?
Not that I can recall.
Where did the sexual contact occur with her?
In my home, in the bedroom.
Do you remember the sex with her?
Sort of. But nothing in detail. I mean, so was she in Maryland Heights or the Troy area?
It's Maryland Heights. Yeah.
Okay.
Did you smoke, Gary?
Hmm?
Did you smoke? What kind of
Cigarettes.
What kind of cigarettes?
Marlboro Lights or straight Marlboro?
The Marlboro Reds?
I'm
What'd you
not going to
say?
say no, I might have, you know. I normally smoke those Marlboro Lights, but then a lot depended upon if the vending machine or whatever was out of them, you know, or if they had a sale on them somewhere by the carton.
How did she die?
Strangulation.
What was the device?
I don't know if it was my hands or some kind of rope. Count time.
Oh, is it?
Still here.
Do you need to use the bathroom or anything, Gary?
Maybe in a little bit. Hopefully this won't go on much longer.
Yeah, you need a break.
Oh. Yeah.
Okay.
They want to know if I'm still here?
No, they were looking for the lieutenant. They thought he was in his office.
Did you want? Were you hungry now?
Nah.
No McDonald's, huh? No McDonald's, huh?
Oh, my teeth aren't glued
Oh,
in
Hardee's.
way.
Sorry, Hardee's. Oh, okay. Fair enough. When she was placed into that container, the plastic one, was that difficult?
No. She was still limber. I don't think she's that big. Her weight was.
Do you think she was alive when she went into the container?
Probably not.
Now, with her, do you recall any bondage? Any
No, I don't remember any bondage with any of the victims.
What were you driving when you dropped her off down there by the apartments?
The van.
Same one?
Mm,
Okay. Did I see you?
not that I'm aware of.
And it was still dark out.
Hmm?
It was still dark out.
Yeah, around the midnight hour, late at night.
Was it in correspondence or correlation with your shift over there at the Moolah? I mean, it's
No.
3/4 of a mile. It's close.
No.
Why that area?
I don't know.
Random.
Hmm?
Random.
Mm-hmm.
Was there anyone with you?
Hmm?
Was there anyone with you when you dropped her off?
No. It might have been random or like subconsciously. Since I worked out there at Moolah Temple, the van was familiar in
Yeah.
that part of town.
Yeah.
You know.
Remember how it was kind of elevated in correlation to that road Page was at the time. You know, it was kind
I
of
think
elevated.
Page was elevated.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
And you can look down to that road. And it does look like a service road, but yeah.
Mm-hmm. But I think I had to drive through the apartment complex because the part of the road where I left her was, I don't think there's any dwellings or buildings, mainly woods.
Mhm.
Okay.
Do you recall that going to the news, being found?
No.
I'm sorry, did you say you remember putting her in the trash can?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember her having anything on? When we talked about colors.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
I'm sure she had some clothes on, but I don't remember the color.
Which clothes on? Tops or bottoms?
Probably tops.
Is she a smoker?
I don't recall. She might have been, but I don't. Can't say one way or the other.
Something that people share is smoke time many times in life.
Yeah.
How long of a time from picking her up wherever you found her to the time you had sex? How much time do you think it would go by?
As much time as it took to drive from South St. Louis to my home,
Okay.
probably less than an hour.
So the sex, I mean, time is money, right? So sex probably occurred quickly.
Mm-hmm.
It's the whole purpose, right? What about death? How much time between the sexual contact and death?
Probably not that long.
Well, I'm being specific with her. How much time?
Probably an hour or two.
Was there any conversation going on? Did she have?
I'm sure there was, but I can't recall what we were talking about.
Any use of? Was she using any drugs at the time in the house?
Oh, not in the house that
So
I'm
that-
aware of.
That would have registered, right? Because you're not a drug user in that.
Right.
Yeah. And where does the death occur with her? Where in the house?
In the bedroom.
During the that was for the bedroom for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We only had basically one bedroom.
Right. But remember we talked about the other girl and it kind of happened.
In the bedroom.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's where the sex happened.
No, the death. Where does the death occur with her?
In the bedroom.
Okay. Does she have any clothes on when she dies?
Not that I can really recall. Maybe a top.
Does she struggle?
No.
Do you
If she
remember,
did, it wasn't that much.
do you remember taking her life?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember taking her life?
Not the exact minute or second, but
The actions leading up to it?
no. I mean, I don't really remember any detail of any of the five at the instant of death when they, became non-living.
So for her to be placed into the trash can, where does that take place physically?
In the bedroom.
You got to bring the trash can up.
Mm-hmm.
You got to bring the trash can into the bedroom.
Mm-hmm.
And then how does she go in there? Kind of describe that. The method. Yeah. How do you physically get her in there?
Lifting her up, like carrying, and placing her on top of the trash can and lifting the shoulders and the legs up together and she'd slide down.
Yeah. Okay. So butt down.
Yeah.
Does she fit?
Mm-hmm.
Does she fit in the trash can?
Yeah. Yeah.
Have any issues with the trash can?
Issues like what?
Mike talked about it earlier. Was there a lid?
I'm sure was at one point.
Well, you know what I'm referring to. When she's in it, was there a lid placed on her?
Probably so.
Think about when you arrive at that place off the roadway when she's pulled out of the van. Try to think back. Is she coming out the side door of the van?
Side.
The side. And you said there was captain chairs.
Mhm.
Does that trash can, fit? Or is one of the captain chairs gone?
It
fits.
Yeah.
When it comes out of there, think back. Was there a lid at that moment?
See, I don't know if I lifted her out or just pushed the trash can out. And then it drove off. So I don't know if the trash can was upright or laying on its side. I don't recall that detail. I do remember reading something or hearing on TV where somebody was out walking or jogging and smelled something and went to investigate and found the remains in a trash can.
Now, you're referring to either a news story or a newspaper story. When did that occur? When do you remember seeing that information? Was that right after or years later?
1 year later.
Right after the discovery.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Within a week or two after, yeah.
were you like, oh, there she is?
Yeah. Yeah, I can't remember if there was a trash can lid on it. By it.
Where did you first meet her,
South St. Louis.
specifically? Just over there.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's on the streets or a restaurant.
I went by the one address that she used to be on California. Was it California that you lived on?
Yeah.
It was like they're set up like duplex doors in the front. I guess one goes up and one goes down or something like that.
It was on a corner, the apartment complex that Karen and I lived in when we got married.
Yeah.
It was on California and Keokuk.
So, using that as a reference point, do you remember where you ran into her?
Mm-mm. No.
I might have already asked you this, but did you have sexual contact with her on another occasion before this whole thing?
I might have. I'm not real sure, one way or the other. Maybe that's why one of them, or maybe two or three, felt comfortable going back to my home because they were familiar with me and I was familiar with them.
Right. And that can occur just with humans, right? We get a rapport built. Now, one thing, and that's important, typically right before a sexual contact would occur with a prostitute, there's got to be a settlement on how much it's going to cost. You remember that with her?
Not specific.
Okay,
Yeah,
that
I mean,
detail.
at the time, it was like somewhere around $35, $40. And
Yeah, and a lot of times, like you said, they would get it before, you know. Do you take the money back after the sex?
mm-mm. No.
How much time goes between placing her in the trash can and dropping the trash can off?
An hour or two.
That was relatively quick on that one.
I mean, it might have been an hour or two.
Right.
I wasn't timing it.
But not days.
Not like the barrel in the wooden box.
Why the trash can on her? Why use a trash can with that one?
Why not? I mean, it was handy. Something was there.
Simple as that.
Yeah. It's kind of like, why a trash can, or mattresses, a wooden box, you know. Why not dump them out of the trash can where they were left and take the trash can somewhere else,
Right.
you know?
Or buy a container at all?
Yeah, that's true. Might be conspicuous to see somebody carrying somebody out of it. Yeah.
Might be just as simple as that.
Could be as simple as that or complicated as hell. I mean,
Yeah.
so go back to one of my, why did I even do it the first time, let alone the fifth time? I mean, there's similarities. They're victims, they're deceased, but there's so many things that aren't similar to them. You know,
Did you ever receive any type of sexual gratification with the process of death? Was that ever a factor? Because it seems to be the common thing. Not only the sex, but the loss of life.
no, nothing I can
Not a
tell you.
drive.
No.
And you said there was not necessarily a fight. They didn't anger you. You don't recall that. And they kept the money, right? So it wasn't.
The only thing any of them did wrong, they were in the wrong fucking place at the wrong time. Excuse my language. I mean, I truly cannot recall them doing anything to provoke what happened to them.
Was there ever a time when a potential victim got away?
No.
And once again, all of these, including her, the death occurred at the Edgar house.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's the only common thread. As far as death, you know.
Before any of these contacts, before any of all this occurred, was there ever the thought, the fantasy, the consideration of this behavior? Was there ever like, sometimes we'll think, oh, I'd like to rob that bank, but that doesn't mean we're going to rob it, right?
Right.
It's a fantasy. It's something we play out in our minds. Did that occur before any of these offenses?
No. Like, gee, I wonder what it'd be like to
Yeah.
pick somebody up and kill them for no reason.
Yeah.
No.
Didn't occur.
No.
So sporadic? I think you might have mentioned a switch in maybe the first interview or second. Sort of like a switch.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, what would take me from my lifestyle to go to this extreme?
Yeah, what's the motivation? Yeah.
I mean, well, I wasn't a hitman. I wasn't a pimp.
No.
And you said you weren't angry at women, right? You said you weren't angry at women, like after your divorce?
No. Karen and I only knew each other for 2 weeks when we got married.
Do you still have any communication with her?
Yeah.
How's that?
We have a very ill daughter right now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Why? You didn't have nothing to do with it? You know,
No,
that's
but
part of life.
it is.
She, when she was born, she had to have a lot of steroids and breathing treatments, and she may not be alive right now. She's in and out of the hospital constantly. She, her weight went up to 289. She has congenital heart failure. She was on a transplant list for her lungs. Was due to have her left leg amputated. She's not in the best of health. My first wife just passed away a week and a half ago of leukemia.
Was that Joan?
Joanne,
Joey.
out in Salina, Kansas.
Now, how did you hear about that?
Keeping in touch with family, sister, who keeps in touch with them. My family is type that even though there's a marriage or a wedding, you still have a friendship, even if it ends. Cheryl and Jay have been out to Salina to visit them.
Yeah.
Not because they're sister-in-laws, they're friends.
Yeah.
Okay.
Talking to Billy, my son out there.
So you have a son named Billy too? Because I know you said your other son passed away.
Yeah, he's 51, living in Kansas. Getting off the beaten path again, talking about my family.
Sorry.
I know it.
Maybe
It goes with the interrogation. Our question and answer period.
Sometimes it's just conversation too.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
I'm just curious.
Yeah, Billy did all right. His one son is a crew chief on an F-16 in Korea, 4th tour duty. He got twin sons living in Salina. Billy used to be a Kansas Highway Patrol officer when I first got down here. And that's one of them things you don't talk about.
Yeah.
My son's a cop.
Yeah.
State trooper would be at the best.
Yeah.
This is a Crime Circus presentation.
Before all these things happened with these victims, did you ever have those behaviors actually acted out in force with females?
I might have smacked a wall or two over anger, but
Well,
not because of a female or,
yeah. No, acted out against them.
Mm-mm. You mean like role playing?
Sure, role playing or actually acting out to a stranger or a friend with benefits, anything like that.
No.
Nothing.
Never got my jolly by inflicting pain on anybody. I even had trouble in boot camp. I never had weapons growing up. Ex-Marine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, you don't carry a rifle in a combat to sit down and talk to somebody. I had trouble after learning how to utilize an M14. The potential of it. Even qualification day, I was one of 12 recruits that scored rather well at Camp Benson. Afterwards, the platoon commander had us stand up and tell us how good we did. And the night before, he gave us what we thought was some kind of medication to help calm us down. And afterward found out with empty gelatin capsules. Mind over matter.
Henson on the East Coast?
Hmm?
Was Henson on the East Coast? Because I went to Pendleton.
Yeah. Pendleton was on the West Coast.
Right.
No, it wasn't part of Camp Lejeune where everybody's going to make money on it.
What station is
Saw that.
brief time, but I was stationed there.
Hmm?
Brief time, but I was stationed there.
You in on the class, Al?
I haven't even approached it.
It's like here. I've had people, in fact, an attorney tell me I'm damn good ground for a lawsuit. Why? Mistakes happen.
That's what I say.
You know. I had the prostate biopsy. The doctor in Jeff City doubled the antibiotics and the length of time I was going to be on it because of my health and age. Somewhere along the line, it took them damn near 12 days to get it to me. And in the meantime, I had developed gangrene. You know, it wasn't intentional. And I said, well, you can sue. And I said, for what? You know, the money's not going to do me no good. It was an accident, a mistake, you know. You can't really put 100% blame on one person. Except for in a case like this. And it's totally my fault. Probably had some kind of influence from somewhere along my life, but I can't lay blame on anybody.
Well, maybe you could help us out a little bit more with the one at the car wash. Do you remember where you picked her up? What she looked
South
like?
St. Louis. No, I sure don't. I would imagine she was probably really badly decomposed.
And you say that because?
She sat for a couple months behind my house
Okay.
in the metal container.
How much time between the three we've already talked about and her? So she mentioned that she was probably the last one. We talked about 19.
The last one that I probably disposed of,
Oh, yeah. Okay.
but the first one I'm almost, I'd have to say it was the one in South St. Louis at the park.
That was likely the first.
Might have been, yeah.
So we're talking about what year?
Late 80s, 90s, I don't know. The more we talk, and I mean, to me, it's clarifying some things, but it's also confusing some things, overlapping.
Yeah.
And it's not a cop-out, it's just a,
So I read your letter that you wrote to Jody. It's actually very clear. It appears that you're having clear thoughts. You express them well. Is written word better for you than conversation?
depends upon the circumstance. I mean, it's, you know, I told you to cooperate as much as I can.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought of this. You put me on death row. It's not going to give me no more time.
Right, yeah. Yeah.
And the way, I don't know, nowadays on death row is 8, 10, 12 years. I'm not going to be alive that long. You know. Because I've got going through some health issues now that, you know.
And we've thought about all of these things too, just like you have. So our gratitude that you're cooperating at this level, it's huge. Because we realize, what's his motivation? Well, it's purely to.
And I'm sure you realize how hard it is for me. I mean, it could be like, since I'm familiar with a lot of traits in people in this environment, I could have an attitude of, take me to trial, so what? Waste your time, waste your money,
You could have.
waste the inevitable. Because knowing the acts I did and the evidence against me, ain't no jury gonna say not guilty. You know, even with the law of probability, one of the 5, they're gonna hang me. Why do, I mean, it's like, it is what it is.
Before we talk about others, what else do you remember about her? Or her personal life?
Not.
Did she look better in that picture?
Like when I first saw it, she looks rough in that picture.
Yeah, well, who knows what the scenario was.
Yeah. But then it looked like a little bit of fear in the eyes too.
I agree. Do you remember that look in her eyes when she was with you?
No.
Was that ever, I guess, something that raced through your mind?
You mean like fear or something? No.
Was it any?
It's almost like they, up to a certain point of meeting somebody, whatever, them fulfilling a verbal contract, earning their money, whatever, and all of a sudden it's like the lights got turned out. And things drastically changed. I mean, I'm almost sure I did not leave my house to go on a prowl to kill somebody.
It was to have sex, right?
Hmm?
To have sex was the motivation.
Yeah. And waste money. Now, the one victim who you said son was taking it real bad, is he aware of up-to-date progress, what's going on now?
He is.
And how is he dealing with it?
I do not know. He apparently has his own issues as far as I think he has a drug problem, and he's hard to get a hold of. So I've talked to his father, but I have not talked to him directly. But according to his father, he has let him know. But I don't know.
Tied directly to his mom?
I do not know that for sure.
Or you can't say?
I don't know, honestly. I think he didn't have a great upbringing after his mom passed away, and I don't think his dad was in the picture, so to speak. So I think...
Is a father in the picture now?
He is, yes. The father said he took this pretty hard and kind of did not take care of his son like he should have. And now they're trying to rebuild the relationship, yes.
Were they married while she was making this living?
No.
Okay. Okay. I can't imagine somebody pimping their wife out.
Happens.
I'm sure in this world nowadays,
Yeah.
the law of probability.
I'm glad you asked about him, though. I mean, that shows...
I've thought about is trying to look at similarities of putting yourself in their shoes of what he's going through. And I'm not asking this, but his drug problems might inadvertently, indirectly have something to do with this.
It could.
Defense mechanisms escape reality. But I think we all do that from time to time, don't we?
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Go on vacation to get away from work.
Go on vacation.
Right. So just something in your past I was thinking about. So you grew up in St. Louis, right?
On and off, yeah.
Okay, and then you said you went to college in Fayette and Warrensburg. So how did you end up in Kansas?
I'm sorry. Dorothy and a Wicked Witch. Dad got transferred out there my senior year of high school.
Oh, okay.
We were living in Jeff City and got moved out there in December of 66, and then I graduated in 67.
What part of Kansas?
Salina is almost dead center.
Know it well.
You know it well.
Yeah, we used to ride motorcycles and meet in Salina quite often.
My son is in the. He just bought a new bike. Cost more than most people pay for a car.
Yeah.
Let's see, Salina used to have Schilling Air Force Base, and we moved out there like 6 months after it closed down. Nice little town at the time.
And then what year did you leave Kansas?
Went in the Corps in 68.
Okay. What brought you back to St. Louis?
I was incarcerated in Kansas and paroled out to Central Methodist, and I went to Warrensburg and then dropped out there and came back to St. Louis as a school teacher, or a substitute teacher rather. Couldn't be certified to teach full time with a felony conviction.
So you just, is there a reason why you came back to St. Louis? Was it for the job or for something?
Family.
Oh, you had more family here.
Oh yeah, at the time it was like aunts and uncles and cousins and parents and all kind of things like that.
Is that when they lived around Bevo Mills?
Hmm?
Did you say they lived around Bevo Mills?
I was born down on Gaynor,
Okay.
which is south of Bevo Mills, on Grabois by Christie Park.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, I can remember that. Those have been some good times.
There was a mention in the last interview about you and a friend went in on a semi-truck, a tractor.
Yeah, after the year of being a substitute teacher,
Yeah.
bought a tractor trailer and went bankrupt real quick.
Well, yeah. Did you drive at all?
Hmm?
Did you drive at all?
Oh yeah,
Where'd you drive to?
Chicago and Indianapolis. Worked for leased out to Island Cartage over by the stockyards in East St. Louis.
So how does that work? You own the equipment, right?
As an independent, you own the tractor. The company owns the boxes, the trailers, and one truck to be a company, and you lease out to them.
And then they'll give you work. What were you hauling?
Dry goods, steel out of Indianapolis back to St. Louis, Anheuser-Busch products going up, empty bottles coming back, things of that nature.
Was that year period? What was that time frame? What year was that?
Let's see if I can 79, 78, 79, somewhere around there.
But the money or something happened and it didn't work out.
Yeah, the truck got repoed.
Okay.
Oops.
That'll happen.
Kind of hard. Yeah. We bought a used tractor from some truck dealer over East St. Louis. And it was a good, and neither Jay or I, the friend that we went in partnership, had any business doing. You know, and it's like, we bought a good used truck. And it just got out of hand in a couple of months.
Well, you got some driving in, didn't you?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Upset a few police officers in Crestwood by going to a shopping center to practice driving a tractor trailer. One night the officer stopped, asked what we're doing. I said, well, I'd rather practice here than on your streets.
Yeah.
You ever tried backing up a tractor trailer?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Well,
you had to learn all that your own on a parking lot. Yeah.
mm-hmm. And I admitted at the time, when we go down to Anheuser-Busch to back up to the loading docks, I swallowed some pride and went in there and said, hey, I'm new at this shit. Whose new Kenworth is that? Would you like to back my truck up for me? Yeah.
Because you're going to have to put it right between others, right?
Yeah.
Down the dock.
With like less than a foot on either side.
Ooh.
I think the first time I successfully backed the truck up to the dock, got out, went out to the loading dock. Warehouse supervisor, now, you want to pull your rig out and open the back doors?
Because they're swinging.
And you don't open them when you're backed in. No. Yeah. The good old days.
Were you associated with any prostitutes back at that time period of your life?
No.
How about while in the service? How about while in the service?
Didn't have time.
What about in Kansas?
Hmm?
What about in Kansas?
No, I got married shortly after I got out of the service. No, I don't have a long history of this stuff, thank God. Short period of time in my life.
What do you think about stuff coming to you? I mean, you said you have a degree in psychology. Do you think stuff is going to come to you over time? Now that you kind of opened this up for yourself and thinking about it more?
Oh, I'm sure. Especially with the two new cases. I sincerely want to open up 100%, but I got to admit, I don't know how much I'm going to let myself open up fully. Is how I've opened up to now is painful as hell. And indirectly, I've got a rough period coming up shortly.
What do you mean?
Inmates only go to the custody complex for one or two reasons. And I'm not a snitch. I'm telling on myself. But nobody will know except for you all and I'm sure the staff around here. Inmates asked like the last two times, what are you over there for? And I went, you weren't invited, so none of your business. Nothing to brag about, talk about, compare notes. Nah. Something I got to deal with in here.
So what about any resources here at the prison? Are you interested in anything like that?
Yeah. Yeah, they have, contrary to popular belief within the population, they got a pretty good medical, it's not the Mayo Clinic, it's not Sigmund Freud, but they have psychiatrists, psychologists, medical personnel.
Isn't that what brought your cellmate around to talk about his? Isn't that what brought your cellmate around to talk about his incident?
No,
Not to you, but to other people?
No, because like when you're from the same town, I first heard about Armitrot. It's not funny, but before I got here, they have a softball diamond. They have organized teams. And he picked up a bat and looked at it, and somebody in the bleachers supposedly yelled, "Trout, you know what to do with that bat?" And he killed his grandmother with a baseball bat.
Yeah. This we talked about last time.
Yep. Or if you want to upset somebody, even to the point of having a hard physical altercation, somebody like Emery Fudo, ask him, "Hey, you still get greeting cards from your family?" Or Danny Porter, ask him if he still celebrates Father's Day. He killed his own 2 kids. There's a way of provoking some hostile reactions.
Oh, I'm sure.
And some things you don't talk about. Some things you listen and agree. But things like this, now I haven't talked to anybody in here, whether they're trained staff, correctional officers, inmates, not even my family. They know nothing of what's been going on here.
And that doesn't interest you at all, talking to one of the doctors?
Yeah, I'd thought about it. I'll probably get around to it.
Okay.
Maybe they can help open some locked doors.
Right, they're the professionals.
As long as I have confidence that it's not going to be open to everybody. You know? Just ain't a question. I don't know if the staff out here is fully aware of this. I'm sure they're aware of some reason why you're all down here.
Right.
Specifics, not that it doesn't matter, but they talk a lot.
Yeah.
And the staff, being correctional officers, aren't exactly above board.
Right.
They just busted somebody in my wing with cigarette tobacco taped underneath his trash can. He sure in hell didn't go out to Quick Trip to buy it. One way it came in. You know, and staff members do talk about inmates. If you ask one directly, they'll, "Oh, we don't know anything. That's not our job." They do. They read files. They got to. You know, so they know how to deal with people to a certain degree. Even the most uneducated CO, square cook, recreation officer, whoever, doesn't want to hit somebody's butt in the wrong way. You know, like making a comment about Father's Day when they know what a dude is in here. Things of that nature. But this closed environment is a smaller scale of which you all live on the streets. Because it's like, there's things in here you worry about, and there's other things, I got it made over you all. I get fed 3 times a day and I got a roof over my head. I don't have to worry about going to the grocery store and not getting food for the family. I don't have to worry about waiting for a bus and having somebody come up from behind and cold cock me. To a certain degree in here.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah, come to think about it. Yeah.
This is not a bus.
And as I know, people snap and go off on weird trips for whatever reason. I mean, case in point, why do people behave the way they do?
So you've named a lot of different examples of how one person could be provoked, in a way, to behave or act out, right? Because of a comment, because of something that someone else does. Did any of these victims have something in common that caused that in you at the time?
I wish I could answer that right now, maybe in time. But every human being experiences similar traits or stimuli. How you react to it is not always the same, even between biological twins.
Right.
You know, it's like,
Yet there was some prostitutes, you just had sex, took them out back home.
Yeah.
Somehow that, whatever they didn't do.
Did or didn't do, yeah, like. Or maybe it wasn't them, but it was me who did or didn't do something. Because you look at a picture, I had a professor say this once, that you take a group of people to look at the same picture and say, what's the first thing you see? You see the totalitarian of the whole picture, but one thing's focused on.
Right.
What's normal, what's not normal. 2 classrooms, identical teachers, students, same courses, same everything. One classroom has 29 people that can see. One person's blind. That blind person's abnormal. Doesn't fit the normality. Across the hall, twins. Everything's the same. But 29 are blind and 1 can see. Now the one that can see is abnormal because it doesn't fit the normality. So there's similarities on everything, but everything's different. You know. Makes sense? Yeah.
Would you always be willing to talk to us? Even if we rehash things we've already talked about.
This is the 3rd time I'm here, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, I knew this. You get called out at different times for different things. And they call me out to the pod or the bubble.
Yeah.
And the correctional officers, they want you over to custody complex. I'm okay, let me get my grades on and not sharps. I knew what I was, I could have refused.
Yes.
I don't want to find out what happens if I do. I talked the first time. Yeah. As long as you all come down this way, I'll talk. I mean.
And what about letters? Is that something else you'll consider adding more letters?
Oh yeah. Fully knowing that they're scrutinized here before they get mailed out.
Oh, yeah.
It's just like when I got your letter.
Mm-hmm.
Anything that is directly or indirectly legal mail.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't have to be from the court or an attorney, but law enforcement. You get called out and they open the envelope, take the insides out, shake it,
Mm-hmm.
and give it to you. And they don't read it. It's not open in the mail room. It's open in front of you.
Okay.
Now we can't even save the envelopes because of contraband coming in.
Yeah.
Letters. I don't know if, maybe I can check with somebody. It doesn't make any difference really. But if I send a letter to the court, to an attorney, I can seal it before I put it in the mailbox.
Right.
The letter I sent you is just, you write the letter, you put it in an envelope, you tuck the flap in and put it in the mailbox. They scrutinize them in the mailroom. It's not legal mail, I don't think.
Well, it didn't take too long to get it, so.
A lot quicker than with the iPads we got. Last letter my brother-in-law wrote took 11 days to get to me.
Oh, because it has to go to Florida.
Yeah, I had to go to Florida and then they scan it, put it on a tablet.
So you get my mail quicker than
Yeah, regular mail.
family mail.
Yeah.
Family.
Must have fed the Pony Express that day.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anything you want to add that's on your mind? Anything you want to add that's on your mind that we haven't talked about?
Not right now, no. Except for I'm gonna have to go to the restroom and I prefer to do it in my cell. So hopefully this ain't gonna go on much longer right now. Whoa!
Time flies. We're having fun.
Was this a bit of sarcasm?
Yeah.
Did you all come down together?
Mm-hmm.
You have to share that burger.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Last
Why'd you
chance to
turn
eat
that
it.
down? That was
Last
breakfast
chance to eat
with
it.
Biscuit.
Yeah.
Breakfast.
What was your favorite fast food restaurant? Everybody has a favorite fast food.
Yeah, when
Whatever's on my plate in front of me.
nah,
No, I mean like when you before.
back in the day, where
Back in the day.
would you stop?
Oh, it depends upon what. I was in White Castle Steak and Shake, IHOP, Denny's, family-oriented restaurant.
And what would be the go-to order at those places?
Basically, next time we come down,
Right.
we want to bring you something. That's why we thought this would be good for you.
I'd rather pick up than dine in.
I don't think they're going to let us take you out.
Yeah.
I don't think
we'll
they'll
do
let
the
us do drive-through.
No. Don't bring nothing down.
Nothing? No candy?
Jelly beans?
No.
Jeez, I would
You
do
don't-
anything for a chili mac.
You don't have to, and don't take this wrong. You don't have to patronize me to get me to talk.
Well, I'm not
that's
doing that.
That's not.
You don't have to bribe me to get me to talk.
That's not even.
I appreciate, with all honesty, but
The way I look at it, if I was in your position, I would want something like that.
what
So-
position's that?
If I was locked up for 32 years
They can't go on
and I couldn't get a
Yeah.
chili mac from Steak and
Oh,
Shake,
yes, we can.
Really?
They have different groups down here like 4-H, Restorative Justice, different organizations to get fundraisers twice a year.
And they'll do that.
We just went through one with a candy fundraiser, got 5 different kind of candies. They have pizza delivery.
really?
Oh yeah, imagine having a Pizza Hut and you get an order for 700 pizzas.
Yeah.
I didn't know they did stuff like
I
that.
didn't either.
Yep.
So you've had some of that stuff.
Arby's, Long John Silver's,
So you've had all that over the years.
oh yeah.
Okay.
Canteen, you can buy big ass burgers, pizza kits, all kind of food, beverages, clothing.
Is that the canteen that's right over here
Yeah,
when we walked by?
yeah.
I'm gonna peek in there. Just curious.
They're coming out of a slump like on the streets that suppliers run out of stuff to ship. You know, normally there's 5 or 6 kind of ice creams, all kind of sodas, soups, bagged meats, potted meats. Maybe next time I remember, I'll bring a canteen list and y'all can have it. And buy all kind of clothes.
I would have never guessed that.
Yep.
Never guessed that.
You can buy t-shirts, boxers, socks, tennis shoes, sweatpants, hats, coats, towels, linens. Yeah. TVs.
They don't supply that when the weather changes.
Yeah, you get so many state issue, but it's like you're allowed maybe 3 boxers, 4 t-shirts, 3 pair of socks by the state. Yeah, well, if you have the means, you're allowed 8 sets, including state. When I take a shower every day, I change clothes.
Right.
They've laxed off in years. We can buy laundry soap, do laundry in yourself. Years ago, you couldn't. Now you can. It's a totally different, isolated world, but we have similarities to the outside. Yeah.
What's your bedding like? What's your mattress like?
Yeah.
You just have that thin piece of.
No, I'm due for a new one next month, but they're thick foam rubber covered in plastic, and you get 2 sheets and a pillowcase, a state blanket, and you can buy a personal blanket. You turn them in once a week, get them laundered.
Is it comfortable?
After a few years, it's like, yeah. Right now, not really, because the mattresses collapse a lot
Okay.
and they're all steel bunks.
Yeah.
Kind of like the military.
Huh.
Imagine living on concrete and steel all your life.
Mm.
The chow hall's got the tables, they're round tables with 4 stools,
Mm-hmm.
all steel. The bunks are steel. The floors are concrete. The walls are black. You get used to it, you don't think about it.
Mm-hmm.
But occasionally when you get up in age and you get up in the morning, you do it really slow. Feels like you slept wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Interesting. All right. Well, I appreciate you talking to us.
I hope
If you-
I clarified some things, helped out a little bit.
But if you do think of something, make sure you write her. That way we can prepare to come down and talk
Okay.
about those things.
Mm-hmm.
The big thing that I got out of it is the coat hangers in the mattress. Because we never talked about that.
That's more than last time. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's things like that, it's like, yeah, we know that.
We can let our bosses know that, you know.
Hmm?
We can let the bosses know that, the prosecutor, that, you know.
It's not that I'm not trying.
We know.
Oh, we know that.
Some things are gone forever. I can't
Right.
guarantee I can remember every little detail.
So we discussed many details, for instance, like the girls in the pictures, how they were placed. You went, at least hopefully in your own mind's eye, you were going through those physical things like placing her in the trash can. That was an example.
And some of it, recalling painful experiences like
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it really happened. Yeah. So-
there's a reluctance of talking about it. But if it helps everybody out, can't help me out no more. You know,
It does help.
Mm-hmm.
it helped the day I think I first sat down.
Mm-hmm.
Reality touched home. Because there it was. All this speculation of not if, but when y'all were going to come talk to me.
Yeah.
Get done over with now. You know?
And like the letter, it really helped because if you read it and then let it digest a few days, like we all did, and then you have other people read it, they digest it, and then you start developing questions about the things you say in there. So that helps. So sometimes having a little delay in the return visit helps.
Helps direct the path it goes, you know. Which fork in the road do you take? As they say, if there's a spoon, you don't take a fork.
Caught me off guard. I just woke up, don't have my teeth in.
Yeah, you're self-conscious about that, aren't you? You all right, though?
Yeah, okay.
Looks like something's on your mind. What's up?
I thought I'd be going back to St. Charles by now.
What we're trying to do is work it out where you don't have to. That would be better for you, correct?
Yeah, it'd probably be better for everybody.
One of the reasons is the health problem, health
Okay.
situation. Here they've got it somewhat under control.
Right.
If we bring it back to either one of the 3 different places, we don't know what kind of if they're set up for any type of that situation. I think
Okay.
the Department of Correction would still be responsible for whatever medically happens.
Right.
So I think from talking to the prosecutors and everything that they're going to try to do everything in-house here.
Okay.
I mean, obviously it may be a Zoom call. I can't imagine anybody coming up here to do that. But I think we're working on that procedure right now. That's easy for everybody.
I've been thinking about that too, to consolidate everything.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. because all of them have been getting together, making arrangements for this and that, and they've all,
Yeah, because things like the medication I take, even the adult pull-ups, does this place supply them, or where I go I have to do it, or back and forth? Yeah,
that's probably one of the main problems.
yeah,
And we don't want to, put you through any of that, or put the jails through any of that.
yeah.
Because number one, it's a big responsibility,
Oh, yeah.
on your part, and
Plus the time travel, the personnel involved.
correct. So we're still working on that. I talked to my boss the other day, and he's working with everybody involved, and we'll work that out.
Okay.
It'll be easier.
Yeah.
So, look like you're losing weight.
I don't think so.
Really?
I still ride.
It was my impression too when you walked in.
Really?
Yeah.
Thinner.
It's the
Yeah.
hair.
The hair?
Yeah.
It's the hair. I'm still around 2 1/4.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. All right. You want to get the paperwork out of the way?
Okay.
All right. Before we ask any questions, you must understand your rights. You do not have to make a statement or answer any questions. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice before you're asked any questions and to have the lawyer present with you during questioning. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, and if you so desire, one will be appointed for you before any questioning. If you decide to answer questions and or make a statement now, you will have the right to stop answering questions or remain silent at any time. Oh, they got your bottle of water.
You're welcome.
Thank
Here you
you.
go, sir.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
We brought donuts, but we gave them to the help.
Hmm?
We brought donuts, but we gave them to the help.
Cards.
Since you didn't
Okay.
need some help with that.
That's pop off or twist off?
Twist.
There we go.
Probably will.
So have you been contacted by any public defenders or anything like that?
No.
Okay.
I've been contacted by some people wanting to capitalize off of it, make money off of it. I talked to Ryan twice.
Oh, did you?
I told him at some later date down the road, I might talk to him. He contacted me a second time wanting to talk where he guaranteed he would not use the information until the time was right. And I'm going, I didn't answer that one. I had a letter from an attorney in Clayton that the top corner said advertisement.
Oh.
And it's to be understood.
Sure.
Talking to some of the other people in here who've had big cases, I'm expecting all kind of, like, we'll do this, we'll give you that. And I'm, man, I don't want to make anything off this. I just want it to be in the past. It's always going to be in my future. I'm always going to have a thought. It's always there. I can't get rid of it.
Right.
And not to seem, I don't know, I shouldn't even say this. What I did was terribly wrong, is evil. But these people who are coming to me are people with other cases that want to make money off it.
Mm-hmm.
Is this not also morbid?
Oh, yes. Yeah, that's
I
at
mean-
another level of being.
I know it's human nature. They want to, make a living, sell books. Ryan works as a staff writer for the Riverfront Times, and this is how he makes his living. But I don't want to be any part of it.
That's
There's
understandable.
There's nothing they can give me or do for me that I want. Did you get my latest letter?
Yes.
Okay.
I just got it though. So.
Talking about the letters to the family. Yeah, what you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't know if that's even possible.
Well, she called me and sent me copies. I got copies of the letter, and I ran it by my boss.
Okay.
And he says at this time it probably wouldn't be appropriate.
That's what. Yeah.
And so basically that's going to be on hold for a while.
Okay.
But go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, but I think that somewhere down the line that's very possible. Very
Right.
possible.
And letters, I didn't want to. I had to go over thought. I didn't want to contact them directly.
Correct,
Because I know that's not the right thing to do.
correct.
And like that, if you can, great. If you can't, okay too, you know.
Have you heard from any of the families?
No, I haven't. I
Okay.
haven't.
We didn't know if they would allow something like that or not, I don't know.
No, I can't say they haven't tried because the way letters are received here, it's like legal mail we can get. But if my sister or anybody writes a letter, it goes to Florida and it gets put on our tablet.
Correct.
And I don't know if everybody knows the address down there. No.
Okay.
I don't know if my ex-wife has heard from anybody. I know my sister says that was a relief. I didn't know she had been talking to y'all for like 3 months, or you'd been talking to her.
Yeah.
And last week, Wednesday, I think, when I called her, I finally decided to talk to her. And when I started saying something, she says, "Forget it. I know all about it." I went, "Do what?" Which was a burden off of me.
I wanted to give her a heads up before it hit the news.
Yeah.
I didn't want her to find out from TV, so I gave her a
I know
courtesy
you
call.
talked to her prior to that.
I did.
Yeah.
That's before we kind of, got to talking to you and all that kind of thing. So
I
then I
appreciate-
didn't call her again until.
Yeah. I appreciate the courtesy y'all giving to my family. It means something.
Mm-hmm.
So it made the conversation with her a lot easier, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah.
What'd you guys talk about?
Not that much about this, just that she was aware of everything and that you'd contact her, and some people from some newspaper have called wanting to interview them, and she won't do it either. No.
Did you discuss anything about any of the cases? Did she ask you any details or anything like that?
No.
And you didn't volunteer any?
No. She just, like she told me, we're still blood, brother and sister, we're family.
Right.
And she didn't even express in any way want to know any details or anything about it.
Okay.
She did call my son out in Kansas, call my cousins up in New York to let them know, because it was on the Associated Press. I mean, it went out broad time, big times.
How did you find out about the newscast, the press release?
Oh, TV.
You saw it on TV?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
How did you think that went? I
never gave that one much thought.
Nobody really portrayed you in any other.
It was,
Was it fair?
oh yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Nothing that kind of upset
I
you?
knew a couple of inmates came down knocking on my door. "You're on TV." And I went, "Okay." So when I got it turned on, it was like, whoa, everybody knows now.
Have you been approached by anybody in here asking you details or anything like that?
Nothing about details. It's a strange environment I live in. If you're not real familiar with it, it's hard to understand. I don't fully understand it. I'm accepting it, but I've got a good support team.
Yeah.
From not only religious people, but people with, it's hard to believe, cases worse than mine. That they're not glorifying anything, but they're talking to me. One or two gentlemen that are on death row that are getting real close. Very supportive.
Okay.
Not really talking about anything in depth on a case, just the emotional trauma, the stress, things being lifted off. That the one, I'm trying to think how he said it. It made me feel good in a way that he admired me as an individual for being a man and standing up to it, accepting full responsibility. And as I sit here, it's hard. It's hard.
Has anything gotten worse? Has anything gotten worse? You're not getting any threats or anything like that?
No. No. There's one gentleman, Larry, works out at Rec, and he asked me, he said that somebody asked me, did they lock Muehlberg up? And they're like, for what? No, I have no fear, no threats, no nothing. If there are any lurking, nobody's aware of it, you know. Nothing to that degree.
Did they give you any advice, these guys that you referred to, any advice about this whole process? Not necessarily what's going to happen, but advice of just opening up about what happened, you know, recognizing those details that we've asked you, you know, and would like to get cleared up. Have you given that some thought, some more details about what happened?
Only as far as tell the authorities, the people, what they want to know as far as I can.
Yeah.
You know.
They suggest you be totally open.
Which I have been till now.
Sure.
You know. One of them even said now that everybody's different, like to say, no, they're going to take me back and hold me and all this stuff. Nobody knows. Like you said, you're working on something, no guarantees. We look for you to have the FBI come down and interview you, to profile you, and they don't lie to the FBI.
You'll give me time,
Right.
I almost laughed at that. I said, well, I don't plan on lying to anybody. I mean, if the authorities want to ask questions, I will be as honest as I know. And just, you may not want to hear, but I cannot detail what I did exactly at 12:01 yesterday. I mean, I don't have total recall. I wish I did.
Mm-hmm.
You know, on a lot of, not only this case, but a lot of other things, of mistakes or things that happened in the past. You know, I've been trying, but like I said, after I got out of the hospital this last time, that set me back. That I got back here on a Wednesday evening, called my sister, and then found out my daughter had passed away the day before.
I'm sorry to hear about
Yes.
that. We did know that.
I think that was in.
You wrote that in the letter?
Yeah, it's like, I'm trying not ever to ask myself, what else can happen? How can it get worse? Because darn if it don't. You know.
Have you heard from your other son?
Billy, no. My sister contacted him, and he works for the railroad, so he's not, I don't know his hours and stuff like that, but we'll touch base eventually, you know.
One of the things that I shouldn't say struggling with, but we have questions about, 4 out of the 5 that we've identified, we've done everything. We're having a hell of a time trying to figure out the 5th one.
Mm-hmm.
We've contacted a medical examiner. We've contacted old detectives. There's a whole lot of people that have been contacted, and we just cannot find the 5th one. And that's one of the main reasons we want to come back up and talk to you again, to see if we can go over.
What do you mean find?
Identifier.
Yeah.
Okay.
We don't have her identified.
Yeah.
I can probably the one that was in the barrel.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah. See, like I said before, I don't remember who was first and who was last.
Correct.
Names, they all use street names.
Correct.
You know.
You'd be surprised at some of the nicknames in this place.
Do you remember what she looked like?
I wish I could. But I figured that she had been at my house the longest in the barrel.
Did you have her in the barrel along with another?
No. You mean two of them in one?
No. Two different,
At the same time?
yeah. Because I thought you said you had the one in the box and the one in the barrel at the same
But not at the same time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You had them back behind your place for a period of time.
The young lady in the barrel, I think started out, I know, was in a cardboard barrel that we had some clothes stored in the basement that I emptied out. But it wasn't a real stable barrel.
Cardboard with like metal rims
Yeah.
around it? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And then I think the following day I got the metal barrel and put everything in it.
Where'd you get that barrel?
This is a Crime Circus presentation.
I can't really recall. I don't know if I saw it somewhere. I know there's a place not far from where I lived that sold barrels. Like you make barbecue pits or storage or shipping out of. I'll give that some thought.
Now you
Yeah,
said,
she sat behind my house for a few months.
and you said you put her and other things in the barrel?
Just that cardboard and then put all that in the metal barrel.
Oh, okay.
So you didn't have to physically transfer her, your hands on her
No.
skin. You put the barrel in there.
Yeah, it was kind of like the cardboard barrel standing upright and then just lift it and slip the metal on over it.
In
Turn it over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Seal the lid down?
Hmm?
And then you seal the lid down?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It had I can't remember what it's called, but it had the ring that once the lid was on, you put the ring around it and snapped it shut.
Okay.
What do you remember about anything of that night? Do you remember anything that would help us identify her in any way? Is there obviously conversation? You don't remember conversations or anything like that?
Or where you picked her up? Where you picked her up?
Down South St. Louis, down what they called the stroll at the time. I remember reading something in the paper about somebody trying to make a facial recognition out of clay or something to identify somebody and cross. But I don't know if that was her or somebody else. I can't recall.
What do you recall about where you put her? Because you had told us a certain area that you put her.
It wasn't that far from my home. I mean, I lived in Bell Ridge on East Edgar, and the car wash was not that far from where East Edgar came into Natural Bridge. I know I used the van.
What time of day was it? What time of day?
Real late evening or early morning.
Do you remember if you washed your vehicle out? Did you wash your vehicle? Did you use the car wash that night for any reason?
I probably did. It was in, I think, the winter time. And the van, I washed it off. Regular cleaning, like washing the outside and cleaning the inside, but there are no telltale signs from what was in there. I mean,
Was there anybody else? Did you notice anybody else around the car wash at that time?
I'm sure there are cars driving by, but I don't.
Anybody washing their cars?
It was a small, I think, a 2-bay car wash. Yeah, I think it just maybe a 3-bay with the 1 bay taller for like pickup trucks and vans and things of that.
Do you remember the name of that car wash?
Oh, I sure don't. I don't really know if it had a name. No, I can't. I don't think I ever knew if it had a name.
The place where you put that barrel at the car wash, describe that. At what location? Inside the bay, outside?
I was inside the bay. Because when I pulled in, I opened, the van had double doors on the side, it wasn't a slider. And I pulled the barrel out and just sat it against the wall.
Like where the wand would be, you know, where you
Close
spray
to it, yeah. Yeah, close to it.
And are you sure that was the place you put that car wash? Could it be confused with another car wash?
No,
Okay.
no. Because I know when I left there, I went to the Waffle House to get a cup of coffee or something.
There you go. Okay.
Yeah. So it's basically in the neighborhood.
That's very close. You know, these others, O'Fallon, Lincoln County, Maryland Heights,
Yeah.
a little bit further from your house.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think of, did you think about the risk you were taking so close to your house, disposing of that body?
Not really, because it, like Natural Bridge is well traveled, it's not isolated, it's out in the open.
Why at that particular time? Was there anything happening with the barrel? Odor or seepage or anything that you would say, I think I better do it at this particular time?
It just not, I don't know why at that particular time I did it. I mean, why I moved it then and not earlier or later. I mean,
Any reason why you would have kept it for 2 or 3 months as opposed to the other ones?
not knowing what to do, hesitation. I mean,
So would you think that might have been the first one?
for as bad as you say she was decomposed, yeah. Yeah.
When you look at the timeline of when the bodies were found, you know, and the timeline when they were last seen by their friends or acquaintances down on the stroll, when you just look at the timelines, there was, at least 2 occasions that you must have had either on your property or somewhere else 2 different bodies. Because otherwise, from the time they left to the time they found, they're going to be not stacking up. That's probably a bad term, but they're missing.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not found yet, so they've got to be somewhere. So was there a time when you had 2 bodies in some sort of container at your property?
That's what, like you asked Earl,
Yeah.
I can't 100% say no, there wasn't 2, but I don't remember having them, what you said, stack up or.
Yeah, probably not.
I know the wording. See, I'm not real sure how much time really elapsed between each one or the group of 5. Was it over a course of 6 months, 8 months, 2 months? There's, as cold-hearted as it may sound, I did not keep track of things. I mean, I didn't keep souvenirs and mementos. I didn't keep a scrapbook or mark dates on a calendar.
From the time you might pick up any one of those girls from the stroll and you take them home to have sex, right?
Right.
and then taking your life. But during that time, do you ever interact with anyone else?
Yeah.
Who do you interact with?
You mean like friends, family? Yeah.
This is my friend, so-and-so.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't like I isolated myself in a cavern or a cave and came out just to get somebody to kill and stay in the cave. I mean, I had an ongoing lifestyle.
Sure. But during that interaction with friends and family, do they ever see any of the girls you take home?
No.
Just by coincidence, they come by.
No, it was always like a late evening that I'd bring them back to the house.
You mentioned that often, well, each time they were picked up from the stroll. Was there ever a time you picked them up within a bar, a store?
I don't know if I can clarify this, but what's working on my mind at times really heavy is, and these are not the only 5 young ladies I paid for sex.
Yeah.
There are ones in between. What caused me to take the life of this one, but maybe not the next 1 or 2 or whatever, and then strike again? It wasn't like striking every time.
Was there ever a time that you actually picked one up from a bar and she ended up losing her life?
Then why not leaving life?
You met her in a bar,
right?
And then you ended up taking her life. Do you remember a scenario like that?
Yeah, but generally, yeah.
What was the bar?
Oh, I got it pictured in my mind. I think it was called the Wedge, which is down on Jefferson and Broadway. The way the building was shaped, the way the streets come together, you had that wedge. Caddy cornered from a bank. I think that's where I picked the one young lady up.
Which young lady was that? Which package was that?
Man, I can't recall that. Man, I really wish I could to identify the one, because the family is still not knowing.
What race was she?
Oh, Caucasian.
Do you know age?
No.
How did you kill her?
Like the other, strangled.
Right, but some were like ropes, some were hands. How about that one?
Oh, see, to me, when I say strangled, it means by some means, my hand, the rope, whatever. I mean, not like they weren't shot,
no,
they weren't stabbed, they weren't sliced and diced, they weren't beaten. For the life of me, I can't really say which one had a rope or a string or my hands.
Gary, we got a name of somebody. We checked with the medical examiner's office.
Okay.
And the best we were able to find out, she was a 69-year-old woman.
Yeah, what?
69-year-old black woman.
No.
As soon as I heard that, I said, I can't imagine that being anybody that we want to look at, because we got her name and things like that. But
No,
nothing of that age, or most of the women white.
Yeah, I believe so. One might have been almost like darker skin complexion, but they were all Caucasian or white. There were no Chinese or Orientals or blacks.
Okay.
I'm gonna show you a picture. See if you recognize her.
No. Yeah, those both are the same person?
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't recognize either one of them.
Okay, how about this one?
No. She was missing from Shrewsbury?
Yeah, but she hung
No.
out in South St. Louis.
I believe Shrewsbury took the missing persons report, but she used to hang out in the stroll area, correct, Jody?
Yeah, correct.
No, it just doesn't ring any bell whatsoever.
One more.
This one looks almost like a girl I used to date.
When you say date, you mean pick up?
No, she
Just
worked.
actually dated her?
Yeah. Let's see.
Let me see.
That looked like Nancy a little bit. I met through a family friend of my family, and while I was teaching school at Wheeler, I dated her for a little while, but nothing happened to Nancy. I mean, we were friends. We dated with nothing really romantically inclined.
Okay.
Now those pictures, it's like, I don't know why they're blocked. My mind is blocking things out. It's not only to help you all, but to help the family and help me.
When you dated women, other than when you picked them up off the stroll, was there ever any action done that they would be in fear of you in any way? I mean, was there ever role playing that you might have done that would kind of make them standoffish as to, whoa, what's going on?
No.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. No. Because when I'm dating, it's more or less like just, general companionship. You know?
Mm-hmm.
You get tired of, not tired, you go out to eat by yourself, go to a show by yourself. It goes better when you have friends, male or female.
Correct.
I had a few platonic relationships where, it was just going out to be with someone. There's a couple times where, Nancy, for one, would call me, see what I was doing, and we'd meet at a restaurant, meet at a pizza place. She'd pay, I'd pay.
Nothing really romantic, heavy romance or anything like that?
No.
Do you remember, prior to all these girls that lost their lives, do you remember ever forcing someone to have sexual contact with you?
Mm-mm. You mean to the point of being raped?
Yes.
No. I know there was one that, my ex-wife, when we were separated, And the thing that kept me from going to jail then was when Karen and I separated, she took the kids and moved back home with her family.
Yeah.
Okay. And she had a friend, and I kept the house in the agreement I was going to get it. It was a no-fault divorce, and I was trying to win her back. And we had a relationship at night, and she went to her girlfriend's house and went to the police, said I tried to rape her. They took both of them to Clayton or to a hospital for a rape kit or something. And the officer heard them in the back seat giggling and said something to the effect of, "We got him, you'll get the house now." And they went, "They're not going to press charges," and everything just went away.
We talked about picking up these girls that lost their lives, having sex with them, right? But you really never satisfied our questions regarding any type of bondage, tying of the hands,
Okay.
gags. You must have given those questions some thought since we've talked to you.
Mm-hmm.
What did you come up with?
Yeah, I can't say all of them, but might have been a couple of them that were bound, their hands tied behind their back.
Why?
It's a good question. To keep them from fighting back, or to keep them there while I was doing other things.
What do you mean other things? Like go to work or something?
Yeah.
How long do you think they remained bound and alive at your house?
I'm thinking one of them a day or two.
Are you having periodic sex with them in between?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And are they fighting?
No.
Ever any type of weapon involved? Anything sharp?
No. I didn't own any firearms. For one, I couldn't legally. No.
And then why the decision to end their life? If you got them there, they're bound, they can't leave, it's a source of sexual contact. Why come to that point where you no longer need them alive?
You're asking the same question I've been asking myself time and time again. If they willingly went to my house, I paid them.
Yeah.
Why did some of them I take home, take back? Unfortunately, 5 of them I didn't. Why or what provoked that type of behavior? I mean, I don't know.
Do you recall when you're talking about the one that you may have had there for 1 or 2 days? Do you remember what type of packaging you used on her? Which one that would have been?
No. I mean, that may come to mind in time, but I'm trying my best to remember everything,
And we appreciate that.
even if I don't divulge it. I know you all need as much, you need the whole scenario.
Yeah.
Not as much as me.
Is there anything that you wouldn't divulge to us? Is there anything that comes to mind that you just don't want to tell them that?
No, how can it be any worse? It's like,
Right. It's out there now.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
way out there.
Well, believe it or not, sometimes when we sit down to talk to people, even though they divulge what they did, there's always these details. For instance, you're just now saying they were left bound and kept for a little while. Sometimes it's just, some people are embarrassed, even though what they did was this thing, not good, but still they hang on to that one thing that, I'm kind of embarrassed about that. Is there anything like that? So for instance, was the act of binding them, gagging them, keeping them part of the sexual arousal?
It might have been. It might have been. But you see, holding stuff back from myself would not, it's like everything's in here. Why would I hold this back and not that back? Or admit to myself one thing and not the other, because nobody would know about it but me.
Yeah.
Holding things back from you all, I almost, what's the word? Feel obligated to be 100% truthful. Because in the back of my mind, no matter what you always, don't comment to this, okay? In the back of my mind, there's always that threat that they'll pull the agreement of no death penalty off the case. And why am I worried about the death penalty? I'm going to die. I don't want to die by my hand or the state hand. I'm going to die naturally.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Just, I mean, even if you were to pull that agreement back right now, that would draw this out a long way.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Because I don't think a person can plead guilty to the death penalty.
We've had one, but it got reversed.
Yeah.
He pled the death penalty, the judge gave it to him, and it got reversed.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's probably what would happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, I don't want to delay for numerous reasons any of this. Closure for the family, for you all, for me, for my family.
Did you mention anything like this to your sister? That you just want to
No.
do whatever you need to do to get it over with?
She stands behind me, and no matter what decisions I make, I mean, I'm her brother, she's my sister. We did not discuss anything that wasn't in the paper or on the news. Just common knowledge. Yeah. Even the people in here that are the supports I'm talking about, they're not asking, because it's like, boils down to another business, but there's an understanding in this kind of an environment. You know what you know, you accept what you know, but you don't dig for anything. Because it's like, if I were to ask somebody about their crime, why? It's like, it is what it is, it happened. You're accepting, just trying to help get over a hell of a hurdle or a burden.
So I know you said you couldn't remember time as far as this last one that's not identified.
Mm-hmm.
Can you put more thought into that? Because I just feel like,
Yes, ma'am.
you know what I mean? I just feel like we could probably pinpoint a certain time of when those occurred compared to the other ones.
Yeah, because, oh man, her family's got a right to know if that's her or not, or some family, if she has a family.
Right, and I'm getting quite a few phone calls from families saying,
I'm
do you
sure.
think it's my mom? Do you think it's my aunt? Do you think, you know?
Yeah, I can understand that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will give that a lot of thought. Because she don't have anybody come put flowers on her grave.
Sure.
She's a John Doe or a Jane Doe or whatever.
And I know we bombarded you with questions. Is there anything that you've thought of since we were here last? Any detail of any of the cases or?
I can't really come up with anything more right now. Not to make excuses, but that 5 days in the hospital and my daughter's death kind of like,
Set you back?
oh yeah,
Big time?
yeah. I mean, I know the suffering I went through, knowing April was not in the best of health and her demise. I can't imagine what these families have gone through for 32 years. It's a lifetime.
So what made you stop? What made you stop?
That's what I've been, I've been given a lot of thoughts to different scenarios, categories, like dating in high school, dating in college, dating when I got out, being married, divorced. What turned this on and what turned it off completely? Because like I said, there's like, I don't remember the first or second victim, but what caused me not to do things in between or to do things, I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's like, why did I start with number 1 and quit with number 5? Why didn't I quit with number 3? Why didn't I go on to number 7? Why did I even start? Why did I even stop? Why did I have pauses and it's like mind-boggling? I don't know. I don't think I'm afraid to know. I owe it to myself, if there's nobody else, to fully understand the complexity of all this. And this is not anything easy for anybody.
What about any other state that you may have lived in? What about any other state that you may have lived in? Anything like this occur?
No. With my involvement?
Right.
No. I've only lived in 2 states, at Kansas and Missouri. You know, I've visited other states, but no.
So tell us more about that time. You said you owned a tractor trailer, right?
Yeah.
How long did you own that?
Oh, probably about 8 months when I went bankrupt.
Okay. And you said you used it. You used it yourself?
Oh yeah. When I was teaching at Hubert Wheeler, I drove a bus part-time because I wasn't a full-time teacher. I was a part-time sub. And to supplement my income, I drove a school bus before and after to the school. And through the bus garage, I met a couple other bus drivers. We talked. And get to the chase, we decided to buy a tractor trailer for the summertime. And we bought it from over in East St. Louis by the stockyards. It was a good used truck. I mean, it was good and used. And it had a lot of problems up front. Like within the first 3 months, the engine blew, the radiator went out, so we weren't on the road. Our first trip to Chicago, we caught a couple $100 fine at a weigh station because we were axled out wrong. We had too much weight on the axles. So we had no business, but it was an adventure.
Did you always drive with another driver? Or were you
No, there was a time or two that I'd take it up by myself or Jay would take it up. The adventure went out of it for me real early. I wasn't put on this earth to live out of a suitcase. You know,
You said Jay? Who's that?
that the gentleman that was, we were partners on the truck.
What was his last name?
I think that was his last name. I think his first name might have been Jacob Joseph, and they called him Jay.
Is he still alive, do you know?
Oh, I have no idea. I haven't talked to him since we parted ways over the truck deal.
What time period are you talking about when you owned the truck and then when you quit?
Let's see. Late 70s, early 80s. Because I came back from Warrensburg. I graduated Central Methodist in 77, 78. Probably somewhere around 79 in that time frame.
And it was a short period?
Oh yeah, it was like way under a year, 6, 7 months. And I know we took the truck out for a test drive and everything was great. Never dawned on me that it's like a car. You drive one way with a car, you drive another way when you're towing a trailer. And when you put a 45-foot dry box on the back end of a truck loaded, it drives a whole bunch different. Yeah.
Did you ever drive any other trucks? Did you ever work for a company that would have a box truck or anything like that?
No.
Or did you ever tow a trailer with any of your vehicles?
There was a few occasions when I worked for the Shriners that I would drive a straight axle truck just when the Circus was in town.
Was that like a box truck?
Yeah. I mean, there's no pivot point. It's just a long, drawn out, like a hearse runner truck.
Okay.
But that was only for like less than a week, you know, at work.
And when did you work for the Shriners?
Hmm?
When did you work for the Shriners?
Oh, late part of 80s, after my divorce. In fact, I'm thinking when I got hired and I started to work, I had to take the second day off to go to my divorce hearing. That would have been, mid to late 80s.
And how long?
When they were located down on Sarah. It was in between them moving from Moolah Temple out to Maryland Heights. So I'm not really sure what year that was. But late 80s, late to mid 80s.
How long you worked there?
Couple years. It was like a real good job. And there's things there that I'm aware of that I can't talk about.
They got a lot of secrets, don't they?
Well, part of my job was like helping haul stuff to and from the circus, setting up.
Right.
When they'd have their initiation ceremonies.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things that I saw and heard that belongs to a secretive fraternal organization, and I will take those in my grave. My dad was a 33rd degree Mason, which is an honorary degree. You can earn through the York Rite, Scottish Rite, you can earn degrees up to your 32nd degree. The 33rd is bestowed upon you. Yeah. It was a good job. A lot of long hours, hard work, but
So when you were picking up the girls from the stroll, even the ones that didn't lose their life, all of them, will you ever stop by the police just because you're a John? Or you're in an area, you know how it is. They know what goes on in the area, and sometimes they make traffic stops. Did you ever get stopped?
no. Which not you mentioned, it's surprising because certain areas of any town at certain times of the day or night, people wonder why you're there.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean,
Especially
I'm
if
sure
you're
law
cruising.
enforcement and neighbors all knew
Oh, yeah.
what went on after hours on the stroll.
Oh, yeah.
You know, human nature sometimes turn a blind eye. I know the one time, and this came to mind a couple of weeks ago, you could tell when they're walking and looking and that, and you pull over, and this one attractive young lady, blonde, you know, are you looking for a date? Now, there were some yes and no questions back and forth. And I just looked at her and went, officer, get the F away from my car.
It was that obvious.
Well, from my understanding now, and even I think at the time, is undercover officer that's trying to catch guys and stuff like that will not get in a vehicle.
Probably true.
So when
Yeah.
she stood there with her hand on the roof talking, it was like red lights going off. And I said, oh, goodbye, officer, get away from my vehicle. Yeah.
So you have the 5 that we're still trying to determine that 5th's identity. But you got 5 there, and then there was Doc later on. That's 6. How many people do you think you've killed in your lifetime?
I don't really know how to answer that question because directly or indirectly. And this is what I'd say.
I'd say directly, yeah.
I was a Marine.
Yeah. So directly, yeah.
Yeah, just those 6.
You didn't see combat, right?
No.
Because you said about your brother.
Yeah.
So there would be no combat experience where you would have killed anybody there. Because you really hesitated when he asked you that question. And now, what about indirectly? What do you mean by indirectly? Are you responsible for anything indirectly?
Just because of being in the Corps, job-wise, training-wise, no, there's not even indirectly. I mean, there was nothing besides these 6 that I had anything at all to do with somebody losing their life. Yeah.
Did you associate with prostitutes while you were on the truck driver going to Chicago? Did
No.
you associate with prostitution now? What about your trips to Iowa back in the day? Did you associate with prostitutes back then?
Not going to Iowa by myself or
Yeah.
with my family. No, to visit sis and her family up there. You'd be like, one of the first trips I went up to see Cheryl and Jay, I had my mom, my grandmother, and the family dog in the back seat.
Yeah, so
You know,
not the time or place, right?
no. And things like that trip stick out now. At the time it was serious, but it was humorous afterwards. I'm driving down the highway and the weather's a little chilly and the grandmother's in the front seat. Thermos of coffee.
Yeah.
And she opens the thermos near the front window. Instant fog. Or having a collie dog lick the back of your head while you're driving. Yeah.
Were you passing those areas where you disposed of the bodies with other people in the car and had thoughts?
No. I mean, I'm sure the one young lady up near Troy, I think that's Highway 64, that goes from like Wentzville all the way up into Iowa. But back then, the trip with the dog and that would have been 76, 77, way before any of this.
Okay.
I didn't make any trips after all this started or ended to Iowa.
What about Indianapolis? You said you had traveled there.
Yeah, there was The company we were leased out to in East St. Louis, I think it was Island Cartage or something like that. I hauled with the truck a lot of Anheuser-Busch products, rolled steel out of Indianapolis, Indiana, food products out of Millstead, Illinois, Golden Dip, I think the name of the company was. Mainly to and from Chicago, St. Louis, Indiana. I'm not sure if it was what the name of the town was. It was cold rolled steel on pallets. Isn't Indianapolis southern Illinois, down southern, or is that up near the lakes?
Oh, I'm thinking.
I can't
I've been
recall.
there numerous times.
There's a town I was in Indianapolis in reference to the case with Doc. When I had called my boss, Chuck, and he said the police wanted to talk to me. I called him and I came back to the police department to talk to him. I can't recall the name of the town in Indianapolis I was in. I was visiting some friends.
Have you given any more thought to if anybody's helped you with any of these?
Any what?
Anyone has helped you either with
Any help?
yeah
There was.
disposing of the bodies or
No, there's nobody else involved.
no one else involved?
No.
Let me ask you this. If there was, would you tell us?
Yes, sir, I would.
Okay.
Yes, sir, I would.
What started you on your adventure to start picking up people off the stroll, women off the stroll? I mean, because you were actively dating, right?
Well, yeah.
So what was the necessity to start using the women off the stroll?
That's a good question. I don't.
Was there anything that happened in your life that rejection from a girlfriend or?
No, because it's like I had all kind of friends that we did all different kind of things with. Hell, with Nancy, when I first came back to St. Louis, her mom and aunt were school teachers, and there's summer retreat down out 44. Nancy's brother was a Maronist priest, and we didn't stay together at this retreat. They had separate lodging. Pam was a waitress at a little diner in Overland. We went to New Orleans for 4 or 5 days just to get away from St. Louis. But that was right after my home burned. Well after this time, a good year or two after all this, I don't know. Just like I said, I'm trying to piece together different recollections, and some fit and some don't.
Was the sexual contact that you had in relationships, your wives, girlfriends, dates, that sexual relationship, was that very much different than the sexual contact that you'd have with prostitution?
As far as
The
bondage?
activities. Yeah, the activities, yeah.
Oh yeah, day and night.
Yeah, so maybe the reason contact with prostitution, because you can live out that sexual activity with them and not necessarily with real relationships.
Yeah.
Especially bondage.
Yeah.
Was there bondage in regular relationship?
No.
Not part of it.
No.
But with prostitutes, there was. Is that something you had to pay extra for, the bondage with the prostitutes, or was that all forced?
I think it's just a package deal. I mean, I don't think there's any extra. Maybe there was. I don't remember right now.
And each time, we asked you this before, but each time, did you have these things that you would need? Like rope, or other types of bondage? Did you have those ready before you brought them home?
I'd have to say no, but don't hold me to it. I mean, being in construction and homeowner, you have certain things running all the time.
Yeah.
You know, I don't really recall if it was like prearranged, like, okay, I'm gonna get this stuff together because I'm gonna go out and do this now.
Yeah.
Or if it was spontaneous or an afterthought. Boy, those are some heavy questions to think about now.
Was the bondage voluntary? Was the bondage voluntary?
I'm thinking on one or two of them it was. But I can't say for sure it goes for all of them. Probably not. But
Were they conscious and awake and aware of what was happening to them? Or were they unconscious?
no, they were aware of what was going on.
What was the words exchanged?
Oh, yeah,
Some natural things that people are aware of what's happening to them would be what? There they go.
I'm thinking there might have been one of them that after the sexual act happened made a comment about, can you untie me now? And I says, no, it'll come later. Or something to that degree. Boy, some of this hurts.
This is a Crime Circus presentation.
Do you understand why we have to ask those questions?
Hmm?
Do you understand why we have to ask those questions?
Yeah. Because I don't know if y'all need to or want to or have to, but you got to get to the bottom of everything, whether it's significant. Well, it's all significant if it had to do with a crime, but you need all the information.
Yeah, and sometimes when we get these little things, and frankly, some things are irrelevant, but when we get those things and you start thinking, well, then remember the connections in the brain start making connections to things we really need.
Mm-hmm.
And what we really need is the identity of that fifth girl.
I know.
And maybe something that you recall
Would unlock that door.
Oh, yeah. It could lead us to a place where we can check, hey, did you have some deceased body in a barrel? You know, so far we're not there yet.
Oh, I fully understand that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not just saying I wish I could, because I've opened up the doors on 4 of them. Maybe not 100%, but they're open.
Yeah.
That 5th one, the one in the barrel, that's, as far as identity goes, that's still a closed situation.
And I did ask you this in the beginning of today's conversation. Are you sure it was that car wash?
Hmm?
Are you sure it was that car wash?
Yeah. Yeah, I am.
Nothing spooked you and made you move on to another location or anything?
No, because that's the car wash I normally use.
Yeah. Okay.
Because close proximity to my home.
Did you have pictures?
The car wash?
I brought them. Yeah.
You want some?
Yeah. All right. So I prepared a couple pictures of car washes. And really this is to try to help you recollect.
That definitely looks like it could possibly be the car wash.
There's another one.
It wasn't that big.
In this one, this particular picture has the intersection there.
No, that Pennsylvania, that's down South St. Louis, isn't it?
Pagedale. Pagedale.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, that wasn't it.
Okay. The other one, the red one.
Yeah, you got a scrap piece of paper? Maybe this will help, maybe it won't. Okay, let's see. If this is the inner belt, okay, and this is Natural Bridge, there's a blacktop road that comes off of here, down and around to get to East Edgar. Where this comes out on Natural Bridge, headed west, there's a mortuary up here, or was at the time.
It's still there, yeah.
The car wash sat right here. Not that far down from a White Castle. I'm thinking it was a 2 or 3 bay car wash, and there's a small shopping center up here that they faced each other this way. It didn't run horizontal to the road. It was like in between. But yeah, it was not that far from the inner belt.
That girl in the barrel, did she have bondage on her?
Right offhand, I can't recall.
Gary, can we have that,
Yeah,
please?
yeah. It looks like I learned how to draw in kindergarten.
Do you remember, because you said that you saw some of them on the news or in the paper or anything after their bodies were discovered. Do you remember seeing anything about her?
No. The only one I really remember had a reference to an earring, which was a cross, and where they used clay or something to try to form facial features. Yeah. I don't remember which one that was.
And would you have, because she was disposed of so close to your house, could this be the last one because you were so confident in what you were doing and how you were disposing of bodies and hadn't been caught yet?
Yeah, I don't think she was the last one that died. Because like the condition of the remains, the decomposition, she could, I don't think she was. I think, no.
But was she the last to be disposed of?
Yeah.
Okay.
That'd be a pretty good hunch right there.
And is it the same year as the one you just described that had the clay figure in the news article? Was it that same year?
It might have been.
And this might help you. You mentioned last time we were here about the box. The young lady that you was in the dresser in the box.
That just came to my mind because you said something about she had decomposed a little bit. She might have been the one with the earring.
But you mentioned something about the box and the barrel you having at your house.
Yeah.
Do you recall in which order you disposed of those two? The box and the barrel?
I'm almost sure I disposed of the barrel last.
Okay.
Almost sure. The box. I can't. I'm thinking the first one was down in South St. Louis. But I'm not 100% sure on that.
And you thought maybe the barrel, it was winter time?
Yeah.
So you frequented that area, you know how it's divided in that area. You got to drive past it, you got to drive another westbound, you got to go on the other side of it. After you drop the barrel off, do you remember just in normal routines looking, is the barrel still there?
I probably did, but didn't pay a lot of attention.
The smell. I know we've talked about it, but these decomposed bodies, including Doc, they, you know, I've been around a lot of homicide scenes. It gets pretty darn smelly. You don't remember having that as a nuisance to yourself?
I'm thinking the one with the box.
Yeah.
In the van, I had to have all the windows open because there was not a real strong, but an unpleasant odor.
And could you smell them when they were being stored at the house?
Yeah, if like the barrel that's stored outside,
Yeah.
how far does the aroma or the odor permeate into the air? And how long does it keep, how long does it keep smelling before it dissipates?
Did anyone of your associates or family that happened to visit ever comment to you, hey, what's that smell?
No.
Which would be, you know, that would make me nervous if someone asked that question.
Yeah, I don't think I had many people, family or friends, up to the house during this time frame.
Okay.
While the barrel or the box was there. Or if it was in the winter time and like the barrel, if it's sealed, would there be an odor coming out of it?
Well, that particular one, that's pretty good seal. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Others weren't such a great, you know.
Yeah.
So you started to talk about the box and the van and the smell.
Mm-hmm.
Did you do anything to cover up that smell?
No, just the box was left on I-70 out in, would that been St. Charles County? O'Fallon area?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I don't know if I had the intention of driving farther away or if the aroma was just like overcoming, so I left her where I did when I did.
Do you remember having to, did you just lift the box out? Because it was a pretty good sized box. I'd seen it, I was there. Would you have lifted out or just opened the door and just pushed it out on the shoulder of the road, or?
Probably would have pushed it out.
So you wouldn't have.
I'm looking over there where you got your arm, the dresser or whatever it was, the actual furniture inside the box, I don't think it was really much bigger than that. I mean, it wasn't a full length chest of drawers. It was like so long.
Right.
Had maybe 3 drawers in it. Yeah. No, I would have pushed it. Let's see. Had the white drop cloth or whatever around it. Yeah, I would have pushed it out.
Okay.
That way I wouldn't have to be at the scene that long. Just pull over and come from the captain's seat, your driver's seat around, push it out and drive off. Nobody'd really see somebody walking around a van or something, pulling something out.
Are you asking me?
No, I mean, I'm
Oh.
reflecting on it.
Oh, okay.
Because not remembering the exact hour that I did this one, there would have been traffic on I-70 all hours of the day, you know.
So I drove by where your house.
Hmm?
I drove by East Edgar where your house used to be.
Yeah.
The way that I don't know what it looked like 30 years ago, but now it's all grown, overgrown,
That's what you're saying.
brush. Is that kind of like what it was 30 years ago? Could you see the highway from your house? The back of your house?
Out our kitchen window in the back of the house, the state had put up a sound barrier, a concrete retaining wall. But off to the side, you could see the intervale going north and south.
Okay, because to me back there is a perfect place to hide stuff. Is there any chance there's anything back there that belongs to the girls? Clothing?
Not that I can recall now. Just out of curiosity, it's like, why did they tear the house down, what, a year and a half ago?
That's what I heard, yeah.
Yeah,
No, I don't know.
I don't know if anybody lived in it or they couldn't, because it wasn't completely rebuilt when I was arrested. It was still under construction.
Were you making payments on the house, or did you own the house?
I own the house. It wasn't that big of a house. It was like 825 square feet. Yeah.
So you're not sure what happened to the house after you got locked up?
No.
I don't know how that all works, if you owned it.
Did the family take part in trying to claim any of that or sell the lot?
I think it got the state or the county or somebody put a lien on it so it couldn't be sold. It was kind of like evidence. No, I don't know what happened after everything on it. I know it sat vacant for a while. At least for the 3 years out of the county jail, it was like, it might have been auctioned off at a sheriff's sale or something. Not really sure on that one.
But nobody in the family got any proceeds from it that you know of? Or did the bank repo it?
No, the bank couldn't repo it if it was paid for.
Oh, it's paid for.
Yeah. I'm thinking there was something that when they went to sell it, we had borrowed $5,000 from my family for a down payment. There was something about them getting that money back, either from the buyer or when it's sold or whatever, because they had a family type lien on it, where we owed the money, or I owed the money.
Were you gonna discuss a timeline just of Gary's life?
Sure, we can.
Just a rough timeline of where you were at any given time, from as early as you can recall to.
So you were born in St. Louis, right?
Mm-hmm.
What year?
1949.
All right. And how long did you live in St. Louis?
Oh, mercy. I was born down on Gaynor, south of Beeville Mill. And somewhere around 3 or 4 years of age, folks moved up to Bissell Hills, North County. And we lived in 2 different locations while up there. That's when Dad was mayor up there in Bellefonte Neighbors. And then Dad got transferred to Cape Girardeau in like 57, 58. And we were only down there for like 9 months. We got moved down there before school started. And somewhere near the end of this first year, Dad got transferred back to St. Louis, and we lived in a hotel for a month or two while we finished grade school. Got moved up to Paddock Hills. And I went to Halls Ferry Elementary School for the 6th grade. And in Fullerton Junior High, and the same thing, the house sold. We lived in a motel, or an apartment complex rather, excuse me. The last semester or two of my 9th year at the junior high. Then Dad got transferred to Jeff City. And the first semester of my senior year, Dad got transferred to Salina, Kansas. So I finished my senior year in Salina. Then I went into service in 68. Got out in 69. Am I talking too fast?
Nope, you're good.
Oh, you got it on recording too.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, never mind. Let's see. Then lived in Salina again in 69 for a while. Got married in 70. Billy was born in 71. Then I caught a case out there for robbery in 72. And I came back to Missouri to Central Methodist in June of 75.
So, how long did you do time in Kansas?
32 months.
And was it only one case that you caught there?
Yeah, I was convicted of a robbery charge.
Okay, didn't you get out? Wasn't there another charge after you got
Yeah,
out?
there was. Yeah, there was. I got out on the first one on probation, court-ordered probation. Then turned around and caught another case, a robbery case. And that's when I went to Hutchinson Reformatory. Then I came back to Missouri in 77 I graduated. I came back in 75 and graduated from Central Methodist up in Fayette.
What year?
77.
Okay.
I
So you
went
moved back to St. Louis first?
only for 5 days after I got out of Hutchinson. Because I started Central in summertime. And I had 5 days in between, so I came back to St. Louis to get clothes, a car, before I started on to college.
So you graduated in 77 from
Yeah.
Central Methodist? Okay.
Then I went to Warrensburg for grad school, but I dropped out the first semester and came back to St. Louis.
What were you going to get your graduate degree in? What were you going to get your graduate degree in?
Childhood learning disabilities. Then when I came back after that, I lived with my mom for a while. And her next door neighbor, Mike, and I can't think of the last name right now, but he was a recruiter for Missouri Baptist. She taught at Hubert Wheeler. And I babysat a couple of times for him and went to work as a teacher's aide and a substitute teacher at Hubert Wheeler.
How long were you there?
Oh, a little over a semester before Jay and I bought the truck. That would have been 79, 78, latter part of 78.
Okay, bought the truck.
Yeah. So I just lived the whole lifetime in how many minutes?
And I wrote it all down.
Yeah, really. Verbatim, shorthand.
Yeah.
That's a curious question. If it's on a tape recorder where you could have a stenographer, why are you writing it down?
Because she would yell at me if I made her do that. I have to go back and watch it and type my
Oh,
report.
she's never yelled at you before?
Oh yeah, but I try to keep her on my good side. So
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
if I made her do all these interviews, ugh.
Yeah.
So bought the truck, had that for 9 months or so, right?
Yeah. Then I got married. Oh, I don't even remember when. Early 80s.
Real quick, how long were you married to your first wife?
We got married in 70. 68, 69. Yeah, in 70. And got divorced while I was in Hutchinson. Probably in 73, 74. And I graduated from Hutchinson Community College while I was incarcerated.
Oh, what was her name?
Joanne. She passed away not that long ago from leukemia.
Okay, then you married Karen.
Yeah.
Do you recall what year that was?
No. Early 80s, maybe. I mean, I got dates written down on calendars where when the kids were born, I remember birthdays and stuff, but we were probably married about 4 or 5 years when we separated, got divorced.
So after you bought the truck, where did you work?
Teaching school with a truck. Probably carpentry, construction.
Did you work for anyone particular at that time?
Yeah, when Karen and I were still married, when we bought our home up in Bell Ridge, I went to work for Sherrick Enterprise, as owned by Chuck Nichols. And he lived in Maryland Heights. And he got the name of the company from him and his son's name. His was Chuck, his son's name was Eric. They came up with Sherrick Enterprise.
So how long did you work for him?
Probably close to the time that Doc was killed. And indirectly was Chuck knew people that I wish I'd never met. And I don't know if it's true or not, but Chuck used to talk about being a personal bodyguard to Mike Tripiano. To Leisure's,
Yeah.
which I never met. I think I worked at Tripiano's house one time, not knowing who this guy was. You know, working for Chuck, we did quite a few rent-a-center stores, remodeling, and
Were those all in the St. Louis area?
no.
Or did you travel?
I know we remodeled a rent-a-center down in New Orleans, and that's when he flew down with his pilot in a plane to bring me back and give me my own crew. And I remodeled a rent-a-center in Farmington, Gary, Indiana.
Nice
No,
place.
not Gary, Louisville, the racetrack. Louisville. And Des Moines, Iowa. And then there was like 1 or 2 in St. Louis we did. on top of commercial buildings near the liquor store up on Chambers Road. We remodeled out at Lamp and Lantern shopping center out in Chesterfield, I believe. It was a bar, Shoes Bar and Grill, and we remodeled it into a office complex. And probably some jobs in between, like private homes and stuff.
So when you traveled to these other locations, how long would you be in town for?
New Orleans, probably an average of a week, week and a half. And it was pure, I remember telling one guy on the crew, especially in the New Orleans job, they like to go out at night. I mean, I'm down here to work, make money, get back to my family. You know, same as in Louisville. I rented a motel for me and one helper I took along. But we ended up the last 3 or 4 nights. It took a little longer than normal. So we stayed at the rental center. And that's boring as hell. When you sleep in the back and you get up and your job's right there. I mean, there's no parking lot to walk across. There's no town to drive across, you know. But it averaged a week, week and a half out of town.
So I'm sorry, you said Moolah Shrines, the Shriners. Where do they fit in?
What now?
The Shriners that you work for. Where does that fit in the timeline here?
Okay, after my divorce, this would have been probably, I'm not really sure of the years. I mean, you can check from when they went from Moolah Temple down in Lindell and Sarah out to, I'm thinking of the old Parkway Junior High School.
It was, yeah.
Yeah, I was involved in that when it was being remodeled into the Shriners.
Right.
Yeah.
All brick place.
So you worked there when it moved? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I was there, yeah.
And then I believe in one of the interviews you said that you worked for was it refrigeration type place?
Yeah, Husman Refrigeration.
Okay.
That would have been, let's see, I was married right after we bought our house up in Bell Ridge. I worked for Chuck, and work got slow, and I got hired on at Husman on the graveyard shift.
And what did you do there?
Brake press operator. And that was, fall and winter, can't remember what year. But they hired nothing but basically Vietnam era vets on the 3rd shift. And you have to work like 90 days to get in the union. And like less than 2 weeks after I got in the union, they shut down the 3rd shift. And then I went to work for, can't remember who, and I got a call back from Husband. I went, no, I'm working over here. I'm going to stay with this other company. Because the first 3 to 5 years at Husband would give and take with layoffs on seniority. And I needed something more stable.
So you left them and went to?
I think I was working for Chuck then.
Okay. Any places we forget about, or?
No, I can't. No, I don't think so. I mean, working for myself on and off. But that pretty well covers the job in college.
In college, you got your degree in?
Psychology.
Okay.
Yeah. study of the human behavior and the human mind, and look where I sit. I must have missed the course of doing right.
Did you get any tattoos over the years? Did you get any tattoos over the years? None?
No, came close to getting the bulldog.
Did you?
But no, I have no body art on me. You got the bull?
No, I have nothing. I can't even go for shots without passing out. Why would I have somebody tattooed?
I think that was my sentiment at the time, because I went with a couple buddies when now, there's no way in hell.
I did too.
And watching this on TV, no. I had a fear of going to the dentist getting a shot of Novocaine. I do not like needles.
They call that the white coat syndrome.
Yeah. Never have. I might have smoked some grass, done a few pills years, but never a needle. It's like, no. Not gonna happen.
It doesn't hurt that bad. It doesn't hurt that bad.
Maybe not for you, but I'm glad there's somebody else in the room that will disagree with you. I don't know how it feels.
It's just annoying pain.
Yeah, I've never stuck my hand in the fire and I know it'll burn. I know down here, even this last stay at the hospital in Festus, and putting the IVs in, it's like holding on to bed rails.
White knuckle.
Yeah, oh yeah.
So what is your prognosis?
I'm gonna be seeing Dr. James next week, I think. When I came back from the hospital, I saw Dr. James. He talked about changing some of my current medication and starting me on, I can't remember the name of it, for the kidneys. None of that has transpired yet. They've done some lab work checking white blood cells, things of that nature. The medication the one they're gonna change is, it's all gonna still be for arthritis, for the knees. But meloxicam is not recommended when you have liver and kidney problems. But there's other kind of medication they can use. And to figure out why I'm taking Flomax and I don't have a prostate. But they all have some kind of effect on it.
Yeah.
I should know more on that. And when I talked to him about the follow-up on the lab work, and I know it's hard to believe, but 1 or 2 doctors and you got 900 patients.
Oh.
And it's like when they prescribe medication, it's not like me giving you a prescription, you going to the pharmacy.
Right.
It takes a while to get the pill.
Yeah.
You know.
And do they bring it around to you?
If it's a controlled substance, you go out to the bubble, they call it in the house, where they give it to you and watch you take it.
Right.
The medications that I'm on now, for whatever reasons, is called KOP, which keep on person.
Yeah.
Comes on a card, 30 pills at a time.
Right.
When it gets down to your last 7 pills, you turn in a refill request, and they bring it to you. So you keep it in your cell.
Yeah.
So how are you feeling
Physically or mentally?
physically?
Not 100%. I got a lot of fatigue, a lot of symptoms that go with different, a lot of diarrhea, loss of appetite, problems urinating, which is tied to the kidneys. Yeah. Like I can drink a bottle of water and not have normal urination for half a day, not being able to go at all, or just dribbling for a while. With the loss of a prostate, that's why I wear pull-ups, which is and isn't embarrassing. I mean, I'm at the age of, the first time I had to go, they come 20 to a pack.
Right.
And there's a couple different ways of requesting them. The other gentleman in the wing and I just go out to the bulb and say, can you call medical? I need some pull-ups. So we'll go up and get them. They said, well, you got something to put this in? No, and they said, you don't want to carry it like this, do you? I went, and I'm 73 years old. I don't get embarrassed no more.
Yeah, double that.
You know, and nobody really asked because in the housing wing or the house, people know the surgery I've had 2 years ago.
Right.
So they don't, there's certain things you don't joke, you don't talk about, you don't kid about. He's like, yeah, the man's wearing pull-up diapers.
Yeah.
You know, not by choice. Or maybe it is. Because if you don't wear them, you soil yourself a lot. Yeah.
So then, how are you mentally?
Better than I was the first time I met you.
Okay.
Not near as good as I hope I will be someday.
Okay.
That's why I can understand time delays and restraints on something like this because you just can't do everything at one time. You know?
Just take a lot of stress off, so to speak.
Coming forward, owning up to myself and to others took a lot off. It also created a different type of stress of time restraints on what I'm going to be facing. And it took a little bit off, even knowing it's nothing for certain. Just having everything settled down here. I don't have to worry about being transported here and transported there and coming back here or having to go to each little municipality. Am I going to stay a week, a month, 6 months? And not going to trial is shortening that time frame, you know, because I know from the case I'm here on, I was 976 days in the St. Louis County Jail from the arrest till the time I left. And that's hard time.
Yeah. I've heard that from numerous people. They can't wait to get whatever is going to happen so they can get out of the county jail.
Yeah, I'd asked my attorney when I went for sentencing or got found and said, make this as quick as possible because I know I'm going. Let me get there and get on with it, get it over with. And there's nothing glorious about this environment.
No.
You know, at least I haven't seen any lines outside, people going, oh, let me in, let me in.
Mm-hmm.
No. There's an old joke about, yeah, there's people out there willing to kill to get here.
Well, yeah, I guess so.
Kind of morbid.
Yeah.
Yep. But I've lived down here going on a little over 27 years. You don't fully, or I don't, accept it, but you fully deal with it on a daily basis. There's no alternative when you're doing a life without.
Right.
I mean, yeah, there's thoughts and dreams about what it could have been, what it should have been, but there ain't nothing about this is the way it's gonna be. You know, it's like, I have to make the best out of it. I try to keep myself a little bit above board. I had one minor write-up for passing jelly beans to somebody back in 01, 02, something like that. There are people here that everybody's got to do their time the way they want to. You can get sucked into things, group affiliation, individual who you hang with, who you deal with. I don't have any one person or group, not even the religious people. I mean, I don't only associate with them. I'm respectful to everybody. And I don't care what color uniform you got on. I mean, I'm not going to slam the door in your face because you're a correctional officer. I'll hold it. You know, it's like, it's not pride because look why I'm here. But I cannot, just because this is prison, doesn't mean I can lose all morality, values, respect, and live like some people do in here. I mean, they prey on people. They are in the game playing. I don't gamble. Except with myself when I play solitaire. You know, like, am I going to win or lose this time? But no, it's a different lifestyle that, like I said, you conform to your environment. You know, if you lived in the woods, you lived like you lived in the woods. You don't have all the luxuries of town living. You know, we have things in here like you expressed one time that you're surprised at some of the things we had access to. Mm-hmm. You know, it's its own little world within a big world. I mean, you got good and evil on the outside, you got crime on the outside. It may be magnified in here because of the element, but the type of environment is highly structured. I mean, it has to be controlled.
Right.
You know.
Basically, you're doing time, time's not doing you, right?
Exactly. Exactly. It's like some of the courses I've taken in here, some of the jobs I've held, you utilize the time for numerous reasons to help pass it, to better yourself. Because basically, the individual I am now is physically, yeah, I'm not the same as I was 32 years ago. Mentally, I'm not the same person I was 32 years ago. Hopefully, I've evolved on the positive side of it. You know, I'm not out to hurt anybody. I don't want to cause any more grief in this world or in my life or anybody's life. I don't know if that makes sense, but that's...
It does. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Totally.
And I'm sure you all know people like I know. There's in here that they get off on getting over on staff members or on their friends or on their cellie. And it's like, man, for numerous reasons, I'm too old to play games with myself anymore. You know, it's like knowing I can't pay you back. Why should I borrow something from you and tell you I'll pay you back next canteen when I know I can't?
Right.
And you're people,
They do it.
and when it comes to that point, there's only two things you can do. If you let them get over on you, people think you're weak. If you stand up and fight, there's two house. Eggs, yeah, no. I'm not afraid of it, but if I have a choice, I'm not going there.
Right.
You know, I enjoy the little rights and privileges I had on this side of the camp. You know, some people enjoy getting served 3 meals a day through a slot in the door. I went 2 weeks like that. It did nothing for me. You know.
You guys think of something we haven't covered?
The offense back in 72 in Salina, was there a sexual component to that?
Yeah, I was charged with rape and robbery. Yeah.
Was that very similar to the behavior with these girls that lost their life?
No.
Different?
Yeah.
Was she a prostitute?
No.
Okay. And there was not one thing that happened after the last one of these girls, and then that time between Doc, did anything happen that spooked you, that provoked you to stop that behavior?
That might have been the operative word right there. Something might have, I'm not sure, but spooked me.
Some get
It's
close.
kind of like, they used to have a program for youngsters called Scared Straight.
Oh, sure, I remember. Yeah.
They did, when I first went down here, they had that program down here. And I can't remember why they stopped doing it. But they would, I never took part in it, but I knew some of the inmates that did. And a lot of it was rehearsed for the benefit of scaring the shit out of the kids to keep them out of a place like this.
There was some talk during that whole situation with Doc that you were concerned that you were being surveilled by the federal government.
This is a Crime Circus presentation.
That I thought that?
That you thought that. Do you remember that?
No, I don't.
And I was thinking, well, maybe that would provoke you to stop bringing girls back home. You know,
Well, see, Doc happened quite a time period after this. A year and a half, 2 years after.
But nothing happened that you remember that you stopped bringing home prostitutes.
Yeah, something spooked me. I don't know if that's a proper word, but it seems like it might fit the scenario right now. Something.
Did you have a girlfriend? Start a relationship, maybe? And that would stop it as well, maybe.
But I've had girlfriends in between all this. So, yeah, it's whatever terminology y'all come up with, or whatever I come up with in my mind. I don't know if it will help me or others, but what transpired for me to lock that door and quit doing it? What got me away from it?
Did you continue, I'm sorry,
Go ahead.
did you continue picking up prostitutes after the murder stopped?
Yeah. How many times I don't remember, but yeah, there might have been one or two times.
Okay.
And you said you dabbled in weed a little bit, smoking marijuana.
Yeah.
Did you got involved in selling that or? Okay.
Years back when I got out of the service, there was involved in occasionally smoking it. And then through Chuck, even to the time where Doc passed away, it was selling.
How much?
$3,000 or $4,000 a week.
So back then, that's pretty good.
I got into it, had myself convinced. I told Chuck, at the time my home burned, I was only going to do it for a certain set period of time to get enough money for different things. I was going to walk away from it. And through the little diner and other people, Chuck knew the people that would transport it up from south of the border. And I would have to, I think I was selling it for 16 a pound, more so if it broke down. And I was going through 5 to 8 pounds a week. And I'd make anywhere from $500 to $700 a pound. That only lasted like 3 or 4 weeks when Doc died.
So at one point, were the police on to you about that? The police were on to your drug dealing, right?
Not that I was aware of at the time, but there's always that thought in the back of the mind that the people like that Chuck associated with, I was on the way outside parameter. I met one individual from Valise at Chuck's house that was the main supplier. I knew the people who made trips, how they made them, the routes they took. There was at one point, and this is before Doc passed away. Long story short, I went with Chuck and two gentlemen in a small Cessna down to Atlanta, and I brought the plane back. And when I went to touch down at KlLLer Airport, I saw all these headlights come on. I went over to St. Charles Airport to land.
Huh.
Yeah, you know, it was nothing at the other airport. It was, I guess, paranoia. You know, late at night, a lot of times you called KlLLer and they would turn on certain lights so you could see the landing strip. And when you don't call them and there's a moon out, you can see it, you're going to land, and you know, or you thought, man, what I just did is illegal as hell. And then a couple days later found out that after we got to Atlanta and we went out to dinner and everything, certain objects were put in the plane. Unbeknownst at the time, I flew them back to St. Louis.
Really?
And I'm not talking 2 or 3 pounds.
So you had your pilot's
Major.
license.
No.
But you can fly.
You know anybody can drive a car without a driver's license?
I knew you were going to. So, how many of those trips you think you did? How many trips?
Just that one. That's when I started getting away from Chuck. I went, man, dude, you can at least fill me in a little bit. You got me thinking, and I should have, reflecting back, when we got down there and all this, and I was ready to come back, and he said, go ahead and take it back by yourself. I should have clicked, what the hell is going on?
Right.
I don't even have a student pilot license.
Where did you learn? Where did you learn how to fly?
Through Chuck and Tom, who I met through Chuck and his company. Tom was a chopper pilot in Nam. And another gentleman who was an electrician that flew in Nam. And he took his life out of KlLLer Airport. Real fine black gentleman. Came home one day and saw his wife in bed with another female. And about 2 weeks later, he went out to the airport and he pancaked his plane. I mean, when you take off and you go straight up,
Yeah.
planes with a propeller don't climb like that very far.
Yeah.
Go straight into the ground.
So you learned to fly for the purpose of making this run.
No.
Recreation.
It was recreational, yeah.
Good.
I've had with the pilot always sits in the left-hand seat, it's PIC.
Yeah.
And there's another seat here and a little seat in the back. And after the divorce, Chuck and his family and me and my kids, we get together occasionally. I never flew by myself. And flying with Chuck, learning the basics.
Yeah.
I mean, they tell you certain things, and it's not humorous or funny. You think back from 9/11 when the terrorists took training down in Florida. They didn't give a rat's butt about how to land a plane. They had no intentions. You learn how to take it off and keep it up. And as long as you got power, you got automatic pilots, you know, it's easy if you put certain things together to get a plane off the ground. Just like getting a car out of the garage. Open the garage door, start the car, put it in reverse. A plane is like, yeah, I can't remember everything. But yeah, you make sure the plane ain't moving, you got your feet on the brakes, you rev up your engine, you get to a certain speed, you release the brakes, you start taxiing down the runway, and pull on the yoke or the rudders, and plane takes off. Learning how to land is fun. You bounce a little bit. Some things I was a quick study on, other things I wouldn't.
So do you think all that dealing the weed and stuff took up a lot of your time during those years?
No.
No?
Probably the last 6 months I was out on the street. Yeah, that was between working on a house and transporting to people like, it took up quite a few hours a day. But at the time, it seemed well worth it when I could put, like I said, $3,000 to $5,000 in my pocket. You work the hours you got to work, you know. Hell of a lifestyle. They don't have a happy ending. Everything in its own little bizarre way and it ends up here. You know.
I know you try to remember as much as you could, but after talking to us today, if there's anything about the fifth one, boy, let us know. If it's just, if something pops in and you want to write her a letter or...
Marine to Marine. I'm going to give it my best.
Hoorah.
Because it means something to me.
Yep.
And we're still in contact with some of the people that were familiar with the stroll. So if you come up with her street name, it might lead to someone else's name.
Yeah. Because I know what it's like not being able to visit a family grave.
Yeah.
But at least I know there is a grave.
Right.
And who's in it. There's a family somewhere that...
There's a lot of Jane Does.
Like you're saying, you get a lot of calls from similar situations. They've lost loved ones. Whether they ran off, hiding, did, whatever. And yeah, it's like, you got to know something. Got to know something.
I think it'll come to you.
I think every time we talk, we get more and more.
Yeah, and I'm almost sure that even when all this is over, said and done, and I've been through the courts and everything is going in the past, I will keep in contact if something comes up that helps me, it'll help you all. Because I'm sure a certain amount of this might be profiling, trying to get in my head. Like I said, I think I said earlier, one guy in here said that he suspects the federal profilers to come talk to me. Because not only specifically on this case, our cases, but for future to see if they can stop something from happening because they learned something from the past.
Yeah, and they get better profile. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, not that anything good is going to come out of this, but there might be some positive attributes that come about due to this.
There's a lot of families out there that are now trying to heal. You know, they've got that final piece of information they've been looking for. And
I'm sure there's families out there that certain similarities, that if they've got a child or a loved one involved in this kind of career, prostitution, drug addiction, it might say, hey, y'all better focus on this shit because look what happened back here. You know, you get frustrated, you kick people out of your lives, maybe they'll take that extra step to help them, knowing that, yeah, this kind of behavior does happen.
Dangerous
it
profession.
could help somebody in the future, some unknown person.
Sure.
Part of the Scared Straight program.
Yeah.
Scare the hell out of them.
I'm going to leave you with my card as well. Gary,
Okay.
so you know who I was. Take care of yourself. Take care of yourself best you
I
can.
will do the best I can. I appreciate that.
Yeah, you know where to find us. So I
Gee, I
know
wish I could say the same thing.
Yeah, we know where you are.
we know where you're at.
Yeah, I'd give you my card, but you'd have to get a copy of it. Keep this one. Yeah.
Can you think of anything else
All right.
that we've missed? Because we rack our brains on the way up and on the
Oh,
way
I'm
back.
sure.
We critique everything we've said and done, and I think we've covered everything that we had thought of on the way up, and since we've been doing this.
Same here. If you think it right, me, I mean, you all can write a letter to me and I'll get it.
Right.
Because it is, but it isn't legal work. There's a fine line, but they allow it. Just like if my sister writes me a letter, like say it has to go through Florida,
Right.
they scan it, gets put on the tablet. Definitely from the courts, attorneys, and they got this thing down here now where I witnessed it the other day when I got the copy of the arrest warrant from St. Charles County. We cannot have any envelopes. Legal mail, we get called over here. They open it, take it out, shake it, give us the contents. They keep the envelope. There's one gentleman is on death row, Dave Hoosier. He's getting close. And like y'all are aware, in court, time restraints are important. And he cannot even have the postmark or a copy of the envelope. They don't allow that. You can have the contents inside. And hearing the argument he was having, or conversation, time restraints mean a lot because when you file motions, you have deadlines to meet.
Right.
Okay? And the lady who gave him the letter he was arguing with says, well, the letter is dated. Says, I need proof of when it was received down here. Because you may send me a letter September 1st.
Right.
And I've got 10 days to respond to it. And if it's received down here on September 9th, I don't have any time to do it.
Right.
If you got proof of that, you could get an extension. But for numerous reasons, we don't have envelopes anymore. We don't get any pictures, postcards, letters on that machine right there.
They're just trying to reduce what's coming in.
That's in the biggest part, you have the fentanyl. There's a problem down here.
Oh, yeah.
And there's inmates saying, oh yeah, it's got to be staffed now. It can't constantly. Now there's so many numerous ways. Expand your mind. It could be a delivery truck where the driver don't know what's in the back. Somebody that packed up a box of potato chips could hide something in it and mark the box. When the inmates working in the warehouse, drones that fly at night,
Really?
drops it. There's anything and everything is possible with the human mind. And bad example, I have never seen a flying saucer. Never have. I can't tell you they don't exist.
Right. Yeah.
You know, just because, like I said, I've never stuck my hand in a fire, but I know it's going to burn.
Right.
You know. I definitely will keep in touch.
Sounds good.